1, 2. Start talking at 2 or 3. We started talking at 2 or 3. Hi, it's Dean. I'll try to talk slower and louder and closer to the microphone. Probably won't work. I'll get lazy again very soon. Mine is the Yin Yang, top left. Say hi, George. Introduce yourself.
I'm
And then your audio quit on you. Welcome to technology. How far did we make it? Put it
How
in the
about
log.
now?
How about now? Sounds a little better. Let's try again. Let's pretend it never happened. Take 2. Introduce yourself, George.
Hello, I'm George. I'm the bear.
Well, that took care of that. Homeboy, you talk too much. That's a Run DMC song. Uh, I take to complete. Love the tech. So then we go into the 1 minute zone. On our last streamery, we saw popped up in the middle of nowhere, clicking on homepage this and homepage that. That Donald Trump supposedly told or said something to the Supreme Court. No, he, through his attorney, maybe attorneys plural. I hope it's just the one guy, because I'm going to rag on it. Ha ha ha. Uh, filed an amicus brief, or an amicus petition, or an amicus letter, whatever. It's an amicus papers with Supreme Court about the whole TikTok thing. Words, words, words. Blah, blah, blah. What are words for? It's a missing person song. But we're going to talk about that today. At some point. Sort of. Kind of. Probably. Oh, amicus intro. He did write it. It took until late Saturday for me to find it. Nobody. MSM, mainstream media. I'm not spelling it out until maybe later. Nobody MSM writes slash says correctly that he filed the brief. They all say he said. See, they're lying. It's all right. They all do it. They're campaigning. They don't have to tell the truth. I guess. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm not that cool. Everything's down in the description, including a checklist. Because, well, I read it. Trying to stay in it. Stay with it. Stick to it. There are many misplaced, misused, excess, useless words in it. And then, right near the end, it's all ruined. By one word. It's not actually the word that is there. It's the word that the lawyer forgot to type. We'll talk about it much later. But a word, a single word, one word, is a song. It's called Una Palabra. It's Spanish. There's links in the description to 3 or 4 versions of it. Most powerfully used. And of course, 2004's Denzel Washington, Denzel Heavon, Man on Fire, one of my favorites. 10 of 10. Have you seen it, George?
Nope.
You have no couth. You are uncouth.
Yep.
It is available in all the formats and all the streamery places.
Say I had the tact and diplomacy of a turnip seed.
You must go gain your culture. Not 10 hours, minutes. My mind ain't in it. 0510 GH has no couth. He has not
Never,
seen Man on Fire 2004.
never claimed to have any.
That's okay. Get some. Get some. Anyone who thinks less than 10/10 wrong. Anyone who hasn't seen it, it's just like Old Yeller, which is also available free at YouTube right now. There are certain things that you must see, you must read, you must. It must be in your repertoire. It must be in your memories for you to claim culture.
I have seen Old Yeller. I own a copy of it.
Old Yeller. Say it
And the
correctly, sir.
sequel. And the sequel that went to Old Yeller.
There was a sequel? Or are you talking about the kind of redid about
Nope, it's a sequel.
the the
It's a
red fern
continuation.
groves? Is that what it's called?
No, volume 2. I guess Disney did another movie with the same characters, same actors, about
Old
another dog.
Yellow, second. Old Yellow. I, I complained at you, and then I did it wrong. Old Yeller, second movie. It's called Savage Sam. Is the
Yep.
1963 film sequel to Old Yeller written by Fred Gibson.
Yep. I have both of them in DVD format.
I must say, if I saw ever in any bits or pieces or the whole thing, Savage Sam. Very nice name. I don't recall it.
I do because I
Ooh.
was a Wonderful World of Disney fanatic.
All right. Oh, GH. Come on, typewriter. Canoe. DW did not. Old Yeller. Sequel is what? Smarmy Sam? Serious Sam, the video game?
Savage Sam.
Savage Sam. 1963. Is that correct? Yes. Oh, there it is right there at the IMDb. Let's look it up. IMDb says nothing. Oh, it went to user reviews. Go back. 6.0 out of 10. Do you agree?
It's a good movie. I enjoyed it as a kid.
Okay. It has Brian Keith, Tommy Kirk, Dewey Martin, Kevin Cochran, Corcoran, Jeff York, Marta something, Slim Pickens. I remember him.
When everybody was playing a cowboy, Slim Pickens was a true cowboy. In fact, he was a rodeo cowboy and clown before he went to Hollywood and during when he went to Hollywood.
Is it a story about a boy and his dogs
Mm-hmm.
Travis, Arliss, and Lisbeth are captured by Apaches, while their dog Sam tracks their trail. Well, now we know half the battle. Gonna have to go see it someday. Hunt it down. TODO now must quest for coup. See? Savage Sam. Living, learning, acquiring information and knowledge. Oh, well, there. Mission accomplished. Learned something today. Stream over. Let's go watch Mauler and Metal Commander play Dark Souls 2. I've been begging in all the communities, in the comments, in the posts, in the online chats, in both of their live streameries of many forms. When? And I could never get an answer from anybody. Dear EFAP and participants, please put a schedule up at efap.me. Plus, I'm not going to make any more noise about it. I don't do the right internets, I guess. Somebody who Reddits and Xers. Go Reddit and Xer all over their subreddits and Xers that schedules, please. And don't mention that I don't have one either. I'm not super famous yet. Anyway, that just popped up on my main screen, turned on. It says, we discussed it the other day, and here it is. The YouTubes are listening. The roboters. Wind talkers. Nicolas Cage, all of the famous Aboriginal / Native / Natives of America / Indians / Indians / NDNs / whatever they call themselves else.
Well,
Tours
considering
in it.
they're supposed to be Navajo, they consider themselves clans, and the smaller groups of the Navajo are separated into clans because they have a rule of their own that you're not allowed to marry within your clan, and the male goes to the woman's clan, I believe.
Here, let me say it's supposed to be satire, but everybody
Okay.
knows it never was, and it's a Yankee terminology calling the Southerns the lack or absence of color in the white way, or the totality of all colors combined, depending on what medium you're talking about. Trash. Inbreeding. You see, the red man had rules against it.
Well, so did the white man. It's just a white man, if they thought they were high enough, could ignore rules. That's the reason your royals were so inbred.
Yeah, but they always pointed the finger and said, "Oh, no, not us. Of course, not us. Those poor Southern, whatever they are.
Funny
Uncouths.
because it's
Copy.
less likely in the South because it's also the South is also known as the Bible Belt. Now you get up to the mountains, especially the mountains of West Virginia. All rules go out the window.
Main screen said, what's that movie called? Wind Talkers? Win. Wind talkers, right?
Yep.
Free with ads. Link.
Now, because of Wind Talkers, the one main Native American actor has really made a real big career for himself, both in movies and TV. I think he's on Special Law and Order Special Victims. At least he was for a while.
What year is it? They, of course, don't have the year listed at the YouTube description.
In fact,
Wind Talkers, IMDb,
I have
2002.
one of the GI Joe commemorative Code Talker action figures. You pull the string and it says certain codes and what they're in Navajo and then in English.
Cool.
But one of the things I was taught, and it later came out in a newspaper / magazine, heritage tree or something. I think that was something about genealogy tree. That the first code talkers were from World War I, and they were made up of Cherokee and Choctaw, more of your Eastern Band tribes, or what they also used to call the 7 civilized tribes, because they all have their own written language.
Which are
For
grunting
those that didn't know,
Neanderthals.
for those that don't know why certain tribes were called the 7 civilized tribes, because not only did they have their own language, it was a written language. They tended to dress in cloth, less skins. They had a form of mathematics, or to the Europeans looked more European.
Adam and the ants. Not aunts, ants. Like the buggies. The human beings. At adamant.net, all one word, no dots. Spelled out. D-O-T-N-E-T.
Now, that is one thing I would like to address. You saying human. I don't know if it's true or not, because I don't speak enough languages, or other than English, that every time you get a more modern movie about Native American tribes, they always claim that their name for themselves. It's like because they did this first in Little Big Man. That what they call themselves literally translating to human or human being.
People. Soylent Green is people. Thank you, Charlton Heston. I love you a million much. And you got it in the can. I can have it as much as I want forever. Yes. On the left bracket or the left coast. Like my silly little band. Housed in rancherias, Spanish words out west, not reservations. Bands, not tribes, 'cause different is better. They are all known as Pomo in many, because of course there are many, of the Pomo dialects or individual band / tribe / herd community. Oh, I meant community. Plural. The one thing they can all sort of agree on. Now I'm getting flashbacks to a stream I didn't do about a week ago. If you're listening, Elizabeth, go up there and throw all of our tribe into the dry creek of the Russian River Way. Just kidding. In a video game, in a fiction romance. The ones that claw themselves out were not witches. Or, no, I got that wrong. The ones that don't drown, those are witches. Burn them at the stake. In a fiction novel. Oh, sorry. Went off on a tangent. It bubbled in my brain. These things associate because. Okay, let's do this. 20. 31. Left coast.
You're typing that
natives
up.
equal homo equals. It doesn't mean the human beings. It means people.
Your band
Humanoid.
prior to Spanish influence, were they fishermen, or were they farmers?
Because they're all on the coast. Of course, they
Well, I just know that the
partook of
North.
the fish and the, salmon is
Or
real
salmon
big
people.
in Oregon and Washington.
Yeah, which are grouped as called potlatch Indians, which is also where this is where I said talk about pan-Indian movement, because white guys like totem poles, so they figured all Indians had totem poles, when it's really only the Northwest Indians that did totem poles, because they had the carving skills and the trees to carve. California does not have a lot of forest. I don't know if it ever really had a lot of forest. It's either flat plains coast or mountains desert. There's no forest really, except for those planted by man that they now burn down because they don't know how to build, or refused, the state that is, refused to build fire roads and fire breaks. So when California burns, it burns. They don't do any control burning.
It's one of the
They
best
don't do
parts of all of the many, many best parts. Number one, of me getting the hell out of California. And number two, The Exorcist. When he splashes her with the holy water. She says, it burns, it burns, it burns, it burns.
That's one reason, even though we've had forest fires, we haven't had any true super devastating forest fires in North Carolina for at least 50 years, because we have fire roads, fire breaks, and a good forestry service. And they also do periodically do control burning. And I can tell you right now, when they do control burning around Fort Bragg, you know it. The entire county knows it. Just like for the longest time, prior to this, a couple years ago, Australia had that devastating forest fire. They were originally hired their Aborigines as park rangers and let them do control burning like they had been doing for 1,000 years. And then they said, oh, we don't need to do it anymore. What happens? Then they have a forest fire that became devastating and nearly took out an entire region or state of Australia. Can't take out all of Australia. Just so you know, it can't take out all of Australia, just maybe because over half of Australia is desert. But it was devastating to at least one and a half states.
Yep. It burnt all the way to the ocean and even steamy hotted the ocean from some distance. That was some hot fire.
Well,
I forgot.
Some
Americans. Go ahead.
Nature of trees, because eucalyptus wood burns super hot. I mean, you can melt steel with that stuff. But what is charcoal made out of? Pre-burnt, under pressure wood.
Yep.
Or wood. And it's put out at a certain time. Because there are YouTube videos on how to make your own charcoal.
It's making me think of, I was just watching, whether it's late last night or early this morning. I don't remember which one of his shows. Or he has many, and I like them all. Gordon Ramsay's something, where they
Gordon
went,
Ramsay?
yeah,
Nightmare Kitchen?
Kitchen Nightmares, Hell's Kitchens, Hotel something. He has a lot of shows. Master Chef,
Yeah.
which, oh, I know why he can say that. He's British. How have
Well,
they
he
not
does
cancel cultured it in America? We can't use that M word anymore.
M word.
Yes. Didn't you get the memo a couple years ago? It's another one of the memos of,
Oh, the term master. Okay.
yes, because
Fine.
some people
He, he's a
may
maestro chef.
associate. Yeah, there you go.
Well,
Say,
if cooking
remind
is
them
an
all
art,
to change all the names of all their shows since forever.
yeah. If cooking is an art, then and if he's the equivalent to what you just said, in art he would be called a maestro. But cooking is somewhere between a art and a craft. In other words, a skill you can learn and a talent. That's the reason they took the term master versus maestro. Because you can be a master craftsman, but you cannot be a master artist. You're a maestro.
Yeah,
So
it's
most people,
different languages.
yeah, same means the exact same thing. It's just one's Latin and one's not. Generally, when you hear the term maestro, it's the conductor of a or teacher of music.
Yep. But it all
But
goes
it
back to
also,
those associations. But anyhow, yes, that. And in that show of Gordon Ramsay, I can't remember what it was. Sorry, Gordon. Don't call me Donkey. Or do call me Donkey, because I could use the lend of your fame. Everybody go see all the Gordon Ramsay shows.
that's a lot
Sure.
because he has his own. It's just called Gordon Ramsay Show in the UK, where he actually cooks at one of his own restaurants,
Everyone
and then he
go
also
see
does.
them.
He has what he calls a celebrity challenge, where BBC celebrities or movie celebrities from the England go to his restaurant and they pick a dish and he cooks it his way, and then the celebrity cooks it their way, and then they do a taste test between the people cooking, the assistant chefs, and people at the restaurant, and the restaurant people get to vote whose is better. And no, Gordon Ramsay does not always win.
He lets the other win. He's a nice guy. Buried
Oh,
under all that cuss words and donkeys. He's a
when you're
nice
not
guy.
trying to work for him. Now I understand he's a very um, dictator slash very picky when you're working for him, but if you're a guest or just Joe Snuffy anybody, he's very polite, very courteous. He loves his fans. He will stop to take pictures with his fans if they ask him to. Things of that nature. And he knows not everybody can eat at his restaurants. He knows that. But to the media, the multimedia, he's reached a lot of people and he is world famous.
Is he
And because
Ramsey
he's
or Ramsay?
Ramsey,
with 2 stone pizza ovens, wood burning, not being used.
Because he is so famous, everybody that wants to be like him or better than him go after him, one way or the other. And there are some other good chefs that are fun to watch. I can't remember the guy's name, but he's always tossing in salt and goes, bam,
That's
bam.
Admiral Lagasse,
Yeah.
kicking it up a notch.
But one of my favorite ones to watch was the Cajun cook. He's no longer with us.
It is
It's
Say,
just
Gordon Ramsay. I was haunted. Fix it.
he go. All you need is a little onion, some black
Oh,
pepper.
Jason, don't you dare say it. Don't say it here. I've said it a million times in my life.
What?
Locked up. The way he says vinegar.
Vinegar.
Everybody. Oh no. Isn't his name Jason?
I just know the show's called The Cajun Cook.
The Cajun cook.
Or
Oh, Justin, not Jason.
Yeah.
Justin
My
Wilson.
mother used to love to watch his shows and hear him talk. It was just fun. Just like what's her name? You did the first PBS cooking show. Can't remember her name.
The world famous Julia something.
Julia Childs.
Yep. Better but butter. 31.
She had
50.
such a
Justin,
big woman. She had a very
the
high
Cajun
soprano voice.
cook
You know.
on PBS. Never.
Look, I learned how to
We
debone a
must
chicken
never.
by watching a French
say
chef show how to debone a chicken on PBS. PBS used to have good information and fun shows, but they haven't had anything since the 90s like that. It's all political. They need to get off the political soapbox and do what their mandate, which was educate, entertain, and educate. This old house, Yankee furniture store, the Cajun cuisine, Julia Childs, Poetry Hour. Hell,
Galloping
even
Gourmet.
that was his name of his show.
No, that was another British guy.
Okay, Two Fat Ladies.
That was
That's the
great
name of the
stuff.
show. They were entertaining. You learned something, and you had fun. They lived their life to the fullest. And I love the fact that they were tooling around in a Triumph and sidecar. That's how they came into every scene. Triumph motorcycle and sidecar. And they rode that thing for real.
Oh, real.
But what a lot of people don't know is Julia Childs, before she was Julia Childs, worked as a secretary and something else for the OSS, which eventually became the CIA. Her husband worked for the ambassador of France, and to give herself something to do, she took cooking classes so that she could entertain. And getting together with a fellow student who was French, had a hard time writing in English. Julia Childs and this other lady started putting French cuisine into English cooking books, or their cookbooks into English. And it wasn't until her husband retired and they came back to the States, she published a few cookbooks, and then she got invited to do a show as a filler for a local PBS show, and it mushroomed from there. Just like nowadays, I haven't seen it, but supposedly Donut Operator has a cooking channel. He cooks what I would call comfort food, chili, new different ways of doing grilled cheese sandwich. And I thought I'd never experience this, but there are people out there that don't know how to grill a grilled cheese sandwich. Instead, they go to the store and they buy microwavable grilled cheese sandwiches or microwavable quesadillas, which is a Mexicanized grilled cheese sandwich. That's all quesadilla is. Versus using bread, you use a tortilla.
It's madness.
That's it. My brother and I figured all this stuff out when they first started hitting menus, and we're like, $2 for an overglorified grilled cheese sandwich? Are you kidding me?
Absolutely. Everybody's kidding each other.
I mean, that's the reason we learned to make our own nachos. Our dad taught us on how to make our own tacos. We've improved on that since then. I might not roll them and fold them correctly, but I do my own burritos. Now, don't get me wrong. When I go out to a Mexican restaurant, I want to go out to a Mexican restaurant. And people, Taco Bell's not a Mexican restaurant. It's not even good Mexican fast food. Used to be good, but they don't even drain their meat now. The grease off their meat. Yes.
It's weight. It adds weight. For
We
those
used
that
to have
extra specially lazy that won't even chew anymore, it helps it slide out the other end.
this burrito joint. They didn't specialize in tacos because that was Taco Bell's thing. They just specialized in burritos. And I think the original restaurant or the owner was out of Southern California, and they had these deep fried burritos. They would make them, and they would deep fry and crispy up the shell, the wrapping. Oh, those were good. And then all of a sudden, they weren't there anymore. Just like you used to have Chi-Chi's. And I laugh every time I realize where the guy got the name for his restaurant.
It's equivalent to Hooters.
Yes. But why did he name his place Chi-Chi's? Because he liked his wife's Hooters, and he goes, I'm going home to see my Chi-Chi.
Just one?
Basically, his wife's tits. Apparently, she was well endowed. But that's where he got the name for his restaurant. He couldn't think of a name for a California Hispanic restaurant because he learned to cook in California. Just like Tex-Mex is not Mexican. It's a Texas flair on Mexican cuisine. And it predates the state of Texas because those are from Texas were originally called Tejanos. Don't call them Tejanos anymore.
Weak-bellied white people kicked all the spice out. Crybabies that claim
not in Tex-Mex. They don't.
Makes them cry and poop fire.
Tex-Mex, they kick it up a notch.
I don't know. I've never experienced it. Bunch of lily white, weak stuff. You want to go? In my experience, travels.
Go down to
Arizona is where you go to get burned at both ends.
Arizona is good, but if you go down to New Mexico, southern New Mexico around Taos, West Texas, a lot of restaurants, especially if they're owned by hereditary Mexicans, you will find sopapillas and honey on your table. It's not to eat before you start eating your main meal. It's to eat after, not as a dessert. It's as an anti-flame. Honey kills the flame of the super hot food because it's a base. A sugar is a base, and hot food is an acid. That's the reason if you have an ulcer, you can't eat hot food because the acid in your stomach flares up. You also can't drink lemonade. And no, I don't eat super hot food. I like it hot enough to give flavor, not hot enough to blow the commode in half.
And the better.
I'm
Especially
about
if you're going to
flavor,
go
not heat.
around testing police and really stupid security officers that carry pepper sprays on their belts. Get you one of them little kid cartons of milk and keep it handy. Because
Yeah,
equals dairy
and it's raw form.
turns off the heat of,
Yes.
I don't even know how to spell it. Pepper oils / capsaicin. Will you fix it for me,
Yeah,
auto
originally,
speller? Capsaicin.
but
Yep, sure
yeah,
will.
what a lot of people don't realize is before there was pepper spray, you could actually buy mace.
Yeah, there are other chemical sprays, but most people avoid them like the
But
plague because they
yes,
cause asphyxiation.
mace. Yeah, because I'm about to say mace got made illegal to use because back in the 70s, my adopted father used to be a mace distributor on this. They had mace shows. Women have Tupperware
Mm-hmm.
parties. These were mace parties, and he had things that you would hook to the door and put near the door. So if someone opens their door while you're asleep or breaks it open, poof, right in the face. And now they got the pepper balls that they shoot at people using CO2 cartridges. If you're not affected by pepper, you will be affected by that ball because it leaves big, huge bruises. But I have yet to see anybody that totally can resist those pepper balls. Maybe because it's not liquefied, it's in a very super fine powder when it bursts apart.
The gels or whatever else. I saw a long, funny one. It made me laugh about the drunken college kid arguing and being drunk and belligerent to the college law enforcement officers probably about a month ago. But it stuck because I was sitting there just about to stop the video. Like, yeah. I cry about the bad cops all the time. They're all so evil, wicked evil. But I was there like, spray him. You've got to spray him. Spray him in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or I'm turning this video off. Finally, he got several doses of spray, and I cheered.
Oh, it's
And
just like,
that 30 or 40 minutes afterwards of him down on his knees in the handcuffs, crying and dying about his sprayed face and his snotty noses and his blind eyes. And the very nice, very caring, they mean well, but they have never been taught. You really got to bring some yogurt or some leche, some milk.
but
Ambulance people kept pulling out buckets and buckets and buckets of the saline watery solution.
they'll eventually get rid of it. Eventually, but you're gonna go through a lot.
Yeah, well, it took them more than 40 minutes and he was still on fire. And then because he was
Watch.
sweaty. The sweat would run it down off his forehead where they tilted him sideways and washed his eyes off in one of them old-fashioned movie stripes. But you could see his forehead was still bright red with the pepper gel one of them cops squirted him with. So that water and his sweat would run. You could watch it in the video, and I kept saying, "Don't shake your head, don't shake your head, let it run in your eyes, you bad college boy drunkard." And of course, he did.
I
And then
was
he
watching
would
one of
snotty nose some more, and I would laugh and laugh and laugh.
those Karen videos,
Mm-hmm.
shorts, and Karen I forgot what she was yelling at the guy for. Came up, swiped at his camera. He says, "Back up, get out of my face, get out of my face. What are you gonna do? Spray me? Get out of my face!" Squirt. I mean, you could see the stream just hit that person right in the face. You sprayed me. Yeah, I told you to back up. Leave me alone.
Yup. There's one
I
sure
am.
way not to get hit by that stuff from the coppers. Stay away from the
Okay,
coppers. If you find yourself in close proximity, on your knees and hands up. Start begging.
I'm gonna tell a story here. It deals with the subject we're talking about. Teacher, me, and in the cafeteria, lunchroom, organizing the rows of tables for the high schoolers to go through the lunch line, because I dealt with all my kids were special disciplinary need kids, and these two girls for don't know what started it, don't care, unimportant, started fighting in the lunch line, and I'm sitting there trying to break them up. Our resource officer, who's the officer who's supposed to be there in case teachers need help, comes running over, and the floor is tile, and he's wearing slick bottom shoes versus crepe shoes where it has grip. He slid and fell, and from the ground he was trying to control one of the girls as I got the other one, and he's getting kicked and kicked, and all of a sudden I hear snap. I went shit, and I'm the only one that turned his head away as the police resource officer got both girls and himself. The only one that didn't get the pepper spray in the face was yours truly, because I heard the snap on his utility belt, duty belt, whatever you want to call it, and I went, nope, close eyes and turn away and just hang on. Because the girl I had her in like a bear hug, so she was under control. But I can't. The only way to control her arms and her feet would be take her down like I was wrestling her, and that's a no go. And so we wound up. Both girls got expelled. He was out for the next day dealing with his eyes. I just washed my clothes and took a shower, and I was good to go.
My eye. See, the mental associations. One of the kids that was probably in your classes back in the 90s, brother of
2000. I didn't start teaching until 203.
this
2003.
was
Yeah.
a zillion years ago. Oh my eye. Movie quote. Sandlot 1993, maybe. Yarn, oh my eye, meet the parents. I don't know when. Oh my eye, A Bug's Life 1998, could have been that. Shrek the Third 2007, nope, that's too late. Too late in the game. So anyway, one of those movies I just mentioned. That was his thing. He would say, kind of like a tick. DW, brother, friend story. And I'm not sure what you call these people. He was not Tourette's, and he was not otherwise neuro, special, or diverse or divergence. He was something that led to psychology that the psychologist gave up and sent him to psychiatry in order to get him some medication. Something. He was something. Uh, oh my eye. And I mean, when he was activated in the oh my eye thing, it's all he would say. He would just repeat it over and over and over hundreds of times per hour. And eventually he'd stop, usually by, um, I know the song. Can't remember the band right now. The Magic Carpet Ride song that you can learn to hate by. Yeah, it's a fine song. It meets the formula. It's popular music. Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf. Mm. You could stop him from saying, "Oh my eye, oh my eye, oh my eye," by saying just the right couple of lyrics, which I don't remember what they were. It was a long time ago, 30 years ago, or whatever, 27, 28 years ago. But I don't know that that's better because you would get him to stop saying "Oh my eye" by saying something from Magic Carpet Ride, and then he'd say, "Come with me, little girl. Come with me, little girl. Come with me, little girl." Hey, dude, you can't say that either. That's a bad idea. In isolation, out of context. Bad context. Steppenwolf. Magic Carpet Ride lyrics.
I think the term has come with me on a magic carpet ride.
Yep. It had already been played to death in my life.
Yeah. And there's debate of what it's about.
But somebody that had, I guess all you can call it is a verbal slash mental tick problem with it, and just those whatever few words from it.
I think it's a form of severe Tourette.
No, because it
Not
wasn't
Tourette.
cute like
I
Sweet
didn't say, I said,
Anita's.
well, as you know, well know, there are different degrees of certain ailments
Mhm.
and mental issues. That's because I said severe Tourette's.
Mm.
Whereas the most common Tourette's is when they'll be talking and all of a sudden, or just walking on, and all of a sudden blurt out some sort of profanity.
Or inappropriateness. That was always the eighth wonder of the world. Yes. The least common type of ticking from Tourette's, as I understand it, is verbal. A lot of it is just pure physical, and it's crazy, self-harmful, and painful.
We are not doctors, we are not shrinks, but anybody can look this stuff up on the YouTube and or Google it,
Yeah. There's
because a lot of ailments you can Google and you'll get what John Hopkins report on it.
or the National Institutes of Health, ours or Britain's, or World Health
CDC,
Organization. Yeah, all the experts. You can even look it up on the wiki. But scroll to the bottom and check out all the sources that people are sourcing on those Wiki Warrior pages.
Intro to Psychology, any college level psychology textbook.
We're not offering any advice. We're just saying what we know.
Yes, put out. We are not doctors. Neither MDs nor PhDs.
And wouldn't play one on TV if I had the chance. I don't know. Depends who the starlet was. You know what I'm saying?
Or how much they're willing to pay.
Yeah. We always joke about that, especially the lawyers that I know and the people that work for them. I'm not the lawyer at the firm. If it's the
Yeah.
paralegals, legal secretaries, clerks, all the others. I don't
Now
even play one
anybody,
on TV.
because anybody can read the law and learn the law, but that doesn't make them lawyers. It's like anybody can guard something, but that doesn't make them a security guard. At least not in this state.
Yeah. There we go with those one word. Define that one word. Elizabeth sent me a big long email again. We'll discuss that. The founding documents. Yes, we will do a stream, Elizabeth, if you're listening. Get somebody up in there. Up in there. Elizabeth sent
The reason
another email about the founding docs
why I asked him about
series.
his people is because I'm always interested about culture and history and other people. Because if I know about them, I tend not to accidentally insult them. Like most Americans can accidentally insult someone when they go to a foreign country and they say something that's perfectly normal here in the United States, but over in that country / area can be considered a very derogatory insult. And don't go, you can't do that to me. I'm an American. Well, you're not in America. You're not in the United States.
And you should have stayed home, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't go to imaginary places.
Yes, don't go to Rwanda or go
Yeah.
to Rwanda. Get your visa and go to Rwanda,
Rwanda?
whatever it is, the black country for the Black Panther.
For the what?
Not you. The country that the Black Panther comic book hero came from,
Oh,
Rwanda.
I can't remember the name of it. Black Panther. It's like a city country, right?
Something like
City
that,
country.
or
Wakanda.
Wakanda. Excuse me. There is a Rwanda. You can go there too. I don't care. But the number of people that, when after the movie came out, wanted to get visitors visas or for Wakanda, and the State Department had to go, can't. Why not? There's no such place. Yes, there is. I saw it on the movie.
Well, then go there. Hurry up. And act like Americans. Not accidentally or I call it smarmy-castic. That's smarmy and sarcastic combined. Smarmy-castic way that we do each other here.
Back in the 90s, the kid that went to, I think it was either Malaya or Thailand, and decided he wanted to do American graffiti on someone's car. And everywhere was an uproar. How dare they want to cane him? Well, that's the punishment in that country. Don't go to a foreign country and break a law, because their punishments might be more different or more severe than it is here. I still remember it was part of my criminal justice class. It was a guy, he was in Turkey, and just to see if he could do it, he mailed marijuana seeds from Turkey to his buddy back in California. And he got arrested, tried, prison. The punishment for any form of drug violation in Turkey at the time was life in prison. And unlike American prisons,
Yeah, they're
you
not
better have
concerned with
family.
all of your rights.
Well, I was going to say, they don't feed you. You either work for your food, or you better have relatives that can make sure you get money for food, or they take you food. They don't feed you, at least not in the 70s. He did manage to escape and swam out into the Med far enough that he was picked up by, I believe it was an either Italian or a Greek trawler. And the Greeks and the Turks have been at war for a millennia since Alexander the Great, or yes, definitely after him, because the Greeks and the Turks have never liked each other, ever, 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 ever. And then from
Everybody
there,
over there.
he managed to make his way home, but he
Two,
spent
two
a,
millennia.
a couple of years in prison. Also, people, some countries you are not innocent till proven guilty. You are guilty till proven innocent. France is one of those countries. When you go before the magistrate / judge, you are guilty till proven innocent. That's how their court system works. As a person, unless you take the stand, you're not allowed to speak whatsoever on your behalf. And even when you take the stand, you're not allowed to speak on behalf unless your attorney / mouthpiece asks you a question. And they have two different types of attorney: your barrister, who's the one who talks for you in the court, and your lawyer, who does all the paperwork and stuff.
Solicitor.
Yeah, your solicitor. That's
Solicitor. I
another
don't, I
term.
don't know all those silly terms. I just call them lawyers.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, in the UK, you can be a lawyer and not a barrister. You can be a lawyer. You can be a lawyer and a barrister, but their legal aids in the UK carry a bit more weight. They're not overglorified secretaries like they are in the United States. They carry a bit more weight in England. They're the ones that run the office, and unless you play nicey nice with your uh, legal aid, you don't get the cases that you want, because he or she is the ones that decide what cases you get to argue. And but I think that's also the same way in Australia, because they follow the British way of doing law. Not all people, like in the United States, in order to be a lawyer or a barrister, you have to pass the bar and work your way up. Other than that, you are a doctorate of law, which we have the same thing here. Because Obama is a doctorate at law, but he is not a lawyer. Same thing with Hillary, Michelle, and if she's not careful, Harris. I don't know if Biden ever passed the bar. He went straight into politics out of college.
I looked it up because in one of my rants, I wanted to make sure. Is Joe Biden an attorney? Biden earned a Juris Doctor degree, JD,
Yeah.
from the University's College of Law. He ranked 76 in his class of 85 students. He was admitted to the Delaware bar in 1969 and practiced as a lawyer before running for political office. So Joseph
He
R.
was a
Biden
lawyer.
Jr. Was a lawyer. I don't know, are we allowed to say they used to be and now they don't? Go argue the X/former thing with the USMC, United States Marines.
If they lost their law license, they're former lawyers or ex-lawyers. If they just don't practice, they're still lawyers. They're just still lawyers. Because you can let your license lapse and don't have, if you just let your license lapse because you're not practicing for a while, you can just go back and pay the fee. You don't have to take the bar over again in a lot of states. Some states you got to take the bar over again.
Some have semi-so often, other than the CE requirements that are supposed to in continuing education, requirements that are supposed to include testing. Some actually have. There is a test. Hillary was a lawyer from 73 to 93.
Probably let his law license lapse.
No, Hillary.
Oh, Hillary, yeah. No, she lost hers. It was taken from her.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, did
She lost.
Hillary Clinton lose her law license? No, Hillary Clinton did not ever lose her license to practice law. She did, however, fail the Washington, D.C. bar exam. And then,
But she
according
was a
to
lawyer in Ozark.
Quora, she did lose her law license. The Arkansas Times said in 2019 that her law license was reinstated after 17 years of suspension. So I don't know who to believe. Believing them all. Apparently, it was never lost or revoked. It was just suspended.
Could have been Michelle and Obama, where it wasn't, her license wasn't revoked. It was voluntarily given up, so they didn't go to court to not only lose her license but go to jail, reportedly. But we have had many infamous presidents that were not lawyers.
According to the
Reagan.
New York Times in 2001, and it won't let me read it. According to the one sentence that Google allows me to read outside of the paywall, on October 1st, 2001, it's up on the screen for anyone that wants to search it. The Supreme Court ordered former President Clinton disbarred from practicing law before the High Court on Monday and gave him 40 days to contest the order. Don't know that he did or didn't. I was asking about Hillary, and it offered. Google results offered.
I didn't even know he was a lawyer at any time.
Oh yeah.
I know he was I knew he was a Rhodes Scholar, and he played saxophone.
Oh yeah. And I'm pretty sure Barack and Michelle were both licensed.
But they had to surrender a law license.
Were the Obamas licensed lawyers?
Yes,
The Obamas did not surrender their law license.
a license practice law anywhere in the United States.
The Obama's law license.
That was out back, at least about Michelle, back when he was president.
According, I don't know if this is saying the sentence or the sentence that they fact checked. We'll skip that one. I
Former
don't trust
editor of Harvard Law Review
factcheck.org.
is
I don't.
no longer a lawyer. He surrendered his law license back in 2008 in order to escape charges.
Yeah, that's what the blurb said, but I don't like
Understand?
factcheck.org. I'm being silly. I probably should just go read it. I don't really care. Yeah, sure. Both of them were lawyers.
Were no longer. I'm just saying, Reagan wasn't a lawyer. He went from being an actor to
California
working in.
governor.
I was going to say working. He was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, and from there got very active in government. Became the governor of California, then ran for president. Wasn't he a senator or congressman for a short period of time for California, or in the California House of Representatives? I don't remember. Anyhow,
I don't think so.
again, and Teddy Roosevelt was not a lawyer. He went from bureaucrat to army to, I guess you'd call it explorer / big game hunter to president, because he was at one point he was the secretary to the Secretary of Navy, or the Assistant Secretary of the Navy, resigned to become a colonel in the U.S. Cavalry Volunteers, the Rough Riders. Franklin Roosevelt, I think he might have gone to law school. I don't know, don't remember. I don't think he ever practiced law. He went straight into politics. Again, like his uncle or cousin, he was at one point the Secretary of the Navy, or Assistant Secretary of the Navy.
All right. Do you want to keep yapping about all this yappery stuff, or you want to take a break with me?
Ted,
I didn't hear you. What? Hello? What happened to it? The audio was doing so good. Be right back. 3:39 p.m. Eastern. We're going to put the girly girl up. Where are you, girly girl? There she is. Skirty. Her name is Skirty. Make it bigger. I realize watching stuff. There we go. Be right back. Almost back. Trying to lean in. Trying not to mumbly mouth too much. Having tennis elbow today. In my face. TMJ. Go look it up yourself. It's because it's raining. And we're also lucky and blah, 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 blessed and rejoicing while trying not to appear smug about those to the west of us. We, in eastern and central NCs, we got away very lucky. What was predicted to be the sky falling, of course. No, I wrote the wrong thing. I'm not sure what to say. What are the right words? So many sads for TX, MS, AL. Is AL the correct abbreviator? Abbreviation for Alabama. AL. What was I thinking? Oh, I got it right. And Charlotte, NC, mostly no power. Poor. No, none of that either. Mostly related to storms. I am the storm. That's more of that wolfy sheepdoggy stuff. Back from the good old days. Oh. Law enforcement. I am the storm. I think. It's just something that caught on with cops a while back. Fate whispers to the warrior. You cannot withstand the storm. The warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Another. Stew head. Copper saying from the last 20 years. You know, stew, STEW. We were talking about cooking in the Gordon Ramsay shows earlier. Whatever a pud is. Don't trust cops with all that garbage and Punisher skulls on their equipment, uniforms, tattoos. Go bump elbows with your town council and get them removed. Set a new standard. I don't care if they have their awesome, cool guide my hand weapons of war Bible verses because they all want to mimic the contractors and the special forces from Iraq and Afghanistan 20 years ago.
Back.
But if they dare to paint their body with Punisher skulls and disingenuous, stupid sayings, don't let them wear a badge and a gun in your city, county, community. They put the results of their IQ test on their own body. Tells you everything you need to know. I was just ranting about silly coppers and the disingenuous sayings they have.
Yeah.
Because the word storm led to that stupid 10 to 15 years ago, the cops running around saying, "I am the storm."
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
You must not have made it out around Fayetteville.
Oh, yes, it did. Which makes me laugh because one of the guys that had some of the gear with that crap on it
Oh, okay.
tried to
Well,
Cater Awesome Cool himself and negligently discharged his firearm directly through his own scrotum. And it leads to a fantastic story.
yeah, I still remember supposedly in your neck back in the 70s when not 80s, when done law enforcement still carried revolvers, 357, and I think it was a sheriff deputy though, not a city police, stuck the barrel in the apex carry position just inside his belt and was showing someone how to quick draw. And when he did, kaboom! He eliminated himself from the gene pool. He still lived. He just limited himself from the gene pool because 357 at point blank range will
He'd
remove your.
probably procreated prior to. It's the curse of Earth. I wonder if we could find Fayetteville NC police officer shot scrotum. No charges for off-duty Cumberland County who KIA'd man. No, not that one. Off-duty Dunn police officer in 2023 shot while breaking up a fight in Fayetteville. I remember that one. No, this was long, long ago.
I have one better. Remove Fayetteville, North Carolina. Just go police officer or law enforcement officer shooting self in scrotum. I wonder how many we get across the United States.
See, the news does. Even though they hate the police, supposedly, allegedly, and want them all defunded and sent away. Supposedly, allegedly. Oh my gosh. Los Angeles Times, April 12, 2021. A protester whose testicle exploded into pieces when a Los Angeles police officer shouted him with a hard foam projectile.
Oh, no.
There are fates worse than DOA'd. I try to teach this in the G word schools. I don't think the cops are having a problem dealing with this. If they
Some
wake
of
up
us,
at night having dreams of this event, they giggle. It's
some of
cop
us have
humor. They can't help it.
really take this to heart for the simple reason we've had accidental discharges, survived, and no one was hurt. Some of us, it took more than one lesson.
3 years
And there are
later,
others that never learn it.
the poor protester got paid $1.5 million when I left there, and I'm not looking it up today. It was limited by law that lawyers could not take more than 33 and 1/3% of the settlement or judgment.
So they
So
basically got $500,000 and he got $1 million.
the protester got approximately $1 million for that testicles. I think I'd rather have him a nut. I am just saying.
I bet the ballet, the Nutcracker, means a whole different thing to him.
So many bad jokes. So many bad jokes. Sorry,
I
dude.
couldn't help it.
Methinks you
Couldn't help myself.
protesteth to nut.
Me couldn't help. These jokes write themselves. Uh,
Just the headline everywhere. Found it the first one, but of course, all the rest of them are just scrapers. These are not news creators.
they're all more recent.
They're news repeaters, like
Yeah.
MSN.com that I use religiously. It's my favorite. There's no such thing. They have their own subdivisions like law and crime and markets in the news categories. But other than law and crime, most of them just point to other people's news stuff. They have a cooperative arrangement to news creators.
I was talking about they shooting themselves and not other people.
Yeah, but I was about to say a while ago. See, coppers, the news people are sitting there thinking, should we put this up there on the thing? This poor cop shouted his own man parts, pieces. No, no, don't make the entire public laugh at poor silly copper. We're sure gonna laugh at it. Print it out and put it up on the wall.
I still remember in the case was finally settled in the 80s, about 1983. But it happened in the
One
70s.
word.
It was
Testy,
a
please. The ancient cop G star D of
a
manliness and
county
sheepdoggery.
sheriff officer was sued. Cumberland County was sued because a deputy kicked or punched, I can't remember, probably kicked a suspect in the testicles and ruptured one, and was awarded $3 million.
Ugh.
It happened in the late 70s, but it wasn't settled to the early 80s. 80s. It wasn't settled to. It didn't finish going through all of its appeal until 83. Because every time the county took it to appeal, the next court awarded the poor victim more money.
I'm having a good time laughing at the silliness of our uniform services on the civilian side. I know a lot of dot mills that have harmed themselves, and I laugh at them.
Just like I know certain veterans that hate when police call everybody else civilians because, according to the military, you cop, you're a civilian. You're not military.
Oh, we're quasi or paramilitary.
You are law
Still
enforcement.
laughing at one word. One word is the whatever they call it back in the Sesame Street days. They would always say today's episode is brought to you by the letter M and the number whatever.
69.
Yep.
And the number is 69.
Adults, you know what that means, right? Wink, wink, wink. It doesn't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing. Don't mean a thing. The strimmer is already marked not for children.
Could. But then again, a lot of children wouldn't catch the innuendos.
They would
Unless,
actually ask Siri, and
and
hopefully Siri would tell them the fox says ding a ding a ding a ding a ding.
as I was raised around innuendos and double entendres, and my family was very into verbal banter. My family was very much so into verbal banter.
Mine too. And
We always
nobody's
thought it
as fast and super serious and really good at it as my
was just
ripped, sainted Aunt Evala.
Well,
but we all try.
even my family members that did not have college degrees, I would consider well educated because they were well read. They read everything. My grandmothers were very famous about reading everything. If you brought them a book, they read it. They might not like it, but they read it. I still remember when my grandmother moved over to living assistance in Richlands, the Mormons came by and asked if they could pray for her, and she said, "Only if I'm allowed to pray for you too." And they said, "Could we leave you this book to read at your leisure?" She said, "Yeah, sure, why not?" And the next time they came back, she had a load of statements and a load of questions. And they're like, "You read the whole thing?" "Yeah, why not? I didn't have anything else to read yet. I hadn't gone to the bookstore." Let me tell you, those poor Mormon missionaries, which are teenagers, got an education, whether they wanted to believe it or not, but they got one.
I can't remember the book. I've searched before for it, and I don't know the right words to type in there. While writing once upon a time, early 1990s, a doctoral thesis paper. Fictional, in a fiction book I read, people used to do things like when the fictional state of California. I don't know why that name came to mind. I'm such a bad author. Would do things like take the accreditation of a school away.
Yeah.
They would go back and take away everybody's degrees from that school and make them go buy more school. True story.
Depending on their reason for taking the school's accreditation and whether they took all of it or part of it, I can see more schools needing that. When it comes to certain classes, I think Harvard should lose its accreditation. Any school that wants to do gender studies needs to lose its accreditation.
Well, after school course hours and testing, everybody in the medical profession or legal professions or certain other professions has to go before a state board, a state commission, a state committee, and get state certified.
Correct. Now, if I remember correctly, once they got state certified, you cannot take their accreditation from them,
I
even if
don't
the
know what
school
they
loses.
I don't know what they do now, but that's big money in California.
I imagine. Well,
So once upon a time, they
it
took
took them
away a
how long
medical
to?
doctor's license to practice. They said you can continue for, I don't remember, 1 calendar year from the date of this notice as a physician's assistant, which everybody knows. You just cut my pay in half, and my hours doubled in the business of medicine. So, whatever. So,
Just like
some of those
nurse.
people, because they still have to work, and now they have to work twice as much because they got their pay cut in half by the state. Thanks, state. Well, they don't go back to college and quit their jobs and let their families starve while they're 40-year-old college students. They hire somebody, ChatGPT of 1990, to write them their paper, especially if they weren't smart enough to have written the original and kept a damn copy of it. Everybody out there, keep backups. Don't be a fool.
The only time my aunt got rid of any of her writings It's after her death, because I know I had to go through them. And I had one cousin that wanted to read what the aunt had written. I said, here, boxes and
1990s.
boxes and boxes of stuff.
It said a college degree only tells employers that you can sit in a class for the required number of hours and do what you are told.
Well, it's just like talking about, just because you're a practicing law person or medical person in one state does not mean you automatically can practice in another state. Now, most states will acknowledge for short periods of time cross state lines. I'm trying to remember the word. When you have jurisdiction across the state line temporarily.
Reciprocity.
Yeah, reciprocity. But you eventually have to take the bar, the board, the test, whatever. A prime example, North Carolina and Georgia has had this long going feud, especially with its actually all its licensed personnel. Started off with the medical personnel. Because North Carolina would not recognize people who've taken medical exams in Georgia in North Carolina. They had to take them in North Carolina because the North Carolina requirements were tougher than the Georgia requirement. And because of that, Georgia says, well, if you're not going to take our accreditation, we're not going to take your accreditation. They still have to pass. So it's been this long tit for tat between the state of North Carolina and Georgia.
This is why it comes up occasionally, and then we end up in another bifurcated spirit fight in America about what's the purpose of a federal government, and each individual state can be each individual state, but yet we're not allowed to tax each other at the borders, but we are absolutely trying to prohibit importation from other states, of other people's states, and we just really all hate each other.
You remind me, there was an after school special about this kid who was always thinking up schemes in school to make money, and he clocked on to selling fertilizer, horse manure, watered down, and he was outselling, and his costs were lower because he lived on a farm, horse ranch anyhow, so they had to move it, and it just it would go in bigger piles and bigger piles, and they started selling off the horse manure to sell as fertilizer. Well, the fertilizer company decided to go after the kid, and one of the excuses they were said is he did not list all the ingredients in the fertilizer he was selling, which was horse manure and straw. And one of the things that came up was he wasn't taking sales tax, but then again, he was selling to people that didn't need sales tax anyhow, but that's beside the point. About his father fighting the state of California because he went on a horse sale, and it was supposedly down by a river. The horse sale was in one state, but the horse's head was in another state because they were drinking out of the water source. And one of the things the kid brought up in the case was, you mean, okay, my father pays taxes for the horse feed, and now you want me to pay taxes on selling the horse manure? Isn't that like being taxed at both ends of the horse?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you can ever find it, I do not remember its name, but it's an absolute hilarious after school special. They finally, because of the tax situation, not the ingredient situation, find the kids, and it would have been all the money he had earned from selling horse manure. And instead, he and his buddies got together and they were selling T-shirts, but had already gotten their license and was charging tax. And the money they raised from the trial case selling the T-shirts paid his fine at the end. I mean, he was supposed to be 10 years old. I mean, he was running a Keno game in the school, which is illegal because it's gambling. You're not allowed to gamble in schools. At least I've never seen a school you're allowed to gamble in, not even in Nevada. But it it was just one of those that I remember watching. I think it came out in the 80s. It was funny because it's typical bureaucracy, big business going after the little guy trying to use the government to do their dirty work. Still remember one scene is they're walking off from the country club, and his little sister actually got sprayed by the fertilizer truck, spreading out manure, and she's like about ready to cry, covered in watered down horse manure. And he's look on the broadside, it's all natural.
Mm. It is all natural. Organic.
Kid not trying to get when he's not doing something to get in trouble for, he gets in trouble. Why are you always getting in trouble? I'm not. Trouble just happens to be around me.
Mm. We have kind of hopped into some of these topics already. That's good. Mental associations. Last stream, we discussed them at length. We're going to cross that one off. Because we've been doing it this whole time. Whether it's word associations, cause or activate your mental associations. A word says nothing. And at the same time, it hides everything. It's the first. Depends on how you translate or transliterate. Una palabra. Links down below in the description. For Man on Fire. Oh, lawyers. Let's go back to that. It all associates. It wraps around. Such as lawyers. Should we or should we not have a federal bar that would allow the
Well, we do.
lawyers to
We
just
do
do
have
what
a
they
federal.
do in all the states and territories without being bothered with every single state's BS? The long stories, the whatevers.
Oh, the 1984 after school special I was thinking of is called Kidco. KIDCO. Kidco.
After school special?
Well, that's where I saw it. It's a
Kidco. 1984?
1984.
I used to
Yep.
really like those shows. After school special.
It's
ABC.
a
Not a
movie.
sponsor. Ooh, they used big words back in the day, like adolescent, self, eradication, unalivery. And them. Cancel culture them.
I just love that particular movie, TV show, whatever it was, because I thought it was funny.
Could go. Kids start a fertilizer company only to see it destroyed by pesky adults. At the IMDb. Pesky adults. You hear yourselves, pesky adults. Whatever. That's a whole movie. That's not an
Yeah.
after school special.
Well, that's when I saw it. How's that? I got home from school. I just because the nature of the movie, it's kind of reminded me of an after school special.
They have lovely outfits. They're very 80s looking people. And there's a Judgy Wudgy in it.
Yeah.
Ooh, ooh. I don't know who he is, but some guy in a suit in a court. A kid shot him with or shouted him with a slingshot.
Rubber
Yay!
band and paperclip. Yes. The district attorney.
Yay! I mean, it's fiction. I clapped. I seal clapped.
Very first person to ever use the line, "You must respect my authority." James Clifton James, who said that under in a James Bond movie, "Live and Let Die." Roger. In fact, he appeared as that same sheriff in 2 James Bond movies.
I seal clapped. I said, and clapped my hands. Lawyer got bee stung on his neck. Ha ha. You lawyers earned it. You lawyers earned my. Clean up your own. And the rest of us won't have anything to say.
Because one of the things, the reason the kid is representing himself in court is he puts it because only I, as a kid, understand what I'm going through.
I don't
I'm the
know
best
what
one to
year
speak.
it was on. ABC. After, man, they had some tough topics. There was one
Yes, they
already
did.
up on the screen. The one that got all of the kids my age. Somewhere in the 6th grade, I think. ABC After School Special. First. Period. And I'm not talking about class.
Well, they did teen pregnancy. They did, if I remember correctly, they did one about autistic people marrying and they're being allowed to have children.
Yeah, they did
Teen
one
drugs,
about, yeah, it's the very first one on the Reddit.
teen alcoholism.
Stoned, 1980. And they don't mean Middle Eastern punishment. They mean California style. It's legal now. Wasn't then. Yeah.
Because I think Jodie Foster did one of them. No, Chris Nichols was in one.
Ones that me and all the other kids 10 years old ish would, get out of school and run home or race bikes home and watch the ABC after school special. And then
They
they
come on
put
about
the
once.
one where the fine young lady got a little dot in her trousers. And all the
I
little
think it,
boys said, oh God, I can't watch this. Oh my God.
they came on about once a month.
Still discussing ABC After School Specials. 1972 through 1993, I believe that thing said. Oh, I closed it. Or later. Question marks, question marks. I closed it. It being the tab. Might have gone all the way to the early 2000s. I don't remember. It ran for a long time. Good stuff.
Oh God. Sorry, people. I looked up after school specials because you can buy the DVDs, and one of the movies that came up was called After School Special. Um, Teenager stepmother and Danny want to be interpreted. Anyhow, it falls under what we used to call the teen sex movies. You know, because the person on it is like dressed as in thigh-high white stockings, plaid mini skirt, and a tied top with a plaid school tie. And it's probably so raunchy it doesn't have a rating.
Thanks for filling the space. You didn't even know. I went away for a second.
Fine.
I had to answer the call. It is raining heavily. Mrs. is coming home. I have to go help her bring in the groceries in
Okay.
the rain. So whenever she gets here, I will have to BRB. Be right back, right back, right back. After school special. You remember what year that was?
What? The one I just talked about?
Yeah. Teen
That's its
S.
title. After School Special.
Yeah, I wrote it on the screen. I put Teen 6 up there. Teen S star X. They can go look it up.
2017. 2017.
2017.
Never seen it. Just ran across it looking for something else. Also, never look up Google search love poetry.
Yeah,
My fellow
with
art.
or without your safe search on or off. Be careful what you
Uh,
search. There are things in this world you cannot unsee.
well, this one somehow managed to slip through all the filters at the school because it was my fellow art teacher. He taught middle school art at the alternative school. I taught high school, and he was looking it up because it was coming on Valentine's. He wanted some poems that the kids could copy, and it jumped right to like all kinds of porn sites. And every time he tried to click, exit out of one, another, get it off the screen, another one would pop up. And we had those pay for child friendly filters supposedly. We went, I guess that doesn't work because you're not supposed to look at that stuff as a teacher or student in a school.
Yep.
In fact,
We
I
are
had to.
across the time. Do you want me to put the girl up or do you want to yap
Yeah,
through it?
yeah. You can put the girly up. Um,
Girly is up. Save the file. You can go ahead and talk if you want. Everything's up, but I gotta get
you gotta
raincoat
get
on and
groceries
all
in.
this other stuff ready so when she pulls up, I can go get groceries. Be right back.
I had to write an affidavit of what happened in my presence when he did that, just so he could keep his job. Anyhow, I'm gonna take a break. Be back. You back? Must not have your headset on.
No, I am back. Yes, I heard you.
I tried to put it in the chat, but I was unsuccessful. But I also put it in Destiny on Discord. It's a place where they have 30 in a playlist on YouTube where they have 35 of the after school specials.
Let's go. Let's go. There it is. Little guy. Looks like a joystick. Let me copy shortcut. Control C. Bam. GH. In Discord. After skill specials. Not the movie.
No, not the movie.
Playlist. Bonk. BBZ1. Can't see it in the Discord. What does it say? BBZ1. I got it. It is now going to end up in the comment afterwards. After escuela. Post. Post. It's a post for post. Oh, I'm so confused. Is it holding up your fence? And then I don't know if you can hear it or not. There's a very loud, very slow moving train going by. In these fine days, the Discord. Wow, that's neat. I've never done that before. I clicked on the voice channel and I see the big squares where if we turn on our cameras, it would show cameras instead of our iconic graphics avatars.
Yep. Yep.
And those get green around them as well.
Yep.
But that kicked my CPU usage all the way up to almost 4%, and then 4.3. So how do I get rid of that? Maybe I'll just click on me. Nope. Well, now it's there and I can't get rid of it. So we'll just leave it.
How you get rid of it? If I remember correctly, let's see.
It might be just
Nope,
minimizing or shoving it into the background. How do
there's
I
a
get
way of
my
getting rid of it.
OBS's back? Where are you, OBS? Because OBS houses the chat, which is currently empty. Yep. As long as you cover it up with something else, the graphics rendering engines, even though that's not the engine, that's not the screen that's being rendered online and recorded.
Yeah.
I should probably have it record both screens, but that would be a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you cover up the blinky lights and stuff like that with something else, the graphics rendering algorithms are smart enough to know. Don't be looking in the background. It reduced by 1% of CPU usage. Very good. Very good.
Now look at the squawking.
I still see the bear. What am I
So you
supposed to
don't
be
see that
seeing?
an extra screen, a third screen.
Oh,
It
it
says
says that
your
G. It's
it's your
another
email.
new thing. It says
It's your
G
email.
is live.
Yeah.
So you must be
Because
sharing your
I'm sure.
desktop or something.
Yeah, one of my desktops. Yeah. I had to
Yeah,
pick which one.
right back up to almost 5%. Don't
And
bother
then I
me.
just
And then it went away.
Yeah, I just stopped it. Part of what I'm doing is also exploring what we can do with Discord. Can we multitask on Discord? Yes, we can multitask.
Sooner or later, we're going to have to. I think I mentioned earlier. I did. I timestamped it in there, and we're going to talk about it again and again. Because Elizabeth really wants to do this. The founding documents.
Yes.
Getting out of some off-screen Discord trials / tests. G8 shared screen. Didn't do me any good because it's teeny tiny on my teeny tiny monitor. I could tell there was a screen shared, but not anything on it.
Maybe we need to get you a bigger monitor to attach to your teeny tiny computer.
Yeah, I already have a big monitor. That's the one that's up on the main screen, on the main recording stream. We'll figure it out. For things like when we get to loaded DW CPU to at or greater than 5%.
Can now see why people have more than one, more than two, more than 3 screens on their home computer because they're doing things other than just playing games or looking stuff up.
Yeah, especially the streamers. That's why they don't use a lappy top like I'm using. It's a really good laptop. It's doing good. I'm not whining about, oh, wow, that went all the way up to 5%.
I do need a newer computer because I'm using about between. Well, how much am I using while we're doing all this stuff?
If you do Task Manager, it'll tell you.
I also use Specky. It will
Hmm.
also tell me.
But besides the percent CPU usage, the other thing that has to be checked during that.
Temperature.
Mm-mm.
What?
Stream bit rate quality degradation. Like, does it, if we share a screen like that in Discord,
Oh yeah.
what does
We
it
would
do to my bandwidth?
eat it up.
Yeah, because that's
That's the reason
2 full-size modern computer screens videoing, sort of.
you
And
would have to go
I have
at
read
least.
about it. I have searched about it. About
I would think you'd have to go to 1 terabyte streaming, which I know I can get through MetroNet here in Fayetteville. And this
giggly
becomes
bit.
a thing.
Yeah, we're doing good. I watched several of the older streams and videos yesterday. Like I noticed, regardless of what this, dang it. Now I click stuff again, and now OBS and chat are hiding. They're
What
back.
was the when you were saying I need to go to what?
I don't know. Oh, Task Manager. Click in your start search bar and type task MGR.
Or just wait for it to. I just typed in TA and it came up Task Manager.
Mine's still in my.
Okay.
See, mine is popping up on.
Mine just lists 3 programs I'm running.
And even though this is supposed to be a gaming computer,
More.
eventually
Okay.
it'll catch up. It says 50% of the memory is used, which is not
Well, right
bad.
now I'm using up to. You put that up. Put that up. I'm using up to 35% of my CPU. But mine's older than yours. And I'm running Windows 10.
Yeah, and mine is offloaded because it has whatever. Fancified 3D graphic card for gaming.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Well, my GPU is a lot better than my CPU. I'll put that out there.
Mine probably is too. But I'm
Because I
bouncing
bought.
between 19, 18, 21, 25% CPU and 49 to 50% memory usage. Getting that off the screen because Task Manager does take some as well. Benchmarking, checking stuff, task managering.
Oh yeah. I'm utilizing up
Check
to.
stuff.
Now it's so far it's spiked at 35%, but it doesn't tell. It tells me how much memory I'm using. 21 out of 31, but and how much in? Oh, my internet's almost redlining.
Again, discussion, RE. Yeah, mine right now is on a wireless, which is a bad mistake for streamering.
And my GPU is. I'm using about 6% as a
Yeah,
spike.
you're not doing anything 3D or AI that would access the leftovers of GPU.
Yeah.
Again, discussion RE, EWs, founding docs is going to have Discord or some other low latency screen sharing between participants that do not have the live open. It's in all the other documents and ideas and everything else. And we will test it. But we're waiting for Elizabeth to get her dongle.
Also, at some point,
So that she can headset too. And then we
at
will
some
all
point,
Discord and we'll have to figure out somebody else to
uh,
put eyeballs without eating up any of our bandwidth on the how is this coming through in the real world.
some point, what I would like for us to do is get together, and for when we buy new equipment, how, because I don't know how to do this because we just do the simple filing every year. How to deduct that off your income tax?
Um, it's yeah, we're supposed to get together, but we're having personality crisis conflicts with all involved of
The, the nice thing about
the
Discord is
training business stuff, the business of business.
we can get together on Discord and not have it. You can record it, or you can just. You don't have to put it on YouTube. It can be like a remote business meeting, like they do on TeamSpeak and other Zillow, and there's another one. Can't think of its name. Zoom, not Zillow. Zoom. It starts with a Z. So I know you can conduct classes on Zoom.
Yeah, and that's what Elizabeth uses and she's familiar with and all this other. And I'm like, yeah, well, I don't, and I'm not. I've done Zoom, but that was on the other older computer long ago.
I did Zoom a couple years ago because it was a virtual convention back in 2020 when everything was locked down, and
Yeah,
they held some of their painting classes for this convention on Zoom, where you could ask questions, raise your hand, all that
that's
kind of
when I
stuff.
was still actively, um, I don't know how to word it anymore, especially since somebody I hate. Anyway, I was in the employ. Not a recommendation and certainly not a condemnation. I'm not going to say nothing other than it is a fact that this happened. St. Moritz Security Services, Pennsylvania, USA, was my employer at the time. 2020, COVID, lockdowns, nobody can go anywhere. We could because I got us essentialed in the state.
Yep.
Except Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is HQ of St. Moritz Security Services. I had to learn to Zoomery.
I am not a
Hi.
big fan of Zoom. It's overly complicated.
Elizabeth said in the chat, hi, taking a moment. Tim went to buy vegetables, etc. for John. He is vegan. Ew, vegan. Organic. Like vegan. Very good. My good woman,
I
my good woman, my wiferoo, my other, whatever we call each other. Her son went vegan. I don't know how many years ago, a lot of years ago. And he's sticking to it. He's done well.
Okay. I can understand going vegetarian over going vegan.
Whatever
There's degree.
floats people's boats.
Well, a lot of Holocaust survivors from World War II wound up going vegetarian because the sight of meat or cooking meat, the smell of cooking meat reminded them of the
The special places.
yes,
Camp Max
what it.
Auschwitz.
That's one reason that uh, Israel, large communities in Israel went vegan, or not vegan, but vegetarian, because they still did milk, cheese, eggs, fish.
Yeah, I don't know enough of the details
I just remember
because
talking to some people, and that it was also in one of the interviews with Gene Simmons talking about when he was a little boy in Israel, and other people that were members of the Holocaust. Though we're, I have a feeling we're getting ready to have another push, like Whoopi tried to say that the Holocaust was not a Holocaust; it was white on white. It wasn't racism.
okay,
A bit, a big.
whatever.
I got a feeling we're going to have a big push for Holocaust deniers. Oh, you don't have anybody that says exactly what happened. Yeah, they're all died off.
I don't care. There's a Holocaust museum, and the same people that would try to deny that. Sorry if you're Holocaust deniers out there. Host your own stream. Type me something in the comment and let me read your well written with links and articles and everything else. I'm not sure not writing one. I don't have these problems. That these are the flat earthers, the we never landed on the mooners, the truthers we used to call them about September 11th. How George
Yeah,
W. Bush and the Israelis bombed the buildings ourselves and it was a false flag and nobody had nothing to do with
never.
any of it. We just wanted to do war and steal Saddam's oil. Okay, whatever makes you happy.
If we went in there to steal Saddam's oil, we screwed up because we're not getting any of it.
Halliburton controls the faucets. That's all that matters.
But I'm just saying, I remember growing up back in the 70s, complete with when the one of the Nazi groups wanted to march in a majority Jewish community, and it went, and the NAACP was representing the Nazis, and that's what they were. That's what they called themselves, Nazis, for the march, and they won the case for marching in the part as part of free speech.
I don't know how to
But
spell.
that
Oh, Go ahead. Keep talking.
But at that time, there was a bunch of people going on different talk shows and radio shows and about how the Holocaust never happened. It was fake. It was just so FDR and the Democrats could justify the expense, both in money and human lives, of World War II, and which is the same thing that went on. Oh, Saddam has no weapons of mass destruction. Though on CNN, who also said they had no weapons, showed video footage of when they found the trenches with the ingredients to make sarin gas. In fact, there was enough ingredients in that trench to make enough sarin gas to kill every human being on the eastern seaboard of the United States. And well, they weren't mixed. Of course not, because as soon as you mix sarin gas, that its lethality is very short. You have days to use it.
That's a
It doesn't.
long tangent. That
Sorry,
no. Don't. We got to stop
I'm
you with
just.
that, George. I'm not
Well,
being
I'm
mad
just
at
saying.
you. It makes me
It's
sad
like people.
inside every time you apologize because I think, see what this world has done to George. He
It's like.
automatically, instantly apologizes.
Well, I don't want to upset you.
Oh no,
Uh,
you're not upsetting me. See, this is what we're doing. This is the self-deprecation, self-apologetic. No, I really enjoy what you're saying.
I mean,
Here.
because people are still denying the Apollo moon landing to this day. It was done on a movie stage. Blah blah blah
Yep.
blah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh.
Area 54 still has uh remains of aliens that we have dissected. UFOs.
Who armed
The
Iraq against? Go ahead. Iran in the 1970s.
Just trying to remember. It was
It
a
says
bunch of
Arab,
goofy things.
number one, according to AI Overview Google, and remember, they're very prejudiced. They lean super, whatever, right? And this is in the
All right.
1970s. This is in the 1980s, which is when we did it all. Saddam was our guy against the Iranians.
Yes,
Arabs,
because yeah,
United States provided sophisticated weapons, including laser bombs and F-14 and F-15 aircraft, as well as Air Force technicians. What Google AI Overview doesn't put there, because we just don't write that down. Don't remind
look what we
them
prepared.
who
Look what we prepared.
provided Saddam Hussein, the new dictator of Iraq, in especially in the 1980s, with all of those chemical weapons. Oh, that would be us.
Dow Chemical Company.
Yeah, us.
Yeah, I know. That's another way of saying us. It was a corporate entity. We just paid for it and wrote it off as humanitarian aid. Just like
I'm sure it all went through, the big three-letter doesn't exist government agency that is unbudgeted.
fact/conspiracy from the 60s, 70s, and well into the 80s. The largest employer of CIA agents was Coca-Cola, because Coca-Cola was around the world. They had bottling plants everywhere, including in the USSR.
Oh my gosh. It's one of those little tiny tidbits. See, what could
In
a
fact,
word do? Or a
that
hyphenated word?
that question
Coca-Cola.
that
I'm not sure
question
how you spell it. Coca-Cola. Not a sponsor. Could be.
wish I got deep pocket. That was the question. Original Trivia Pursuit box.
So what does a word do? George said Coca-Cola and talked about their probably not
Well, I
agency
mean,
affiliation. Whatever. Equals. They supported the war effort. Oh,
Spy effort.
her name was right there and then it went away. Her. But not the her of
Is
Valley Girl,
that
1983.
Tom Hanks, where he plays? I can't remember the name of the organization. It's an organization you can join versus the military. Peace Corps. That's it. Peace Corps. Supposedly 50% of the Peace Corps were CIA and NSA operatives. At least that's what the Soviets claim. I remember that part. I remember Tom Hanks playing a Peace Corps person. He was given a choice of going to, if I remember correctly, in the beginning, going to jail, joining the military, or joining the Peace Corps. And he opted for the Peace Corps.
Deborah
Oh, I remember
Foreman
that
as
movie.
Julie
I
in
remember
Valley
that
Girl,
movie.
1983. She's the girl. I lovey-dovey her. Amazing. She was a great Valley Girl. But
Also, you asked me
Elizabeth
yet.
Daly as Lauren in Valley Girl. It's one of those.
Yeah,
Someday
gag
I
me with
will.
a fork.
Yeah. And it
Sorry.
used to be on my face space. Like gag me with XYZ, whatever. Totally.
Yesterday, you asked me if I saw Man on Fire from 2004.
No, that
I
was
thought,
earlier today.
yes, I did see it. I had to look at. I had to go to the IBM site, look at the. Oh yeah, I did see that about the guy who lost.
Denzel Washington, he fine.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far. He's a good actor. I like his movies.
I've told
So
you
he did
that
one
story
movie that
before.
he did a remake of the minister's wife or the
Preacher's
preacher's wife.
wife. Yep.
I
That one came up
didn't see
on
that one.
stream the other day. Elizabeth
I
Daly.
didn't watch his, but I did see the original
E.G.
black and white movie.
Daly as, how do they spell it? Loryn equals once in a thousand lifetime awards by
Be right back.
the W for a very few frames of that movie. GH has seen The Creasy Bear. Oh boy. So are you sitting at the keys, Elizabeth? Are you hanging out? Or did you go back to doing something else? Taking care of the vegans. Go see Valley Girl. I would say go look at my face space and look for her because she was. Do you believe in destiny? Uh that hey, I am for a moment. Very good. Glad to have you. A couple of streams ago or so, my friend Alexis and Daily. Number one, we had a really good, and not that teenage boys are supposed to think such thought, but a rather pretty woman teacher, last name Daly, in the school that myself and Alexis went to. Not related. Hers had a EY on the end. Just getting to know Alexis and hanging out. One thing that Alexis got about me was my movie insanity. And that if an image or if 1 second of an otherwise so bad it's bad, horrifying, terrible movie rated 1 out of 10 until that moment happened. Now it's 10 out of 10 and permanently etched in me. Because it had already come and gone in 1983 by the time I got knowing my friend Alexis. And my strange obsession with those very few frames of Valley Girl by E.G. Daly or Elizabeth, either one. He became not creepy, but absolutely he saw it my way. Yes, she was right up there with Marilyn Monroe and all the other Wonder Womens that share the best place for local laws in using items for tax write-offs is the Small Business Association. If you have one nearby, no California laws, but they should be the same for Fed tax and NC. Do not know about the state reductions. California, the gross is what counts. I took classes at PCC. I do all my CE hours. I have to go get my monies moved around tomorrow and renew for, I don't remember, it's very discounted this year. My renewal of my registration, it is not licensure, of the Obama Biden first era paid tax preparer as registered with the Internal Revenue Service. Myself and George and everything else. But anyhow, let's finish this first topic and then we'll come back to that one. About the business of business. Anyway, by the time we got around to being friendly, I finally, and he begged me, my friend, he, she, it, whatever, he was going by that week, that month, that year, that day, that hour. Alexis was polymorphic, like a T-1000. Alexis convinced me, after years of being reacquainted through the Facebook, to please, because, look, we are friends, himself and the world famous Elizabeth E.G. Daly. Put a post, tag me, I'll share it on hers, I'll show her. Do your best. And I kept saying, I can't write these things correctly, Alexis. It's just going to come out my crazy stuff that no one understands. And etc., etc. Welcome back. So I finally got it worked out and managed to capture 1 or 2 frames to put in pictures in the post, explaining this weird thing, this psycho thing I have about. I'm glad I got to see there in my lifetime. When I get to the end of my lifetime, they'll say, name one of the moments that means much to you throughout your lifetime, and those 1-ish seconds of her amazing acting ability in that silly movie Valley Girl, 1983. I got it all written out, tagged Alexis in it. He passed it along to her, and she put a thumb on it. And he said later, she didn't even say creepy. You were wrong all along, because I didn't want to come across as utterly creepy. But it's a thing. I'll explain it one day or I won't. And then back to the business of the business. These are great times, great conversations, things getting done. Return to the kingdom of Cross. Back to the business. In order to write off any of your stuff like that, George,
Mm-hmm.
you first must have write up against it, or a well written, including checklists, business plans, including tax planning. And it's very hard to do because, note, we have an incoming presidential in about a month.
Mm-hmm.
Far less than a calendar month now. And a lot of that is administrative stuff. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's good or bad. The Congress
I would
doesn't have to get down and say these minutiae into that stuff, except go back and see the Chevron ruling. Or now do they? Question mark.
say we at some point need to get together and okay, this is what we can do. These are our options. This is what we need. This is would be what would be nice to have. Need versus wants type routine.
But in a more so, not because of anything else other than the destiny of things in our life.
Because from my understanding, and it's just my understanding, I could be wrong, that by producing, sharing, doing a YouTube channel, you can write off a certain portion of your internet costs.
If you're conducting business, and it's complicated, and I hate to say it here now, except that we're here, we're going to talk about it for a second, for a few minutes. We will have probably not online because we are all in North Carolina and all of the people are here that are supposed to be getting some kind of license, a proprietary like I've got or something else, so that I can get everybody out from under my license and maybe eventually give mine up and say my time here is finished. We've been supposed to be having this kind of get together meeting and everybody keeps running off on tangents. Not you, George. That there is business to this.
There is.
But
This is not a type of business I've ever really done before. I've ran a retail business before, which is totally different.
and it's another reason to, like I said, if nothing else, video yourself painting a miniature and then upload it to your channel. It's a short. Make it less than 1 minute, 30 seconds. Use some of that free online music in the background so you don't have to have the audio. Here's me painting a miniature. You have produced something in terms of production. What I'm saying, we would have to sit down, study, figure out. I have to go through it every year. I just sat down and did a whole bunch of tax planning the last since and on Christmas because we didn't have our family Christmas gathering till the 26th, so I didn't have a whole lot to do on Christmas. I did all my tax stuff because
Uh,
when the clock strikes midnight on the 31st, and now it's the first, you better have got all your write ups and write downs written up and written down because it's over. It's next year.
well, the reason I was asking is I know you have to do a long form because I know Jen can take people who do bank runs for St. Moritz can take certain portion of their mileage off on their taxes, even though they get a mileage check, which does not cover the entire write-off that you can do on mileage. So when people go from from their house to job site, I don't think that's write-offable. But if they do any driving while on the job site, that is.
It is not, because your employees, not subcontractors.
Even though you're using your
You're being
privately owned
compensated for
vehicle.
it. Yeah.
I'm talking about, because some employers do not compensate you for using your own vehicle.
Right. If you,
They,
and it's not a long form. If you're going to do your stuff as a business and try to keep up with those incomes and expenses separate, and things like the mileage compensated from the employer,
I know that's deducted from the number of
mm,
miles you travel. Because
it's
you can take,
called, and it's coming up on screen.
yeah,
You don't have to do long form taxes. You should not.
okay.
Don't mix your personal and your business. Don't do it. Go sit down with a paid tax advisor / consultant. Get all those things worked out before you start thinking about it too hard.
Yeah.
Schedule C, IRS. About to
Oh,
Schedule C. Here's the
right
forms
now
and
we use,
pubs at the IRS. Let's get it in the,
right now we do the easy form.
or
Because
the short, or
recent,
the whatever they call it.
yeah.
And you still get to. Schedule C is only 2 pages long. And what that is profit or loss from business.
As a employee, or subcontractor security guard for St. Moritz, I had put it both in. You get paid, I'm going to say, let's say it's a quarter of a mile. I'm not saying what it actually is. I'm just saying, putting out the hypothetical. But you're allowed to take 55 cents off a mile when you use your vehicle for work.
Yeah, but to
From
do
my
that, legally, lawfully, and within all the rules, you have to take every cent of that reimbursement or compensation you get out of your St. M checks and record it on a balance sheet and probably move it over to a different bank account if you're smart. And then you have to figure out, did they take and withhold employer taxes out of it? So it's already been taxed. So that now you're just spinning your wheels and wasting your time.
I
But
would
it's
have to
very
look.
complicated. Or you might have to get with them and say, hey, I'm going to write off that mileage that you paid me for against the payment for it. So you got to send that payment separate
Which they
and
won't
send me a
do.
1099 for it, which they will happily do.
I'm just saying, I want to start it, especially this new year, get her into use of taking down her mileage that she uses to work, from work, bank runs, just keep a log of it.
Yeah.
And then if she uses the motor vehicle for work, how many hours you have it running? Because sometimes you use your car for heat. You've been out there in the cold, or air conditioning, or whatever, while you're on the job site. And my question would be, are you allowed, and you can do it, but I'm just saying, but are you allowed by the rules to take off going from your home to the job site, or does it have to be from the business address to the job site? So like like someone we both knew wanted everybody to do is to drive from their home to the office, and then from the office to the job site, which I think is a lot of waste of time. That's the reason we need to break it down. You and I get together, and then, like, say, I buy a new tablet that I use 50%, or a new used tablet, whatever, that I use 50% for doing the podcasting. How much of the cost of that new equipment can I take off because we're doing the podcasting? And how much of it do I have to do? Because computers are one of those weird things. Yes, we use this for podcasting, but how much of it do we use for not podcasting? So how does that work?
If you don't have enough money to dedicate your equipment, then you keep up with your time.
Okay.
Like you're talking about, keep up with your mileage.
Yes,
You have to keep
I
up
need
with
to
the
start.
time and the equipment's time and everything else. Remember everybody yelling at me all the time about those management notes in the certain companies' computers? All that stuff gets piled together because you have to figure out, is this time that a piece of equipment was used deductible or not deductible? Like
Right.
Bonehead saying, well, first drive to the office and then pick up this and then pick up that and pick up the other and now get in a company vehicle and go somewhere without keeping detailed logs for your bookkeepers and accountants to sort that out for you. You end up
Yeah.
messing up. And even if you just move stuff to a different column, I don't mean to make we have a huge world famous example of this. If we don't learn the lessons from huge, giant, epic level famous, how important is getting that stupid stuff in the right column, federal and state? Well, I don't know. That's Donald Trump. He's got 34 felonies on him because he wrote it off as legal expense and it was hooker payments.
Yeah.
How do you write off your hooker payments? You don't
So
unless you got them legal in Nevada, and then it's 50% off for meals and entertainment.
here's
Business
my
guys, smart business guys. But you know what I would do? Because that would probably not stand the test of 60% of this country hates you and wants to see you burn. Just don't write off your sex partners, your blow up dollies that happen to have a heartbeat.
now my
Just
question is,
don't pay off your shut up girls out of your whatever. If you shove your money in the G strings of male or female or trans dancers in exotic dancing places, don't write it off. Don't. That's not good meals and entertainment write offs. It could have the
now
appearance of impropriety to some IRS nerd who sees that as a sin.
travel time. Here's one I deals directly with dealing with you. Travel time and mileage for for training and recertification, and the food consumed on those days. Deductible or not?
If you are working a security training slash whatever, it's in the fields. This is another one. I really wish we could all get our attitudes and times adjusted and interruptions in my own life. My elders keep taking a lot of time out of my life.
Yeah.
that I would like to share some of this information. And we'll do another stream another day.
Just question. I've been thinking about.
And we might
Uh,
record it. If we can all get together in a room like where I do my classes, and all of us stick as many cameras as we can, working in as many directions as we can, and borrow Mr. John's lapel microphone so we get good audio, and then try to beg him, hey, sir, put us together an edit of this, because he's a really good video editor. Then we can just upload it. But it would be a business of, in that case, in particular, 74C related fields in North Carolina. And should
I,
you, or could you, or can you start writing off stuff? Like I get to write off all of my G words and ammunition.
or in line for the wife actually taking your class. I just happened to be there. And since the vehicle's going that direction and she's in the vehicle going to the recertification, and then she has to eat while we're waiting for between daytime and nighttime, and we all eat together as a class generally. If we kept records of it, receipts, would it be for her side of our joint filing a deductible? Here's one you may or may not know. Are doctor office trips deductible?
If you go, then I'll say that's a personal.
Okay.
If you keep up with all your personal expenses, and you go fill out your tax form, or turn them over to the tax pros, or however you get your tax forms done. That's a math equation of personal and business time and expenses.
No education tax deductible.
But the answer to that question is, like, if you got her to start keeping up with the personal expenses of the miles or the mileage upon the car, and all of the co-pays that you pay in your medicals and all, if you keep up with your personal expenses that way, the interest on any mortgages or certain other types of loans qualify that you can't write off the principal, but you can write off the interest.
Okay.
Lawyers, doctors, and Indian chief fees, those are called professional fees. If you add all those up and they are less than the standard deduction, then take the standard deduction.
Yeah.
Take whichever is more. The IRS encourages it.
Yeah.
But if you're going to try to write it off, if you say, oh, all of my expenses are deductible and it adds up more than my standard deduction, and I'm not giving advice specific to taxes on blah, blah, blah.
You're giving me your opinion,
Disclaimers.
and that's what I asked.
I'm saying how I do myself. And I'm promise you, everybody at every level of the Federal Internal Revenue Service and North Carolina's specialized state-owned Department of Revenue would say that just makes our website says that.
Because the other reason, because
If
goes
you're
back.
gonna write it off, you better damn well bring the receipts. And sometimes having a receipt ain't enough. You better bring the documentation in writing. You know how I always ricka-racka. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. If you don't have a slew of daily activity reports stacked up 100 pages deep to back up, why'd you write off this $3.50? What was it? And it says, items because you bought it at a convenience store, and now you don't remember.
Yeah.
That $3.50 could cost you all the costs of the state and the Fed auditing you and you failing the audit.
You got to pay penalties.
Yeah. And then them figuring out, well, let's see how many other of your deductions that you say you spent it on business, but you sure ain't got a sheet of paper to go with it that we can remove from your deductions. And now you owe a lot of money in unpaid taxes, penalties, and interest.
One of the reasons I was asking, because you mentioned
Hmm.
filming me painting miniatures and just putting it up on the YouTube, is paint is a consumable in the process of doing said painting.
Yeah, it's one of those that we've never had time to sit down and discuss it before.
Yeah,
You
that's what I
call it
was
a
wanting to say.
hobby, but people have paid you, and
Yes.
it's not enough. You're not required until you have, and it depends on who's in charge. And the
Yeah.
president doesn't sit around and think of these things. Joe Biden probably did because he likes to micromanage,
Yeah.
in my humble opinion. I mean, Jill. I don't believe for a second that Donald Trump is worried about. No, is it 400 or 600 that the peasants have to earn before they have to start filing a business return? If you said that to him, he would probably say, million? No, no, no. Just individual dollars, 400 or 600 this time. He said, why are you asking me? We have a Department of Treasury, and under them, they have an Internal Revenue Service. Go tell them to figure it out.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're talking? Is it 400 or 600 this time around? The president isn't worried about that. But we, down at the bottom level, have to worry about it. If you earn an error on the side of caution, I believe it's 600. Or it might be, what is the minimum amount required to file a Schedule C? There is no minimum income for filing Schedule C. However, the limit for paying self-employment tax is 400. If you earn less than 400, you don't have to file the SE, which is attached to a Schedule C.
Well,
There is a minimum amount that if you earn so much money in a business, you must fill out a Schedule C.
now my question is, do you have to get a business license for that?
No. No, no, and no.
Back in the day, I did this back in the 80s. I went and got a business license and I sold things and I reported it as income on my taxes when I used to fletch arrows for people. I made arrows and sold things like costuming and stuff of that nature. And I'm not the one that handled the taxes. I just handed the receipts over to my big brother and he did it. Dummy me. I should have done it myself. But it was a business that we were both owned with my mother as the executive. I have yet to earn that much in a year doing this. I would like to in the realm of filming, not necessarily selling the miniatures, but in filming would be nice. Hell, I'd be happy if it just paid for the internet.
Figure out all of the applicable, here's where we go, laws, rules, ordinances, and other government nonsense. Before embarking, I don't know how to spell it, on that journey. And there's
Now, here,
also private before, never mind. That's what I get. Setting off. The other thing to always consider as well, insurance repercussions. Because your home insurance may say that it covers this, that, and the other, unless you do it for business. Now, all of a sudden, if your computer makes a spark and you're writing it off for business and you didn't buy business liability insurance, they're not going to cover it burning your house down. It's very, very complicated. We could spend a long time
yeah.
sitting
Now,
together in a room and me telling you just from my experience. And I have a registration. I do annual continuing educations, 12 hours approximately. Elizabeth tried to help me. Embarking. I changed it. Setting off. That's what I
my
get for
other
trying to
question is,
use big words.
if you bought consumables prior to starting the business or doing the business, so you don't have the receipt, how, and you decide to use those consumables in the act of your business, can you write those off? If so, how? Like for you, bullets are a consumable in your business, both as a uh, instructor for 74C armed guards, as well as your other business as a NRA instructor.
Concealed carry and law enforcement.
Well, I've experienced those two realms of your classes.
Yep.
Your law enforcement one I haven't been invited to yet.
Yeah. I don't know. And just like me saying this, before George, don't even take my advice. We're just yapping. And it
Yeah.
always goes back to get it in writing from somebody. I wrote that somewhere. Get it in writing from your tax professionals. Consult
Okay.
several. If they won't write down whatever BS they're telling you, and look, mine's recording on the internet live right now, including this. Get it in
Yeah.
writing. How I might think to myself, oh man, I dropped that receipt from the wherever. I would absolutely reimburse myself from the business if I keep all my stuff separate. I always have. I grew the way I grew up. I just understood. Don't you dare ever mix your personal and your business.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying because
But
I've
if
bought
it
paint.
happened, if I went to the place to buy something for the business, I went to buy a stack of paper to shove in the printer for my work, right? And I bleeped the company card, debit card, and it said denied. And I said, try again, $1. And it said network communications error. I'm not going to stand there all day and wait for the internets to come back up at the shop, right? I will take some money out of my pocket and pay for it in cash as money, which all of my businesses and whatever have their little petty cash drawer monies. It's envelopes stuffed in the checkbooks.
Yeah.
And then I would go and say on the way home, I look in all my pockets. I look in my wallet. I look at, oh my gosh, I lost the freaking receipt. I can sort of remember how much it was. If I don't remember exactly, because I got a sheet of papers and a box of pens and all this stuff. I don't remember exactly. It was over $21.
Yeah.
And now I lost the daggone receipt. I'm going to write off maybe 20 bucks. Go way under what I actually spent. And then I'm going to write myself out a big long note like I have up here and a report of what happened, how much I think the original amount was. And yep, I'm going to do it in case the computers all explode or the foreign entities steal all of our datas and put laughing skulls on our computers, on all the backups too. Yep, as much as I hate it, I'm going to print that write up I just wrote up, my report of parlaying or transferring this expense, and throw it in the file box with all the other expenses and stuff that gets added up into tax preparation forms. So that's
Yeah.
how we, and if you were suddenly going to convert your entire miniatures thing into business starting January 1, to the best of your recollection, remember how much did I pay for this little jar of paint? Let's say it was 10 bucks, right? And there's 50% of it left. Then pay yourself out of your business $5. You can't write it off if you didn't pay it. And record your own cash receipt of why am I, George Business, paying me? This is, remember, Mr. Dwayne would always say, oh man, it's time to put on the other hat. Oh, I got to wear the other hat. I have to wear too many hats.
Well, the reason I was asking is I have accumulated quite a colorful paint collection that I use in painting miniatures, as well as brushes and tools and so forth.
Yep.
And miniatures.
It's just hobby.
Yeah, right now it's hobby. And let's say I want to move it over to the professional side.
Then do exactly what I'm saying. You purchase it from your company. No, you purchase it
from
you
me
have
to the
set
company.
your company separate. And where does your company get start money? Well, probably you loan it to it. So now you got to keep up your journals and your books of your company, of who loaned this company money. Is there interest on it? Or if it's easier if you're Schedule C, once you get a corporation or a LLC or something like that, it becomes a lot more difficult in just the bookkeeping of it. Is this income or is this loan money that doesn't get counted as income? It can get real deep in a big old hurry, and then all of a sudden you realize, you know what? Bookkeepers and CPAs are worth every cent.
Now, the reason I'm asking is back when I was in college or taking an art class, and we asked the instructor, because he was a visiting instructor, because he's also a professional artist, graphic artist, how do you charge for the item? Because that's one of the, as a budding artist, that's one of the hardest things to figure out is how much do you charge for your artwork or your craft?
That's whatever the market will bear. That that's, is it supply side economics or is it basic economics?
The way he put it was he has a basic price for the artwork, and part of that price is if he, like I say, if he prints it on the computer, he charges the full cost of that ink cartridge, even though he might only use a little bit of it. for that artwork. So if you use, I'm holding up here a red paint, and I use it to paint a fraction of this miniature, hypothetical miniature. When I should do is when I charge someone for the miniature, the paint job, I should charge them the price for the whole bottle of paint.
That way, previous contract pays for next contract.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Because what is always wrong with big business and small business is they say, we'll use the next contract or sale to pay for the previous one plus interest because they debt fund their businesses.
Done in the past is I just do a flat fee for the paint job, not the miniature. Because since I generally have to pay taxes on the miniature, I go like I'm doing one now. I will charge them the price of the miniature, especially if I paid for it, a price for any modifications, and then $50 for painting it. And that's for a 28 millimeter scale miniature. Part of the reason I did start doing that is because I don't really like painting for money. As far as someone gives me a miniature, will you paint this for me? If so, how much? To get them to quit asking, I'd go $50. Oh, that's too much. Well, that's my price. Because I really, really hate painting armies. I hate painting duplicates. Now, for my artwork, depending on if it's a computer graphics or a lithograph or a painting, is how much I charge, because I also have to figure in time.
You must, and I just wrote it on the screen. It'll catch up if you're watching the notepad at all. Don't worry about it. Business planning, including checklists, logs, and reports, equals accounting. Like you said, you charge them $50 for their thing. Well, that's great for you. But what if it took you 10 hours and you really just like it? So you don't care that you just paid yourself far less than legal minimum wage.
Correct.
That works out to be $5 an hour. What happens if they come back and say, man, I love your price, now give me 300 of those? And now you got to hire help at minimum wage and you're only losing $2.25 an hour.
Actually, what I say is no.
But you should scale your business. Every time you do anything, you should be thinking about, if I pay myself minimum wage, knowing, and this is more, well, we've covered a lot of the class. I can tell people now when they say, when are we going to get together about that business thing? Well, guess what? Me and George covered it on the stream, because you won't ever get your poop in gear.
Head out of the fourth point of contact. Airborne reference.
Yeah. It's on the stream. Go listen to it. It's on the VOD, video on demand.
I mean, because, at some projects you really enjoy. You just had a blast with.
Yeah, and I have those ancient Chinese sayings I just made up saying of mine. Don't turn your hobbies into a business. If it's something you really enjoy, don't make a business out of it. The business of business will make you hate.
I agree 120%. That's the reason I don't like painting. I get in these moods where I don't want to paint. I don't even want to look at a miniature because, oh, how much will you do that for me? I don't do it for money. I mean, you do it for me for free? No, I don't. I'll do it. I've been known to give them away as gifts. That's something personal from me to someone I like.
Yeah, if I go out to my mailbox one day and I find an envelope with some loots in it, or slipped under my door with a heart and your initials on it, I'm cool with that. I'm not writing it up to the IRS, and I ain't writing down anything I did.
But
But
I did.
otherwise, I don't
I
do.
attempted
I don't want to
to
learn
turn.
to hate because of IRS updated. I don't know how deep the code is now. 18,000 pages.
One of the things I hate is deadlines. One, I hate
Oh,
deadlines.
Elizabeth Daly, she's so pretty.
Also, I attempted to turn my miniature painting into a business at one point, and I grew to hate for a period of time painting minis. I can paint them in my head all day long, color schemes, how I'd make this do this, but it got to where I hated painting for customers. That's the reason my rule now is if I paint for somebody, no argument with the fee, half up front, and you get it when you get it.
Yep. The current
I
U.S. tax code as of 2022, June the 23rd, is 6,871 pages. That's just the basic. When you include the regulations, that's the administrative code in North Carolina. Federal has regulations. The number of pages raises to approximately 75,000. This will take an average reader about 14 weeks to finish. A freaking slow, creepy crawly reader like Dean, that means 14,000 years and it ain't never going to happen.
exactly.
Yes.
George would look at the cover page and go, "Are you kidding me? Do you have this
Because
on audio?"
we have approximately 20, or never mind the approximations. Let's ask how many employees, and this is just the people that get to interpret that code, does the IRS have? 93,654 people get to individually decide what their interpretation of those 75,000 pages of stuff means. So never mind the 75,000 pages. We got 100,000 people that are going to decide for you. And I rounded up because there's approximately 2,000 plus direct employees of the White House and another 2,000 or 3,000 direct employees of the freaking Congress. Yep.
Because
So when
here's
you
my other
think
thing.
you know better than 100,000 people, government paid flunkies, goodbye to you, I say. Error on the side of caution. And then I say, Elizabeth Daly. Aw, Hardy Heart, 1983,
Yeah,
and then some.
the reason I was asking for training for professional training, uh, for the firearm that my wife is registered for with, it generally costs between 25 and up per qualification, and there's a night and day qualification. That's anywhere between, he does it in the first try whatsoever. That's a minimum of $50 used for that training. And then you count
Range
in
fee of
whatever,
$20,
yeah.
which we
And
get.
since
That's
she
a
does,
huge discount for us. Thanks, Mr.
yes,
Andy.
the price of, wink, wink, nod, nod, the price of the instructor, which but I'm just saying more of the consumables, such as the food for the pew pew. She does a minimum of 2 weapons once a year, her sidearm and her shotgun. Uh, Mileage getting to the class, and I don't know if you can take off time for class, as part of a business expense.
No, you
Time
can't
you actually spend.
expense anything that you didn't pay out.
Okay, that doesn't count. your time doesn't count. Take.
Yep.
I figured it's time you're not spent on at the job site type, because you have to take off to do that.
Yeah, you don't get to
Because
write that off. You have to find a cool trainer certified like Dean that will be like, "What day are you off?"
yeah,
Talk to your boss and see if you can make up the hours somewhere else. They don't happen. Most people are like, well, and because in that detail, because our state requires that ridiculous at least 5 days notification in case they decide they think they want to audit it. You're at the whim of the trainer.
But I'm just saying. But the consumables, the mileage, the you must eat type routine.
Yeah, it would qualify it. Not only in the federal, but there's also North Carolina has a pile of rules for us.
Yeah.
Is it enough miles from home or your usual workplace? Because if it's not, you don't get to write off any of the expense of that eating. But if it's a certain number of miles or you had to stay in a hotel, then you can.
Uh-huh.
But that writes off under meals and entertainment, which is only 50% of the cost.
Okay. I was asking for general information, your
Yeah.
opinion. Now, what about the food for the pew pew, which is a consumable, which you
Well,
have to have to qualify?
yeah, as long as you're writing up something somewhere in your business, then you spend it out of your business.
Well, what about, I'm just saying, what about not your business? You're a security guard. So you're employed by someone, but in order to be employed, you have to get this recertification.
That's again, I would, and I did when I go to work for people and I get on their clock. Now I have complicated my own life because am I
Yeah.
doing this stuff still under my business umbrella as me as a trainer and me as registered in my own license company? Or am I doing this for my employer so I should split? I was registered with 3 companies, so I'm only writing off 33%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot. It takes a lot of mental energy and
Well, I'll give
always
you a
trying to
prime.
err on the side of, and like what you're talking about to me sounds like, again, keep up with it. Go consult with at least two. Always get two opinions: medical, tax, law, lawyers. I know it sounds insane. If you ask two lawyers the same question, you're going to get three opinions that all start with may or could.
Yeah.
Which means none of these three opinions are useful. But anyway, get as many as you can get and then sit down and make yourself an educated decision in your own intellect about what am I going to do?
Well, I'm just saying, it's, for example, for her to do her sidearm, that's $50. For her to do her shotgun, that's at least $20
Yeah,
because
and it's
shotgun.
always been more for her hand G word because she shoots 40 cal like me, and them bullets were expensive long before COVID.
Then if she does the Glock 19 that she borrowed from you again, all right, that's $40 if she does it on the first try.
Adds up quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. That's what I was asking. How or could one possibly write off? Because that's technically continuing ed costs for employment. It's a yearly cost for employment. for you to be employed in in that chosen profession, and because you know already that the security companies around here aren't going to give away ammo for free. They're going to take it out of your paycheck.
Well, the last one that I know that him doing a couple of good things, unfortunately, I have a set of scales. I'm a Libra. I don't care how many good things he did. I will harp on them. I'm trying not to ever waste my online space yapping about all the thousands of bad things he did. But I'll holler this. Everybody knows him as Bill. You and me and you didn't, George. We tried. I tried. He wouldn't lighten up. The Bill, myself and Jennifer went to work for, and he did reach out through me because he'd heard that Jennifer got taken off the schedule somewhere, and he didn't think it sounded very fair. Remember that?
Yes.
Well, and he recently sold his business. I don't know if he's staying involved with the purchaser business or if he's finally retiring. Happy trails, Bill. I hope you're just fully retiring and getting away from this cat wrangling. But Bill did. Remember, he would provide the ammunition. And he would give, and he had it in writing. He would give you 50 rounds, one full retail purchase box, not cheap reload garbage. He would go to the big fancy place up there where his business was and he lives. And as long as you signed the receipt for it, he would give you 50 rounds, even of that expensive 40 cal hollow jacketed point, blah, 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 the super most expensivest. If you would take it to a range and pay for the range yourself and practice with even though it's your G word, not his, sure enough, as no more than once a month. And guess how many boxes of ammunition he ever gave away in all his years?
2.
About 4. And at one point when I was up there with him, we had 48 full-time working officers, all G-word armed. And not one of them would go on their time at their expense and use his ammunition to practice and get better with their betting their lives on it tool on their belt. It's a sad story. And it's just one of the things I don't want to go. I'm not going down the road. I'm staying on the Yin road. Bill was a good guy. He tried.
Yeah. One of the difficult things to find is a range that will let you practice what you qualify for, and the drawing and shooting.
From a
the
holster.
one from the holster, the one in Ellerby that we sometimes go to, won't. You're not allowed to. You have to. In fact, you're not even allowed to bring your pew pew in a holster. It has to be in a separate case.
Yep.
And you can just sit there, stand there, and shoot your pew pews. The only place that you can move around at all is over on the skeet range and trap range, which is okay. It's pretty good for if you're zeroing a weapon or you're firing it for the first time and you want to get the feel for it somewhat. But as far as the practice, not so hot. But anywho, even because I thought about for wifey going down to gyms because they have ladies day where females can shoot for free on, I think it was on Wednesday. I don't know what day it is anymore. to practice, but they don't want you to draw and shoot. They want you to shoot just from the standing position. What's our next movie topic?
This crud about they won't let me is a BS excuse. I was just making a note about all of my G-word schools are based on. You must do all of everything without the expensive ammo bang smoke. This crud,
Yeah.
if you can't do it with your empty hands, you can't do it by adding 4 to 8 pounds of physical weight in the end of your hands.
Well, I'm
Plain
hoping.
and simple.
I hope she does it with her empty hands.
And make sure with your empty G word. And how do you make sure it's empty? You, like an adult, in a different room, get the magazine out, racky, racky, rack, lock the slide to the rear, inspect it, they say, visually and physically. If you stick your finger in an explodes for a living machine and it bites the tip of your finger real good and makes you bleed, I'm going to laugh at you. Shove a pencil in there to make sure that there's nothing in the hole.
Or get yourself a pew pew flag.
Or whatever. But when you are sure, if you need to get somebody else's opinion, get their opinion too. You know, have someone else check it for you. And then, with all your stuff wrapped around your middle in your full work uniform, and leaving any magazines or ammunition carriers or holders or loading devices in a far another room. And you and someone else check the room you're in that no magic bullet, aka a la JFK, nothing is in that room that's going to make that thing go loud noised. Now do whatever you got to do. You can practice all day long. Rack the slide, reset the trigger, the activator switch, do draw to click thousands of times a day if you ever want to even get up to the level you can't ever surpass. He's been doing it for 40 years. The world famous Chad Thompson. You got to get hundreds of repetitions every day. It would be interesting having seen the bad. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat again. Elizabeth said, it would be interesting having seen the bad performance in Congress hearings on that attempt in July of 2024. The shouting of Donald J. Trump, Butler, Pennsylvania. I'll say it. Go ahead, ban me, YouTube. YouTube is not bad for the Insta bans. One of the big questions raised was why the holstering and drawing weapons. I would be interested to know if even Secret Service is not allowed to train by draw to replace a weapon. I will answer that, Elizabeth, because I train all of the above. Even John Q. Citizen, and women do shoot better than men. It is a fact. Because why? Because women, in general, are more conscientious and self-deprecating and self-doubting. They are not complacent. Tough guys. Secret Service famous holstering fail at Butler, PA. And though I have not been the certified, registered, licensed, whatever you want to call it, for any Secret Service agents, a guy that I do take classes from when I have the luxury of money and time. I hit them up. Got any classes coming up? Nah. Want to do one? How much would you charge me to whatever? He's just a really good instructor. He does a lot of, let's call it, advanced training for United States Secret Service agents. So I benefit. Hang on. Another chatter came in. The lag of live streaming. I agree and laughed at the idea of them training with play weapons with flags or bang flags that come out. They won't let me. Yeah, it's a me training. We start from minute one. Put all your stuff on. Now we're going to clear them. Whatever you wear to work, you're going to use in this class. If you can't get over that, then you can't go out in the world carrying one of these. What happened in Secret Service famous holstering fail at Butler, Pennsylvania, and of course, everybody picks on her because she's a women's. It's all her fault because she has big chest bumps. That's all it takes. Woman agent holster. Butler, PA. All of training for Secret Service and 99% of law enforcement and security. When I have undercover agents ask me, and they always ask because it comes down to some of them are like, I'm not taking another class where I have to go take this idiot's class who's going to thump the space bar on a slideshow for however many hours it is, and then take me out to the range and tell me how I must wear a patrol, police or security officer's uniform with a bunch of radio and garbage all over, like this guy's uniform, and the holster goes at 3 o'clock, and the magazines go at 9 o'clock. This is how it is. This is the nature of the world. Here she is. I offer, and I love her because she's a lefty. They're so rare. They didn't make her use that thing. Well, here's another rare one. They didn't make her use it right-handed. They didn't break her of her life. How these things occur under stress. It's the, oh my gosh. I have never seen her since, but she is a secret agent. In the background of the image, you'll see it on screen soon, George, if you didn't mute and go away somewhere, is the world famous that everybody picked on her too, because she's so short. The extremely well-muscled, works out, moves like a winner. She's my hero of that day.
Well, the one that's faces, the only reason I picked on her, it's like she didn't know when to put holster and when not to holster.
She
So she
didn't.
took it out. Nope. She took it out. The lady in the ponytail next to her said, "Don't put it up." The lady next to her in the ponytail, "Don't put it up. Get it back out." The
Only
threat's not
after
totally
she
gone.
finally got it holstered.
Yeah.
She
Well,
told
she
her,
didn't.
get that back out. But if you
Yeah.
look, lady in the ponytail that corrected her doesn't
Pointed
have
her.
hers out here.
I think it does. It's just it's the way the photo is.
Oh no, it's
'Cause
not out. She drew it going behind. But do you see how her hand is?
yeah.
Her, but lady over there, you would think her problem is that that's not her. She's not a left-handed pew pew holder. This lady on the right in frame is a right-handed pew pewer. Yes, I study pictures. Every frame a pause. Every image worth thousands of words, and how many of those words worth? But to
No.
get back to Elizabeth's questions, the reason this lady here in the sunglasses had
You're wearing
so
sunglasses.
much trouble holstering is because the training, the conditioning, what little bit of practice they do get doesn't involve those being out. It's done in a safe and secure environment. Is that keep eyes, there they are. Her eyes are showing through the sunglasses. You can go find the real live videos and go frame by frame. I spent many hours the very next day, frame by framing these frames.
Yeah.
The problem here is that she trains and qualifies at the range in this outfit. Only left-handed. Look at this. This is a 3000 size. Open this image in a new tab. This is a giant image. Drop offset holster at 3 o'clock underneath the controlling arm. Magazines at 9 to 10 o'clock under the non-activating or support or weak hand. Crap around the middle. And here's what's wrong with teaching them to qualify and train and practice in this outfit and then sending them to work in this one. In this one, the holster is not at 3 o'clock. It is in or in her case, because she's left-handed, the holster is not at 9 o'clock. Her holster was up here at 11 o'clock in front of the badge. How she eventually got the ding-danging, and it's inside the waistband. So every time in the world before she had to do it in the real world, it's gone right here with some lunatic who learned in a dumb class somewhere in this. We don't train and instruct our military or our law enforcement in any way what I would call decent. And even my good friend, my world famous Chad T, 9LL only, I always scold him for saying this robotic firearms instructor phraseology. Don't look that MFing gun into the holster. You're supposed to keep your eyeballs on the threat and teach your hands to do that stuff blind in the dark. And I agree with that. Dag well learn how to play your instrument by touch. You can't rely on your eyes. But especially in times of high stress and whatever. And what finally got her lefty-handed Glock, it looks like a 19 or a 19X or a whatever slim, concealable Secret Service, secret under a suit, firearm. What finally got that thing parked in its little bed was her looking down at where does it need to go? Eventually you'd be better off to say, look away, holster, than swipe, 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 swipe. I think she missed about 4 or 5 times before she finally looked down there. Said, like, did my pants and belt fall off? Oh, no. We're not at the training place. We're not at the shooting range. I'm out in the world in my uniform. We used to take Secret Service people, allegedly, maybe, in a fiction romance novel we were working on 10 years ago. and make them wear their full uniform and do International Defensive Pistol Association matches at H2O Fowl Farms. IDPA.com. They had a job posting a couple weeks ago. I applied for it for somebody to take over and be a project manager by contract for all their digital computer-y stuff. I haven't heard back from them. If anybody out there has influence with IDPA, besides me promoting them again, hit them up. Tell them you're not going to renew your membership unless they give me that job. Me and George. IDPA equals. So I hope I answered your question, Elizabeth. The question being, why did she have all that trouble holstering? The answer is because they're not allowed in the classrooms to, even with the blue ones or the orange ones, the fake ones made toys, do what they have to do real world. And none of them, I promise you, they don't take their time off the clock and go out there and practice and train. International Defensive Pistol Association equals 10 years ago, allegedly, we would make secret services go do IDPA matches in their full protection uniform, suit, radios, lung, what we call sub G words, the MP5s and such, subcompact machine guns. They call them sub funds. Or subcompact machine G words. Everything that they had to wear without running next to the limousine, or worse, standing next to the principal. You're going to put all that crap on and shoot all 6 stages of it. Has shoot, don't shoot decision making. Concealment is required. It is strange, but while discussing this, I remember being a tiny kid with 2 G words, drawing and replacing, Lone Ranger, movies, and of course my dad was super in weapon use from Army. Yep. And it's a real thing. That's why I can provide you, I don't know, 2,000 at least. It's probably closer to 2,500 now, references that say, I've never had a G word class like your G word class, ever. Never.
I still say, when it comes to security guards and police officers, they need to, as part of their qualification, before and after range, need to demonstrate that they can clean their own weapon.
And even if that includes paying someone else to do it. If you don't want to, then pay someone else to do it. I don't, it, even though once I almost got a job and then they figure out, oh, that's that guy the state hates, so don't hire him. Raleigh police. They wanted a non-cop armorer, and they were willing to send somebody to both levels of general instructor and specialized firearms instructor school, or specialized instructor dash firearms for law enforcement in North Carolina.
Well, you know why I say that they need to demonstrate they know how to clean and care for their sidearm before and after the range. You're familiar with the reason I put that out there.
Why? Oh, because so many of them don't.
Yes, so
Yeah.
many of them don't. And I've had to clean and repair a few.
Oh yeah. And it's one of those everybody else yucks, but I don't have time for that garbage. Bring that thing inside, and we're gonna check it out and function check it inside a classroom, miles away from the range. When we get to
Oh,
the
that's just
range, I'm not standing out there where your nonsense jams up, grinds up. You can hear the sand caked in it, and when you blow through the barrel, a big old spider and its wrapped up fly crawls out the front and says, "Hey man, it's my house."
it's just a pet peeve of mine.
Mine too. And again, I agree. If I don't care whether they can or can't, it's their lives and the lives of their supposed people they work for and the clients, and if it's cops, it's the public. That you're betting on that thing that you won't take care of. Yeah, I can get very rude about it.
There's a
They absolutely, you know how you demonstrate that you understand that that thing needs cleaning and oiling? That you didn't want to do it and you hate getting that stuff on your hands, so you took it to somebody who does do it and you paid them for the service. I'm a good cop. I'm not going to waste my time, whatever. But I know they did hire, they call them armorers and other such, at Raleigh Police Department. And still them, if they won't pay them extra, could we put that one after shift and get me in some OT, boss? The cops won't take their G words in for free cleaning and checking. Anytime you want, take it up to the cage, point it into the little red barrel. They have a special safety barrel full of sand. And hand it over and let them check it out for you, clean it up for you, cycle your ammunitions for you. Nah, no. Cops. They're special. Anyhow, yeah. Back to that as why so long ago? The question was, why can't that lady holster her G word? Because none of them can. But she finally got it put away, and the simple rule applies. When do you put these away, law enforcement, security, Secret Service, after you got it out? When you're 100% sure it doesn't need to come back out. That's why the other one told her when she saw that she finally got it put away, get it back out. Because other people still had theirs out. Once you get it out, we always go back to the holster, hesitatingly, reluctantly.
well, one of the reasons another is I there's a Michael Caine movie that he did. I'm trying to find the name of it. It's not been that long ago, where he plays a retired soldier, and he's going against some local thug gangbangers, and the gangbanger or pot grower, pot smoker, gets a jump on him, but his weapon doesn't go off, and his saying, "Son, you have failed to learn to maintain your firearm." Because he used in the movie, the crackhead was using it to, you know, to crack. He was putting crack in the barrel of the gun or pistol and lighting it up and smoking out the other end of the barrel. And because he did all kinds of things other than what it was designed for, it was extraordinary filthy, and it would not cycle correctly.
Yeah, teach bad guys to dirty theirs. Teach good guys to get that daggone thing cleaned and oiled. Hey, women folks out there in the world.
Harry Brown was the name of the movie.
Oh, very good. Harry Brown, 2009.
Yeah. Yeah, Harry Brown is the name of the movie. You have failed to maintain your weapon. And because he says it like a drill sergeant would say it. That's not just he says it, he doesn't yell it.
Michalcine, I think. No E? I don't know how to spelling his name. Michael Cain. Yeah, English retired actor. I was right. How did I do it? Kane.
There's an E on the end of Kane.
Equals clean your G words.
There's an E on the end of Kane.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
But then pictures. I love her. Not in a creepy way, Secret Service lady. I got the picture up on the screen of who was carrying the weight. Everybody talking so much trash because she looks like she to the rest of us. How the hell do you know? She's a DEI hire. What pisses me off is I haven't seen any what looks like her, and she was the hero of the day. Now I got a bunch of these dudes that are going to stand around and leave Mr. Trump exposed to danger because they ain't got chest bumps. Who in this photo on the screen, Rumpelstiltskin, is carrying you down the damn stairs? Because your legs do water and wobble after a moment. Am I dead? Am I DOA'd? And the Secret Service people said, move, move, move. Go, go, go. You can see Mr. Trump's hand over here in the corner. Let me scroll the corner over.
And they make up fun of him of asking
is
where his
not
shoes were.
He is not holding the rail. He is thumbing another Secret Service agent's back of their hand. He was stumbling very ungracefully. Look at the stretched tension of his shirt. He is leaning his weight upon her. If it had been any one of these other don't go to the gym, touch of gray hair, secret squirrels, they both would have fell down. The destiny of it all, her being so extremely, man, she looks like a bicycle decathlon. Her legs are very well built. She does a lot of leg work. Everybody else would have been crushed under the enormity.
We gotta look at it. First he was shot, and then he went down. Then a bunch of people played let's dogpile on the president.
Yeah. The candidate, the principal.
Well, the dogpile on the person.
Yeah.
And then let's try and get him to get up. And this is after we, in the process of doing the dog pile, we knocked his shoes off.
Yeah.
And he's like, where are my shoes?
If you look at the tension in his shirt, the only way that shirt gets stretched across, and look at the tension in her. She was carrying him. And even though it's very hard for me to look away from her rumpus, let's say, it's a man thing. I identify that way. I objectify women's. Even if she's a man who identifies as a woman.
Well, the
My
person
mind
with the
said, sophomorically, nice derriere, milady. I don't mind looking at it.
person carrying President-elect Trump in that picture, she's also, you can also tell she's got a vest underneath that shirt.
Oh, yeah, they
Whereas
all
these,
do.
well, two of them, it looks like it's within doubt. The guy that's directly in front of Trump, looking at the jacket, okay, yes, he's wearing a vest. The way her shirt's stretched, and if you ever see that her back jacket,
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
she's wearing a vest.
she's wearing a vest. And
These
even
two, the three above
everybody,
them,
we're not giving away national secrets. Everybody, if you can't look at these pictures and find out, the reason these guys don't look like they're wearing monster armors, this is not armor up this right hand side. That's part of the strapped on equipment under the coat of the guy in front of Donald Trump in the photo.
yeah,
That's not a ballistic plate or piece of steel. That's part of his equipment. It might be his subcompact machinery, G word.
I'm the one that you can
All of them have what's called soft armor.
yeah. I'm just saying, if you look at higher up on his jacket and the center of his jacket, the way the seam is stretched out, he's got something high up on his back. The guy is kind of
That
slightly bent
that's
over
the
for.
wire to his earpiece. You can trace it. I guess I could. Here, let me copy this, paste it in. I put it in the
She
YouTube
did
chat.
not get a. She did not request a bigger shirt.
She's wearing soft armor as well. Everybody
Yes, yes.
around immediately,
I'm
because
just saying the way
remember,
that.
this is the inner circle. They have to move.
Yeah,
They can't have
I'm just
them
looking at
fainting in the heat from
right.
carrying
Eh,
80 pounds of baggage. But we go
But
back to that other
I'm just
guy.
her shirt, her shirt, her button-up shirt is stretched a bit more than it would normally be stretched if it was just her.
Oh, yeah.
And
She had the weight of the world on her, or future leader of the world
she
on
had the
her
way
shoulders.
the president, and the body armor. And I don't think she's a small chested woman. She'd make a good, as we used to say, she'd make a good scuba diver. Plenty of lung power.
Yeah, and she takes her life and her career and her job very seriously, and it's a daggone good thing to me she was there. And I
Yes.
really, 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 really dislike that dude a lot. I don't want him to be my president. He is. He was before, and he will be again next month. But I do not wish him harm. I wish he would like dumb up one day and go, you know what? I'm 80 years old. I don't want to do this stuff. I quit. You guys here have JD Vance. Screw you, America. You deserve worse. That's another good photo coming up on the screen where I was saying there's a piece of her that caught my eye for a second, but then the rest of her and her professionalism and her ability underneath the rump is those
Trying to drag.
amazing legs. And you can see right there, she's not carrying the weight. She's trying to get that arm up and create, I don't know the right word that they use these days
Carry.
to not sound derogatory. No, they're trying to put themselves between him and danger, and I just call it being a meat shield.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Whatever you got, get it between your principal and danger. You're a bullet sponge. I don't know how to correct. Sorry, anybody I'm activating. It's a moment that happened in our history, and it was serious, and it led to Elizabeth still having questions. Why are they all so whatever? I hope that my hero lady, I'm gonna take her off the screen because I keep looking at that lower portion of her above her legs. Let me go back to the other better picture. Where I don't have to say, yeah, oh, wow, yeah, look at those legs.
Now you sound like the guy on Laughing.
Yep.
The old guy.
It's the old lech. If I could do a good impersonation, and I can't, especially because I used to get to sit at the right hand or the right leg of what's her name, Peters or Peterson, Elvira, Cassandra. True story. At KROQ radio station. I used to go by there. It was on the way home from school every single day. And they hired this lovely redheaded lady to sit there and answer the phones and run errands for all the super famous DJs and do stuff. So she would sit at that little desk, and I loved her. She was redhead. I had a weird thing. And she would let me sit there with her. The Elvira. Elvirus. I would try to mimic the breather, especially the Elvira herself. Not good at it. Elvirus. Secret
That's a
Service.
good thing.
Secret Service. But I have not seen. It's all a bunch of really look like younger, bigger, stronger, better dudes around Trump ever since Butler, Pennsylvania. Like guys that might still be active in the military. Here, put this suit on and get around the president. I mean, former, future, and elect. Then candidate. But I have not seen her or any of the other women since. And I hate it. It makes me sad. If nothing else, the lady that couldn't holster her gun stayed between. G word, sorry. Google Tubes. If I need to quack it out later, holla. But the woman who could not holster, at least she stayed
Or quack.
upright. Yeah, at least she stayed upright and meat shielded the principal. She didn't take a knee or something crazy like that and get small. Mm. Man, we did good. We talked a lot of stuff. And we talked about Michael Caine. George dragged it right back into movies. Good job. We must always. That's our goal. And let's say 6:44 p.m. Boy, we went for a good while doing good work. I still don't know that I ever answered Elizabeth's questions because that's how they're trained. Don't look the G word into the holster. Unless if you have a doubt about trying to holster, see all my other streams, come take a class with me. Let me see if I can get this across. If you're not 100% sure that that thing's going home to its bed to go to sleep, first time, absolutely perfectly, you've practiced this in the exact clothes you're wearing in a stressful environment. Many times you can play this instrument by touch. You don't need the sheet music anymore, which is the written plan and the checklist. Then look at where that thing is going. It goes where the eyes go. That's more firearms teacher trainer stuff. Firearms teacher trainer instructors, whatever you are. Stop telling your people these crazy things. Okay, 6:44 p.m. We're going to take a break. I shall be back. All right then. 6:49 p.m. We made it 5 minutes. Until 6. Oh, I can't do that. It'll say, let's put dot. I keep forgetting. 6:419. 6:49 p.m. And then I was back. I should go make a note up above that I apologize to all of you women of the whole wide world, or might be mistaken for. They may trying to do better. I try to avert my eyes and not be Elvirus's breather. I can't help it. I just do it. I give myself so many excuses. Uh-oh. John texted. We'll find out. John texted. He will be here tomorrow. My business Zoom texted. She is not able to go on Zoom today, so I will stick around. Yay! I mean, aw. And you got all them veganables. Ugh. I went and got 2 drinks of water. I don't have any more other beverage. I want more. Since we were on the topic of Trump and rumps, nyuk, 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 bad boy. Oh, you silly nanner. And George is still missing. I don't know if we should or shouldn't.
No, I'm still here.
Check the list. Is Q. Question. Is it time? Because we talked about Rump and Rump. I mean, very admirable fit and home Secret Service
You
agent.
mentioned, but you didn't. You did not talk about Trump's lawyers. You mentioned it.
Yeah,
And
that's what
am
I'm getting.
I a word?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? The question mark on that one. I still didn't even discuss the men on fire. We sort of did. George did see the second one, 2004. Links in the description. I took a class from the guy that wrote the book, or a clinic, or whatever you call it. There was probably 200 and something plus law enforcement or within arm's length of law enforcement in Los Angeles, California at the time, including FBI agents and other such things. Had a very good The Realities of Mexico / Southern California Law Enforcement from the guy that wrote the original Man on Fire, a Creasy novel, book number 1, A.J. Quinnell, 1980. And then one day in 87, I never found out until exactly 30 years later in 2017. I think that's 30. I'm not counting on my fingers. There was a original 1987 one with Scott Glenn. There's links in the description. And then there's, of course, the Denzel He Fine Washington version. 2004 with the cute little blonde girl and the cute little blonde lady that played the mother there. I'm keeping my lecherous creeper mode on. My aunt would say, Masher. There, we covered them. We discussed them. I give the second movie, 2004, 10 out of 10. The first movie, 1987, I give it 8 out of 10. The book, I give it 9 out of 10. See the last question mark. A one word, una palabra. We talked about that. We've been staying in theme. So the next checklist item, let me make sure none of this. It kind of goes to. In Man on Fire, both versions, they have the sound of the G word shot will set you free. Oh, that's under the question mark. Never mind. We did kind of discuss that. The sound in the Trump Butler, Pennsylvania thing. Anybody who's upset by me keep saying this, I guess I apologize. I'm sorry I offend you, but I'm not going to not say his name. I'm not pandering to that side of the aisle. He's the future, the elect, and the former President of the United States. The other day, just clicking on the TubeTube home screen. Let's go visit it again. No, let's not. There might be something there that distracts me. Let's stay on target. Last time we were living, we saw the little headline that said, blah, blah, NBC News. I remember who said it. Trump says. Well, Trump didn't said anything. Trump's lawyer filed in writing an amicus, whatever you call an amicus. I call it a bum kiss. We'll get there. Speaking of bums, in the Supreme Court of the United States, my main thought is what caused this whole incident today is what I was reading it yesterday. Sometime last night, I wrote myself a note at 12:23. Sometime last night, I read the TikTok petition and downloaded Trump's, his a-hole licking lawyers, amicus filing. I don't know why I use those letters combined together. I don't know. It fell out of my fingers. I don't know, and I don't care. What is an amicus with the court SCOTUS? Is that a petition also? And of that course, on the last full page, there is one word missing in action. All throughout this filing that none of the news people will acknowledge. He didn't just say some damn thing. He didn't even just Truth Social some ding-danging thing. He paid or made that lawyer work for free, which they should, again, check, like I said earlier. Was that dude clocked in for that stuff? Everything has got to be kept and recorded. We'll get to that too. John Sauer, who has lost many cases for Mr. Trump, but that's Mr. Trump's business. He wants to keep letting him lose stuff for him. Go ahead. But Donald Trump did something that if it turns out to be, were you trying to earn favor with the president and blah, 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 they'll just, the supposed right Republican mega Senate and House will get rid of John Sauer just to wrench up Trump's works. Better make sure there's no appearance of impropriety in there, Mr. Sauer. Except if you were capable, you would have had someone proofread that thing before you filed it with the Supreme Court. Because here I am, calling you out. I don't. Depending on how you look at this era, maybe this is what maybe he's testing. And haha, do I pass Mr. John Sauer? Could I have a job? Just consulting. Do I pass? Did I get it? A missing word. It just ruins the whole thing. Talking about the suspension of disbelief. It is time. So, without any further ado, oh Lord, 33, 16, is it a test? Mr. Sauerkraut? Are you a grout? Are you a German? I don't apologize. I do goofy things with everything. I see sour, I think sauerkraut. Or, are you married to Sig? Never mind, I guess, maybe, I don't know. Did I pass? Can I have a job? The word of the day is J-O-B. We'll tell that story someday. The Amicus document. R-E. Tick. Tock. Ticky-tocky, ticky-tocky. I have it open. In the other Fenster. That's German for window. Fit to width. And then zoom it some more. In the numbers 24-656-24, whatever. Because I talked junk the other day. I said, oh, look, they said Trump said. So did he say something or did he write something? No, Trump did right. News media's, you did wrong. You should not have said You know what Donald said? That guy, Orange Man bad. You should have said clearly. Petitioners, respondents, and petitioners. This is a brief. Amicus curiae means friend to the court, supporting neither party. Well, those are lie words too. Brief of President Donald J. Trump. So I guess they should have said something about something other than, you know what he said? Shame on you. December 27th, 2024. We saw it when it was new. NBC was hot to the presses. The question presented in the introductory small Roman numeral I, whether the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, the Act, as applied to petitioners, that would be TikTok and Byte Dance or whatever they are, violates the First Amendment and many other things. Being that this is from I don't know how to say it. Let me just stay on target, stay in the document. Don't worry about documenting it, noting it. It is clarified. Letter I. Question presented. See how short and sweet they did that? For Donald Trump and his attorneys, this is fantastic. Think about all their other filings. Go look at some of them. Don't worry. This one gets there in a hot daggone hurry. Then there's a table of contents and a table of authorities. It's not authorities, it's a table of citations. Again, we don't know how to use our words. What does a word mean or not mean? That's all right. Introduction and interest of Amicus Curiae President Donald J. Trump. No. As of the date of this filing with the court, he is not. But I guarantee you, if Mr. Sauer, attorney at law, dared call him anything other than, then he'd go find him some other person to write his papers for him. You must kiss the ring. You must lick the boots. Summary of arguments. Arguments. Start on page 7, then there's a bunch of Roman numerals. The case's current schedule requires the court to address unprecedented, very significant constitutional questions on a highly expedited basis. I meant to put a link to this document in case Elizabeth or George wanted to have it open on theirs. And I forgot. It is down below in the description. Let me get back up. Scroll up. It says, Man on Fire. Man on Fire. Nope, maybe it's just in Supreme Court. Blah, blah, blah. PDF. Put it in the chat. Go, chatty box. Paste. Arrow. Okay, I got it in the chat. Sorry, I apologize again. Back to it. Get back on it. 3 features of the act considered in combination raise concerns. The case presents novel, difficult, and significant First Amendment questions. And then there's a conclusion. It says not all about the First Amendment. There are some things that, catch people doing something right. We'll get to it. I'm going to say a lot of, I hate this. I wish this wasn't happening. Why is this happening? Who writes this crappy fiction story that I got lived in? How can I get paid to be so stupid? Yeah, it's all just jealousy, I promise you. And always going back to the Federalist number 70 at Hamilton. Why don't you ever cite to yourself Federalist number 15, where A. Hamilton called you an imbecile, John Sauer? Introduction and interest of Amicus Curiae President Donald Trump. Footnote number 1. We can't even get page 1, number 1, President Donald J. Trump. All right, find the footnote. This brief was not authored in whole or in part by counsel for any party, and no party or party's counsel has made a monetary contribution toward the brief's preparation or submission. And those who are uninitiated into the hellfire that is American court systems, you would say, counsel for any party? This was authored by Donald Trump's thing, and he's a party. No, he is not party to the litigation in question. He is neither named respondent, appellate, defendant, plaintiff, or any other such title of parties to the action. He, Donald Trump, which I mistakenly, first time I ever got here, I thought, ha ha ha, they're going to footnote and say, we colloquially call him that, but acknowledge that he currently is not that. Listen, John Sauer, you expose him to them being able to say, because of the appearance of impropriety here, that he claimed in a filing in a court, authored by you, sir. So your footnote should have said, and Donald Trump never looked at or read, and we kept him for plausible deniability purposes away from our nonsense, because we don't want our crap to splash on the President of the United States. Besides, he's going to make me Solicitor General and little puppy foots. I just got to stick my nose deeper up his butt crack and say, hi, boss. I love you. I'm your puppy. Now the entire left gets to scream, Read! Do you see that Donald Trump is usurping the White House from Joseph R. Biden? I hate you, John Sauer. Amicus Curiae, President Donald J. Trump. You did it again. Without a footnote. President Trump, rappity rap. Here, you tried, is the 45th and soon to be the 47th President of the United States of America. Good. You didn't catch it. You didn't make up for it. You can't unfire the G words, sir, as we say down here in Peasantville. So here's a whole bunch of stuff. Everybody go read it for yourself. President Trump. No. President dash elect. I should be marking this up in the other browser thing. I'm not. And saving it and making an upload spot to upload your marked up. It doesn't do me any good. I would just be scribbling all over it. John Sauer eats crap. John Sauer. How do I know? Because the only thing that comes out of his mouth and his finger mouths are crap. Y'all what you eat. Somebody protect Donald Trump from his own attorneys. President-elect Trump. And how I know this? Because if you guys would pay me, I'd charge you by the hour. And account for, in deep detail, how long did it take me to mark this up, edit it. Just pay me my exact minutes. A fair, equitable wage. But no, you guys are so busy paying each other $1 million a second and bonking each other's wives. You don't care what you write. President Trump will assume responsibility for the United States national security, foreign policy, and other vital executive functions. Yes, if you're going to, yes, I guess you can word, I don't even remember if it's the first or second portion of the United States Constitution that declares the executive. U.S. Constitution, executive. Article 2. Article 2 is the executive. Article 1 is the City of Fools. This case, now we're getting into, I know this is John Sauer's job. Without, I call it lick wiping the arse. You don't get to write these. Did I do it, boss? Did I get it to do? Oh, what do you think, boss? Am I a good boy? Could you pat my head? Could you give me an appointment? Could you? Oh, boss, the boss saw me. The boss heard me. I know. I'm not one of you guys. I'll just sit down over here broke because I'm not lick wiping anybody's arse. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that too offensive? I'm not gonna lick polish the dog crap off the bottom of his shoe either. Especially go look at everybody else that came before you. When he's done with you, you're gone. Call up old Rudy Giuliani and see how all that ass wiping and ass kissing worked for him. This case presents an unprecedented blah, 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 blah. Yeah, words. Here it is. Here it comes. As the incoming chief executive, that's not the title of it. It doesn't say that. It says, as the incoming only executive. Are you misusing words and appropriating the native? Oh my God, John. This spittle spattle of yours splashes back on President elect Trump. Has a particularly, here we go, powerful. He has a giant, powerful interest that throbs in his pants. And responsibility for those national security and foreign policy questions. And he is the right constitutional actor to resolve the dispute through political means. No, he will be. We shall continue. No, John. No, bad John. Am I even saying the guy's name right? I don't even remember. Sauerkraut. Mr. Sauerkraut. Rotten. Oh, stinky. Not even good stuff. Not useful anymore. You can't even cook the bad out of that. I'm scrolling all the way to the bottom of their document. John Sauer. D. John. What does D stand for? Dummy. Dork. Dingleberry. I don't know. D period. Maybe it doesn't stand for anything. Oh, so here we go some more. I'm not just gonna Trump, Mr. Trump also has a unique interest in the First Amendment issues raised in this case. Okay, why? His historic victory, President Trump received powerful electoral mandate from all American voters, and half of the 170 are users of TikTok. Okay. He's uniquely situated to vindicate these interests because the President and Vice President of the United States are the only elected officials who represent all of the voters in the nation. Then you meant Biden. You usurped and stole the title and duty of Mr. Joseph R. Biden POTUS and Vice President. What are you talking about? These are patently, provably, facially utterly false statements, John Sauer. I wish, just like I discovered, thanks to George. Thank you, George. That the Supreme Court of the United States of America told whatever state Obama was in to get him out, allegedly. I didn't read the fact check org page to find out if that was just a rumor. Would you please, useless, moronic, hopeless Supreme Court, all of you combined, the only one I have any thoughts or cares about that I think, and I so hastily once upon a time said, don't let her up there, because I wanted Ivanka Trump. Amy Comey Barrett, please get John Sauer disbarred for filing this trash in your court. And then, back in the checklist, Senate, if he's disbarred or unrecommended by opinion of the SCOTUS, don't let him be solicitor anything in my country, please. He doesn't understand anything at all, including, I don't care. I would do it for right at minimum wage for the good of my country. But no, all these cloud dwellers going to dwell in their clouds and ruin themselves, if only to me. Me and Alexander Hamilton say, you are a boot-licking imbecile. Here we go again. He is so hard and throbbing, and I'm only mocking a little bit. How much of a fluffer are you for this guy, dude? Moreover, Mr. Trump is one of the most powerful, prolific, and influential. He powerfuler uses social media than anybody else. Most powerful user of social media. What? Press hard. You're making several copies in history. So powerful. Contain yourself, D. John Sauer. Your slip is showing. Consistent with his commanding presence. See all these drama words? Mr. Trump currently has 14.7 million followers on TikTok with whom he actively communicates. Doesn't sound so impressive when they talk about the many, including business and whatever, and we're getting to it. He has what? 0.01%? That doesn't sound so big. Go back to, he has all the users of his own whatever. Mr. Trump and his rival both use TikTok. See how they won't name her? Good job, Sauer. How many times are you going to say Trump in this? See what he's got to do? Everybody knows that's what you got to do. It's well written. Go read all the stuff. There are books about it. How they had to redesign the presidential daily briefs for the entire 4 years he was in office previously. That if he didn't find himself mentioned every couple of seconds, he tuned it out. Wait, it didn't mention me. Shut up. Get out of here. There's a written instruction book somewhere. Do you want to gain his favor and let him throw you a scrap from his table? Not particularly. As this court instructs, the First Amendment's constitutional guarantee has its fullest and most urgent application precisely to the conduct of campaigns for political office. Susan B. Anthony List v. Driehaus, Good German name. In sometime quoting, one quotes the other, quotes the other, quotes the other. Ad infinitum is another lawyer term for infinity and beyond. This begets that and begets the other and gets the other, and then the quotey, 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 quotey quotes all the way back to the original court. Oh, my Lord. Who cares? Further, Mr. Trump is the founder of another resoundingly successful social media platform, True Social. Here we go. We got True. True. Because suddenly, somewhere in between, him spending the last 2 years of his first 4 in the White House and this next 4 coming, he started his own social media. The last 2, when he was there before, he spent screaming and hollering how we need to vanquish and banish the TikTok. China's. And somebody told him just this week, hey, dude, you know, Congress could sick that law on you, and they could ban you and Elon Musk's ex slash artist formerly known as Twitter. I believe I read that correctly. And Truth Social. What would your shares in your revocable trust be worth then, sir, if it was banned? Your resoundingly successful social media. Oh, shoot. Bang. We better write us up a amicus brief and send it up to the courts. That's a bad law. Bad law. Which law? You know, yeah, the one you invented. In-depth perspective on the extraordinary. Why do you think Mark Zuckerberg and everybody else is throwing money at Donald Trump towards his inauguration and his campaign this time? He's all right. Damn, Joe Biden went through with that Trump stuff. And nobody's blaming Trump. Now they're all sort of blaming Joe Biden. We shall continue. Perspective, the power of the federal government to effectively shut down a social media platform favored by tens of millions of Americans. Disfavored content on that platform. There it is. Go ahead, George. What? Oh, it must have just been a transient noise.
It's me popping in and out.
Oh. Elizabeth said, I see your point, but feel the footnote takes care of the issue. I don't know. I might have made too many points already. I don't think the footnote takes care of anything. The only footnote we've had so far is poop.
Well, speaking of poop, I'm pooping out, and I still got to get the wifey fed. So I will talk to you later, sir.
Very good. Well, I'll be up here complaining about this mess for a while.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Make a note. Over. 58. 45. GH. Out. Maybe all the rest. We are deep in it. Elizabeth, say good night, George. All right, back at it. Yeah, all of a sudden it realized to everybody, and you know who didn't send in Amicus? Meta. All right, if we throw some money at you, Trump, will you send it in your name? Because they all hate you anyway, and we don't want to get on anybody's radar. The Facebook, the new ones, the blue whatever it's called, Elon Musk. They're all hiding behind Donald Trump. Now, how do we find out he is truly their leader? Because, like I said, once in a long forgotten fictional social media platform, that I have a weird memory of, obviously false memory. And I say it in other types of advanced leadership or management training classes. People standing behind you doesn't make you a leader, especially you elected people. Take notes. Let's make a note from the Dean Schools of many flavors. People standing behind you does not make you a leader. It means that they are smart enough to be more scared than you, and they are smart enough to use you for cover, aka hide behind you. It's something I understand. 99% of all other people that say, I'm in charge here, I'm the leader, I'm the boss. I got elected most powerful, biggest, throbbing, smartest in history of presidents, President Everest. They don't have this lesson under control. So obviously, if you had any true meaning of knowledge of any one of these words, let alone all of them strung together, Mr. Trump, you would not pay people to write this garbage in your name. No matter how many of them sit behind you going, yeah, 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 send that in. Yeah, yeah. Don't mention us. Don't mention us. We'll get you some money. Shortly after the act was passed, listen to this. Shortly after the act was passed, Brazil banned the social media platform X. Apples and oranges, blah, 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 blah. Please, Supreme Court, fire this dude. Take away anything and file a restraining order against him that he is not allowed to have any association or participation with filings in our courts, in any court, in our lands, without him having paid Donald Trump's millions of dollars to at least 50 independent, or better yet, absolute Democrat lobby lawyers to read his crap before it ever gets visited upon our already overworked court system. Who the hell cares what happened in Brazil? See how carefully this is written together? Uh, kind of makes it look like it's the act's fault, doesn't it? Well, your guy invented the act, Mr. John Sauer. And our act in America ain't got nothing to do with Brazil. You are trying to do what is called conflating or confounding or confusing. You see how horrible it would be for me to be in America's Supreme Court of the United States? Because I had a long before I got this far. Let alone all the way to that last full page. I read the whole daggone thing. And find out, why won't you pay someone to proofread this? I know. The Supreme Court, go see my 10.5 hour stream previously, is utterly destroyed and hollowed out by infectious American, multi-generationally adapted, I don't give a F-itis. But they're the Supreme Court. They already got the big seats, dude. You don't. for more than a month, based in large part on that government's disfavor of political speech. You're conflating, you're confounding. It's not what the act says. In light of these interests, including most importantly, his overarching responsibility for the United States national security and foreign policy. Look, John, just because they won't hold your guy's feet to fires doesn't mean he's innocent. Pure as the driven snow. I know you have to say these things, or he'll say, "You fired," with his little hand gesture he made from his apprentice show. I loved it. My missus made me watch the show. I didn't think it was bad. Good show, Donald Trump. You good. You fired. President Trump, what overarching? His soon coming. You are totally usurping the office and the embodiment of who is our current POTUS. Can I tangent now, please? And no, they haven't had time to wake Joe up. That might take, I imagine, 7 or 8 days on its own. Yes, I'm being very derogatory about you and your conditions, Mr. Biden. You're my president. I'm going to dress you and redress you any way I choose. Joe Seth R. Biden Jr., comma, current POTUS, say and do something about them. Trump and co. through Addy, what's this jerk's name? Sauer, through Addy Sauer, about them usurping you and my office at 1600. Entire administration? Are you guys also giving up? Then somebody in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, if they won't come out and say, based on that whole filing, we're going to issue a very strongly worded memorandum to Mr. Trump and his entire staff and incoming and transitions and everybody else from, dude, you ain't the president. Stop letting your people say that, especially in official papers. If you're going to talk about the power of the one and only executive, that is Mr. Joseph R. Biden Jr. right now. This overarching responsibility is for you to stay in your damn lane, Mr. Trump, and don't let your people speak for you this way. Remember, I'm the guy, the only one who thinks that they're setting you up and the Republicans are going to come out, and it's all of them, especially the loudest screaming MAGA hats, are going to bring articles of impeachment against you and pretend that this is the Senatus of old and the first Caesar. You're like, bully, we got him, showed him. And you're too stupid to stop walking into these pits of your own digging. Mr. Trump proposes banning TikTok in the United States at this juncture and seeks the ability to resolve the issues at hand through political means once he takes office. You see, I'm getting very stuck on a word. What is the beginning? The beginning of the song. I love that song. It says, a word says nothing. And at the same time, it hides everything. Or it might at the same time say everything. If there are political means, non lie word, bootlicker word, say all the words, and maybe he'll just give you an appointment to Solicitor General. Because in America, we all have, I got paid, I don't give a F-itis. Well, in the sands of time, as long as the Google and the YouTube will not delete my videos, and I may be the only one in all of everywhere out of 8 billion people on this rock, there is one of us that sees what a bunch of crap this is. And if somebody won't do something about something, it ain't never going to get no better. If we don't take care of the little things, we ain't going to take care of the big things. Why didn't you send this letter and just upload it to one of the many super successful throbbing pecker Donald Trump stuff that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and everybody else owns? An open letter to President Joseph R. Biden. Incoming President Donald Trump wants you to, number one, explain yourself. Why the heck's word did you sign that in the continuing monetary resolutions of year last? Number two, give ByteDance / TikTok their 90-day extension automatically built in that the president, we're getting there. I know I'm jumping ahead. This really disgusts me, and it just keeps coming. It's flooding faster and faster and faster in this sorry ass country of mine. Nobody takes it serious. The Supreme Court won't take it serious and charge this dude with criminal misuse or abuse of the court system. Not whatever, unless you can somehow get him in writing to sign a written confession that he approved of this thing and had full knowledge and understanding of what the meaning of each individual word and the collective meant. Donald Trump is smarter than that. He was like, sure, Sauer, you go up there and stand in the backyard of the porn place like Rudy did about the last election. Do whatever you want, dude. Yeah, I promise I'll pay you. You heard me say it all the campaign stops. I'll pay the attorneys. No, he doesn't. He won't pay you. Fool. Donnie likes me more than Donnie liked the previous, whatever you call it, whipping boy. Then if you want to solve it through political means, then get Joe Biden up off his feet. Get your MAGA hat Republicans to threaten Joe Biden with give the 90-day extension and stop this nonsense, Joseph R. Biden, or we're going to impeach you. Nope. We don't have the votes to convict and throw you out, but you will be properly impeached for causing huge controversy in this country. Somebody stand up and do something. Marjorie Taylor Greene, impeach Joe Biden. File number 10. Number 1, for not kicking Donald Trump and his idiots in the below the waist area over this. And number 2, for not giving TikTok / ByteDance their 90 days. And number three, nobody of outgoing and incoming president and all of their transition teams and everybody else never thought, hey, how about both of us presidents get together and rub our heads together and figure out what we can do together politically, not, what do you call it? Litigiously, not courteously, whatever the hell you idiots call it. Oh, I'm sorry. I abbreviated imbeciles. I'm not allowed to call you stupid unless I say it in the language of the founding fathers. On September 4th, 2024, Mr. I hope he never does become president. I really do hope the MAGA hat, far right, standing there, rubbing his little hands together, Lindsey Graham, smiling and crying at the same time. Because if not for Donald Trump, he would have won that primary in 2015/16. It's all Donald Trump's fault. Orange man bad. Now, I believe them Republicans are going to get rid of Donald Trump first chance they get. On September 4th, Mr. Trump posted on his own Truther Social. All caps. He loves the all caps, yelling and shouting into the internets. For all those that want to save TikTok in America, vote Trump. So whatever. Anybody that, of course, yes, sounds good. I don't know why we have to have that in a Supreme Court filing, but okay. See, now we're talking about how what a good guy he is. Again, remember, you have to read this thing. I'm trying. I'm really trying this. Furthermore, Trump alone possesses the consummate deal-making experience. Oh, God. Because you know what? What was his book called? Hey, Don. Oh, remember your book title, Dave? Don. Remember what was your book title? Donald Trump's first book name. The Art of the Deal. He's the deal maker. Does anybody remember that besides me? Consummate deal making expertise. The electoral mandate. If you kicked Kamala Harris's butt, Donald Trump and company, then Joe Biden ripped both of your arse cheeks off. What is the value of words and the imaging? I guess we must ask the internets. Trump, Harris, 24, popular vote. Give me the numbers. Show me the numbers. Where's some numbers? Arizona, Colorado. Where's in general? Where's in all of the... Kamala got 75. Trump got 773. So he got 2.3 M's. And they call it, wait, we're coming back to it. 2.3 M's. Make a note. T had 2.3 M's over H. Mandated, destroyed. The languages. So we are going to apply with a mathematical formula the same number of languages. Biden, Trump, 2020, popular vote. That last one was CNN. I don't see it. Can we trust Pew Research? Will they give me the answer? Do you give me answer, Pew Research? It took a second. They got the electorals. I'm too impatient. Multiples of. Look at the Wikipedia. Yes, I know. Don't trust the Wikipedia. Oh, what the heck is wrong with you? I don't know everything. 81.2 minus 74.2. Sounds like 7 M's to me. B had 7 M's over T in 2020. Calculator. How come you don't brag about it that way? Like, that was fraud. It was stolen. It was a crybaby bunch of bull crap. If you're gonna say crap, say equally thick and layered crap everywhere. Be proud of your lies. 7 divided by 2.3 equals that many. 3.0434. But it's not pi. Copy. Select all. Control C. Go here. Um, dear dash D's, you need to be constantly repeating the robotic loop propaganda based on the reality of 3.04, that many more multiples of Trump got KO'd by Joseph R. Who cares? He could beat a girl. Huh. Listen to the MAGA hats. Anybody can beat a girl. All right. There we go. Back to the drama documents. The Trump documents. Alone possesses the deal making expertise. Then why wouldn't you have just made this deal with Joe? Starting way back in September or prior, or way back when you were in the White House squawking and screaming and regularly screaming how TikTok's got to go until you got an account. Now you got something to lose. The electoral mandate, the political will to negotiate a resolution to save the platform. Here we go again. When my grandchild was 3, he would say, "May us clean it up." And whatever the mess was, he would clean it up. For his 4th birthday, I think, we bought him several kinds of vacuum cleaners. He loved it. But when he ran out of mess, he would go find his sippy cup and flip the lid off it and wash the entire everything with liquid from inside the sippy cup and say, "May us clean it up." Here we go. Who started this banned TikTok crap? Oh, that's right. So, of course, he can save the platform. Hey, ByteDance slash TikTok LLCs, corporations, and all your layered. I guess you should probably sue him. He doesn't have any immunity for that $2 billion you wasted trying to get around it and do right and get rid of the appearance of impropriety. But so somehow, supposedly, these two old octogenarians who hate each other both had the same idea that TikToki's got to go. Really? The national security concerns expressed by the government, concerns which President Trump himself has acknowledged. CEG? CEG? I didn't look these up earlier. Let's see it. Search the web for 178th executive order signed by former U.S. President Trump on August 6, 2020. The order directs the Secretary of Commerce to prohibit all transactions between anyone under the jurisdiction of the United States and ByteDance. The parent, oh, so he issued an executive order already against them. And yet somehow he's got the ability, the unique and one and only, to save them from Joseph R. Biden. Somebody send the Supreme Court, send one of, go. I wish I had money. I know how to get there. Hit up one of them clerks, find a poor, lonely, girly type one, and tell her WWs and send her flowers and heart-shaped boxes full of chocolates. So, I heard this thing online. Send a secret agent. I would never try such a thing. Get the ear of the poor lonely. I don't care if it's a guy. Send a howdy. Hey, I noticed you standing there across the room. Here, sir, have some heart-shaped chocolates and other such things, and let me take you to lunch. And we'll sit there saying, I heard the dangdablest thing the other day. Do you believe in destiny? Check this out. It's where you work. And get one of those fools that work for the Supreme Court to go rub an elbow with the boss and be like, man, people talk trash about us. Maybe we really should dump. Put the big horse kick, the mule kick on Trump and everybody that works around him. Be like, stop sending us your crappy, stupid papers. What do you mean you acknowledge their concerns? That the government's out to get them? And then you put a link to where he banned their money. Just because he can. Because I can. Good gosh. President Trump's first term was highlighted by a series of policy triumphs. Build the dude his Arc de Triomphe. Put it at the gates of Mar-a-Lago. Declare it the bigger, mostest historical thing, and let us damn federal taxpayers pay any expenses and state taxes that Mar-a-Lago will ever occur, including maintaining his Arc de Triomphe, but renamed Triumph Trump. And tell him to shut up and go away. There, you got your triumph. And put atop it a 70-foot phallus. Ancient Roman style, baby. With a huge, legible from a mile away, lit up, laser lighted sign that says this ain't half of what he's really got. Oh my God. He made a myth. He treated another company like shite. He used the government against a company. What do you do with power when you have it? Oh, I abuse it. Why? Well, because I can. What's the Congress going to do? Impeach me? They were already impeaching him. They didn't have enough votes. Don't matter how many times they'd have impeached him. You know what's not said so far and never gets said in this document? You're effing with the money, the commerce. The whole reason we're supposed to have a ding-danging government is to protect our freedom and our commerce. These are core constitutional issues. So here we go. Page 4, not section 4. I believe this is page 4. Let me make sure. 3. I don't know. 2. It looks like page numbers. I could be wrong. Maybe it just worked out that way. Do you believe in destiny? And look, I'm only on 10 of 25. I hate these people. I hate that this exists in my world. I hate that I felt compelled again to do this thing. But you give the opportunity, all of you. If you didn't give the appearance of impropriety and imbecilically, I wouldn't sit here and waste my valuable time. I'd be back looking at the way upper legs of that fine young Secret Service specimen. I meant all the guys. I don't know what you guys are talking about. There are some very handsome men there. The 270-day deadline imposed by the act expires on January 19th, one day before President-elect, future-president, something will assume he assumed everything. All these extra words. You already said. One day before the inauguration. Next, move on. Stop adding words. This unfortunate timing interferes with his ability to manage United States foreign policy and pursue a resolution. It does not, sir, John Sauer. It does not. That will be done prior to you assuming office. If you're that worried about it, whose responsibility is it today to manage United States foreign policy and pursue a resolution? Stop being little children and saying, we're not going to transition just like we didn't last time. Talk to the hand because the face don't understand. We got this. Send your idiot imbecile up there to talk to Joe Biden, idiot imbecile, and say, we must do something about this. We are the unique. Look how many times we wrote it. Unfortunate timing. No, it is Fortune 8. It is the destiny. I do believe this is a bunch of BS and hogwash anyway, from the guy who invented this crap. He would stand to gain most of all. Him and his right hand owner, the guy who's jerking the leash on, thought he was the big dog. Oh, yeah, big dogs are still owned by people and get jerked leashes on them. If these 170 million Americans get kicked the F off of TikTok, all of that leaves Truther Social and X, who is uniquely positioned to be wrenching these works and confusing and confounding the courts and hoping that somebody won't wake up Joe, give him the shots in his butt that Donald Trump said in 2020 he had to have to even get up and walk, and tell him, Joe, you're the president. Make this stop. This is why we didn't let you be the next time president, Joe. Blah, blah, blah. Somebody's right. 170 million. You people do not care. You're going to swoop them up and clean them up. Elon Musk and Donald Trump. They have nowhere else to go. What are they going to do? Go to YouTube? They hates the YouTube. The TikTok people hates the YouTube people. It's a thing. Eventually, they'll just have to. They sure ain't going to rumble. The act imposes the timing restraint, moreover, without specifying any compelling government interest in that particular deadline. Doesn't matter what it dude, why weren't you and Donald J lobbying that BS? You gotta come after the fact saying all this stuff. You weren't doing nothing. Candidate Trump, with all your lobbies and lawyers and your best friend Elon Musk. Oh, wait, he wasn't your friend till you got chowded. You were all on board with it, man, when TikTok goes, Donald Trump's got some truth or social. In fact, the act contemplates a 90-day extension under certain circumstances. Nope, I didn't look it up because it's made clear. I just kept plodding along, swimming through this river of crap, thinking the only way this is worse than the end of Shawshank Redemption, metaphorically, really, swimming through a long, long, long concrete tube of sewage, is that this one is just stinks like that in my mind's eye and nose, not in my real one. President Trump, therefore, has a compelling interest as the incoming embodiment of the executive branch, I guess. Good. As the incoming executive. We got to have a spirit too. If we think the bodies, oh no, wait, never mind. We don't think there's anybody. There's not even lights on in the Biden embodiment. But no one's going to step up and say, 25th Amendment, give Kamala 3 weeks. And the poor Congress, poor us, we just don't have enough votes one way or the other. Yada, yada, yada. Have the statutory deadline stayed to allow his incoming administration the opportunity to seek a negotiated resolution of these questions? There are no questions. This is supposed to be a friendly accompaniment to ByteDance's own. I think I'm saying their name right. I apologize if I'm not. There's too many names. TikTok. They're the petitioner. This was unsolicited. This fool, through his foolish attorney, truly believes so much of their own press that they think they deserve the ear of the United States Supreme Court more than anybody else. Somebody pop these bubbles that these fools stand around our earth on. Put them back in their place. Remind this foolish attorney. Dude, you're just some a-hole lawyer to a private citizen who's lost all of his other cases that you fought for him. And probably still, no matter what else has happened to all those other 70 lawyers in his history that he left owing millions of dollars. Well, 70 times a million each, that's $70 million. Some of those he owes 10 and 11 and $12 million to. But you're somehow not going to get destroyed by him. I mean, by yourself. All right, smart guy, we'll see. And I don't believe for 1 second that anybody in Washington or surrounding the Supreme Court, even their friends and relatives, could combine together with enough IQ to say, you know what, we can really, if we can't get him, we can burn that a-hole lawyer of his. Just 'cause. What'd they think was going to happen? We hates them. Get honest with yourselves and say, why would I abuse or why would I do that to him? Because I have the power to? Question mark? Yes. Why did he write executive orders against TikTok? Because he could. And there was nothing stopping him. If you want a stay, I guess courts do issue stays, but the whole reason this is happening because the lower court said no, we're not staying it, we're not delaying it. It is the law. The Congress passed the law, initiated by former President Trump, completed by current President Joe Biden, and then signed into law by current President Joe Biden. Why should the courts get involved? Two branches have spoken. And so ByteDance finds itself dancing around the fire of the Supreme Court of the United States. If successful, such a resolution would obviate the need for this court to decide the historically challenging First Amendment question. How about just the constitutional right for an American company to conduct its business? Never mind that. That's why we're all getting involved now, but not getting involved correctly. Oh, it's not a First Amendment question. Here's the only, I'm not even going to say that it's smart. I'm going to say that it doesn't give as bad or as much of the appearance of lies and impropriety, in my opinion, as the rest of this nonsense. Big red lines. Again, in writing, through his agents, he is usurping the title and the power that is not yet his. Congress, no position on the merits of the dispute. Then everything you just said on the previous pages was bullpucky. You took a position. Your position is instead, comma, never mind. I'm done with it. Instead, comma, he urges the court to stay the effective date to allow his incoming administration to pursue a negotiated resolution that could prevent a nationwide shutdown. Thus preserving the First Amendment rights of tens of millions of Americans while also addressing the government's national security concerns. That's a position. We take no position. Instead, comma, however, comma, but, which means everything I just said previously was a lie. That said, comma, that said is the since 2010, 11, 12, 13. Having said that, comma, that said, comma, but however. Why does any private citizen have the power to urges our Supreme Court anything? Please, Supreme Court, a one-word response to the filing of this thing. No. Just that's all it says. No. And put the little /s/ that means you signed it. SCOTUS. Use the acronym. Let them figure it out. Don't even read it. Just say no. Stay the effective date. We should not. Blah, blah, blah. All those fancy words they use. I can't think of them right now. About it's not up to the courts to worry about what those dates meant. Two other branches have spoken. Oh, wait, go back and see the 10.5 hour thing. It's not about checks and balances. It's about one-upping each other. Oh, tens of millions. They don't, the ease or the accustomed med. And again, I was thinking seriously, Elizabeth, if you're still with me. When I don't rah rah rah, sus boom bah. The guy starts with a T. And it's very adult of George to not want to argue me when I'm appearing to be passionate on my own tube. I really don't mean to knock Donald Trump, except he doesn't manage his people well, and he is really, really, really impressed by how many times he called me president when I'm not the president. Somebody get me a count. Word count. President. Oh, you're a good boy, John. If we can't get you Solicitor General, we'll get you whatever that guy got himself fired from for the whole election schemes thing. Whichever one of those goofs was up there working at DOJ. We'll get you that job. We'll hook you up. Don't worry. What platform they are hosted on, lightning could kill TikTok. I don't believe they're any more well equipped with backups and plan Bs than anybody else in America. The First Amendment rights of tens of millions of Americans, you keep saying, you've already said at least 3 times, 170 million Americans. You've named the number. So why didn't you put First Amendment rights of 17 tens of millions of Americans? Or just put the 170 million? Oh, lawyers, we have to word play. That's why. Their rights don't become lessened because the thing they like clicking on is no longer popular. You know what'll happen if TikTok through ByteDance requires them to swear fealty to Donald J. Trump at the top of their login screen every time they log in and want to hearty heart their little dancey videos and farting cat videos? The TikTok just made itself irrelevant. You want to see TikTok lose 170 minus the 17-ish that he swears he has, or 14, whatever it was, users? Sell it to Donald Trump. Gone in an instant. Their First Amendment rights don't matter. Their rights remain the same. Please, Supreme Court clerks, somebody get to a clerk or somebody who could at least get $1. See if they can make sense of what I'm saying and have them get paid for it and take all the credit. Send me a note. Hey, man, I did what you said. And for the good of our country, I got a SCOTUS looking at this. So here I am. I'm promising you. Let me put it in writing. Besides recorded on the internet. Anyone, if you can get the ear, we say, of SCOTUS and get them to stomp all over this madness and make it stop. Let me know and I'll take this video down after you get all the credit and get yourself paid for it. Please, I don't care. I could I could unalive happy whenever it happens to me, knowing that somehow, in some tiny little way, I affected change for the better, even if it was just people getting even with politicians that are not politicians because the not politicians hate the politicians. So here's the deal. Elizabeth, help me out. You figure it out. You're a better writer, thinker, orator. This is what I am trying to say. Let me try to say it again. The accustomed to, and it's another one. I stopped. I was putting them side by side this morning, thinking, should I put this on today's list or try to remember later? So you try to remember too, Elizabeth, later. This goes to reading the founding documents, starting with, and like I'm doing here, tearing it apart, reacting to it, so expressing thoughts about it. People's right to speak or express themselves is not app slash platform slash anything dependent. This is nonsense. This is not a college level. If somebody turned this in, now I wish George was back. He taught lower than college level schools. Remind me to ask George later. Somebody remind me to ask George later. 05 52 00. Reminder. Ask George later. If someone had turned into you as their teacher below college level, that nonsense about TikTok equals rights, what would you have said or graded it? And I know I will have to, George, please read this with these eyes. Hunter Biden's attorney wrote this crap and sent it to our Supreme Court. We should look at this without bias and with extreme bias. And then come to a conclusion based on all of the possible ways can you look at this through other people's eyes, especially mine. People's ability to express themselves has nothing to do their rights of tens of millions of Americans has nothing to do with whether TikTok shuts down or not. What if we shut down Facebook today? What if we found out that Mark Zuckerberg's been selling out for the last 5 years and there's a secret something Elon Musk SpaceX satellite connector that they've all been hiding, and all of Meta's data is backed up in Beijing at the headquarters? I don't know where the Chinese intelligence is the Facebook. Wouldn't we expect our government to shut them down right now, regardless of whatever, for our own good and security? Did it take away any of our rights? No. We just have to go somewhere else and find a different way to post our videos of our kitty cats pooting. It's just the way the neighbor lady, she would never say the word flatulate or fart or anything else. She would say pooted. And she would say, when she would have to excuse herself, and she was so very polite and nice. She has to powder her nose, and then she'd go down the hall and shut the paper thin bathroom walls, bathroom door, and rip a big loud one like a truck driver. And she'd come back and say, I hate when I Putined. You Putined? And then 30 years later in my life, oh, she hates when she dictators of Russia. Putin. Yes, it doesn't matter. The people's rights do not diminish their ability to breathe or scream into the void. Yes, they have to set up an account somewhere else. Oh my gosh, it's so complicated. They don't have to change their email addresses or their phone numbers. It's just the app they use. That's it. Their right remains the same. Especially if they'll hop on over to Truth or Social. I'm sure they got some secret president abusing the government's ability to have the CIA and the FBI steal TikTok usernames and passwords so that you don't even have to change your password. Just kidding. I know. You'd never do anything like fraud, would you, Donald Trump? Abuse your power because you can, like signing executive orders to mess up their money. Imagine that. If achieved, such a resolution would obviate the need for this court to decide extremely difficult questions on the current highly expedited schedule. Then why didn't you send this CC, Joseph R. Biden, President of the United States? Donald Trump will pay every expense and give up every humility that you and he together, two presidents of parties divided, of a people divided, are going to join together to stop this miscarriage of justice. And between you, 163 years of human wisdom and experience are going to both hold each other's hands up. And yes, Donald, you're going to have to hold his whole body up. But go find that strong, fine, young Secret Service agent lady I'm so proud of. She can hold up Joe. She held up you. She can hold up him. Oh. Divestment for ByteDance must occur. And I know I'm being a whole bunch of this about this because here we go again. You know, they just did it last week. Took them till the 11th hour and 58 minutes to sign the damn continuing resolution for the 700th time in my lifetime. I don't know how many, just every time. And then Joseph Sauer had to get woken up on the minutes after, something like 10 minutes after doomsday clock o'clock. They woke him up, and of course he signed it, and nobody will be out of work. This is the same thing they're doing, but this time, instead of a couple 100,000 federal employees and contractors, they're threatening mostly Donald Trump. You have no business being anywhere near TikTok. Your great 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 grandchildren are too old for TikTok. Get off there, you dirty old man. And that's giggly and jiggly little girls. Get the hell away from it. I don't know what's really on TikTok, and I don't care. I know it ain't for me. It ain't for nasty old men, which is me and Donald Trump. Hell, I never said anything as disgusting as I'd be humping my daughter. I mean, dating her, yeah. Divestment must occur January 19th. Dun, dun, dun. Unprecedented. More hard quotes than double quotes than Dean uses. very significant constitutional questions. Let me do it in my best imitation of all the other young people. I mean, all the young people. No old people try this but me. Woo! Good job. Catch them doing something right. Oh, wait, you're just quoting a caution of the court anyway on highly expedited basis. See, first time I read this morning, my mind was already scrambled and full of, why, why? Don't ask why. By Enron. Very significant constitutional questions. I thought just for a second. On accident. Good job, Donald J. And J is for John. John Sauer and Donald John. Because, yes, unprecedented, I doubt it. We've been through this. You know what happens when the most popular, the biggest, the bestest, uh, that new the Facebook from that Harvard nerd ain't never gonna unseat dun 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 MySpace. Yeah, it did. Used to be we had to write in notebooks, record on cassette tapes. Now we get to yap on the internet and show the document at the same time. The herd moves. Very significant constitutional questions and statutory. Almost both of the Johns. Because what's more important about this TikTok bite dance, everything else? Whether wanton, willful, secret, as in espionage. We have a CIA for that. We have war powers. If an adversarial nation got the data that there's TikTok is not stealing any data from anybody. Oh, it goes on to explain in this document. And man, you really want to remember, they said they weren't saying anything about the merits. Yet they do say much about the merits. But here's the very significant constitutional questions. Are businesses allowed to operate, or do suspicions? Go see all of the damn audit the audit videos. Your feelings do not trump my rights. Does an American company have a constitutional privilege or right to freely run itself and its business until investigated and found criminally responsible for something criminal or chargeable or indictable? Or, like this document and others say, are we leaving that up to a bunch of elected jackasses who have no qualifications? Supreme Court, when you're done throwing out this document, go delete that law. Order it, the entirety of the law, unconstitutional. Because it is. And just like you eventually, because somebody complained and whined and spent millions of dollars and fought to the bitter end for no good reason. Finally, Supreme Court of the United States finally got around to, because somebody to do the right thing, and I'm going to go look it up later, maybe, if I can remember. 605. SCOTUS eventually got around to no about that bump stock executive order of one Trump, comma, Donald J. Oh, so wait, this all started with a Donald Trump executive order. This whole bite dance TikTok thing is just like the bump stock things. Don't SCOTUS, except here's my whole amicus brief. Go to PDF page 11 of 25. Very significant constitutional questions. Respond to this no, and then of your own free accord, respond to the petition, the original document from ByteDance/TikToks, and order that whole law that this generated from and these expediteds and the deadlines came from unconstitutional. The base document and the amendments. Are they or are they not to enjoy their freedoms without unwarranted government intrusion? Yes or no? They don't need a babysitter. If you're going to allow a babysitter on TikTok, then we have to have babysitters on all of them. Any kind of anything that calls itself a host or a platform or anybody else. And then, because we're sicking the enforcement arm and the weight of the government on businesses, just, I don't know why we would do that to a competitive business to the guy that spent allegedly a third of $1 billion with a B dollars to get Donald Trump in the White House, Elon Musk. Why would we try to destroy all of his competition and Trump's little Truth or Social? Yeah, that thing. Why do we use the weight of our government against them? Well, let's just shut down them all, shut down Amazon Web Services and make them assigned to, and while we're at it, they're not allowed to have any kind of trade secrets or anything else. Make them all public. Now we can all start our own TikTok. Buy yourself a computer at the local cheap store and install the government leaked it engine to TikTok and call it Tok Tok. There. Socialism and communism. These things could have significant constitutional questions, Supreme Court. And I live Trump v. United States 603 U.S. 593 612 of 2024. Anytime some befuddled lawyer hard or double quotes some garbage that he himself wrote. Ugh. Yes, you won the case, sort of. Go see the 10.5 hour stream. Due to the Act's deadline for divestment, everybody go over and read the case yourself. I mean, you can read all the case, but somewhere in it, I thought I put in the description. Back up there. I thought I did. Well, anyway, if you go back to this Supreme Court Gov, you can find, because I didn't download it. I only downloaded the Amicus. I just read the other one. The actual petition to the Supreme Court from TikTok. Staying this deadline would provide breathing space for the court to consider the questions on a more measured schedule, and it would provide Trump's incoming administration, President-elect Trump's, in an opportunity to pursue a negotiated resolution of the conflict. Well, listen, deal maker. Listen, specialist. Call your guy in the house. I don't even remember which one it is anymore. I don't care. Call your MAGA hats. Call Marjorie Taylor Greene and does sex stuff at the children's show, Colorado lady, and get the two of them to bring up a repeal or recall measure, amendment, hollow it out, leave the numbers and leave it blank. And tell Joe Biden, we passed it, Senate's going to pass it. If you guys don't get this done and Joe Biden sign it and do away with this law before the court has time to think about it, remember, I'm going to be the president for 4 years. You guys are going to suffer. You will have the full, all of that other stuff, heaving, massive pectorals and biceps as no one's ever seen before on a president in history, and the president biggers. La 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 la, you're gonna get on the list. You don't negotiate with private companies one-on-one. This is a law. This is an enforced law through law enforcement channels in the courts. You can't negotiate anything, dude. So now you are going to usurp not only President Biden's authority, power, whatever you want to call it, you're going to take on the entire Congress and every court in the United States as well. Well, yeah, but it's the law. I don't want this law for them, but I might want it for somebody else. We're going to hang on to it for later. It's a bad law. Get rid of it. It's that simple. Go negotiate with the dang Congress. They can listen to private people, especially when you get to remind them that it is not President Trump yet, but that is incoming. Do you want anything to happen on any side? I don't care who you are. Remember, I'm the outsider. I'm Trump. I'm not one of you. Do you guys want anything to happen in the next 4 years? Here's the deal. Get rid of it. Stop this madness, including my lawyers writing these stupid damn papers to a very ignoramus filled Supreme Court that will not tell my bootlickers, pronounced European but spelled B-U-T-T, my bootlicker attorneys, to stop sending these useless campaign speeches. And my hero, I hope he'll take me to the prom. Little goofy schoolgirly letters to their captain of their football team. But I can't write it to him. He knows me. Let me write it to the principal. It's so sad. Indeed, the court recently pursued a similar course in blah, 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 vacating lower court decisions and pausing the enforcement of HHS's contraceptive mandate against religious organizations to allow the parties sufficient time to resolve any outstanding issues between them, blah, 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 blah. I have every idea that if I look this up, it doesn't say this court. See what we're doing in lawyer land here? Let's find out. I didn't look earlier. Search the web for that. Recently. 2018. 2016. Oh, I hate it. I need a dark mode. Was a case before the United States Supreme Court on whether religious institutions other than churches should be exempt from the contraceptive mandate, a regulation adopted by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services under the Affordable Care Act that requires non-church employers to cover certain contraceptives for their female employees. Churches are already exempt under those regulations. On May 16, 2016, the Supreme Court vacated the Court of Appeals ruling in Zubik and the 6 cases it had consolidated under that title and returned them to their respective courts of appeals for reconsideration. Of course it did. Could religious institutes other than churches be exempted from a contraceptive mandate? Under the Affordable Care Act that requires non-church employers to cover certain contraceptives. Well, nobody cares. A church is it's just a secular business. What they do inside their business, tax codes and all that other stuff, we talked about it earlier, sort of, in a different way. There's not a special business registration for church and religious organization. And our government and our Congress cannot, may not acknowledge any establishment or pass anything. If the Affordable Care Act said that churches are exempt, then the Affordable Care Act was wrong. Get rid of that too. Employers are employers are employers. See, all the way back in 16. And what did we do? Did we just fix it? Fix the law. No one's exempt. If you're an employer with a certain number of employees, you must provide. Otherwise, you don't must provide. I don't care what you do with your business. That's the true separation. If the Congress recognizes I'm not looking it up. And see how they put that recently. I guess in terms of court being 200 and something years old, 8 years ago, 9 years ago is sort of recent in the big picture. Gosh knows. Vacating lower court decisions and pausing the enforcement. It's not what the wiki page said, but I don't know. I can't trust the wiki. I know. What I should do is go back to the Supreme Court site itself, tear up all their Supreme Court documents, and read all of them before I comment on it. So should these fools before they quothed it here. I mean, marked it as an authority. Pause the enforcement of the contraceptive mandate against religious organizations. No, the Congress cannot, may not. I don't remember. Isn't that the First Amendment? Are we talking about the First Amendment again? I'm so lost. My brain is so tired. First Amendment. text. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. So on First Amendment grounds, the ACA cannot or shall not, and no court in this land can possibly hear any case about it. A law that respects an establishment of religion. Yes, they may freely prohibit, they are free to exercise their religion. But the law may not say, well, if your business and you have a lot of employees that you qualify as a mandated employer under the act, which is a lot of employees. I don't know of a church with that many employees. This all sounds like a whole bunch of pip pip and cheerio to me, and nobody, wink wink, bothered to read the First Amendment. They all remember that speakity speak. But none of them remember that first part. Ghosts in the machines. Contagious American. I don't give a F-itis that started with us when we were colonies. I got paid. Yeah. Three features of the act raise concerns about possible legislative encroachment on the prerogatives. I looked that up earlier. That means the exclusive power of the executive. Prerogative is a real word. It means the solo or unique power of the executive branch under Article 2. Legislative encroachment. But what are you doing here? Oh, encroaching on the prerogatives of the court branch under Article I. The act dictates that the president must make a particular national security determination. I don't know that this is being truthful. I don't know. I haven't yet read the act. I don't believe I'm going to. If someone could get me somewhere near the Supreme Court for 2 days, there would be no more act. That would be gone. No. We have a lot of law and a lot of statutes and a lot of rulings that if you have evidence, especially credible, that some kind of shenanigans are happening at TikTok or anywhere else, we'll sick the NSA, the CIA, and the FBI on them. But otherwise, they're a business. They're just as free as you, Trumper social. The president must make a particular national security determination as to TikTok alone. Go somewhere and read all the stuff. I read it from the original cases and the petition, that until the petition got properly filed by TikTok/ByteDance, this couldn't be sent in. They had to wait. Well, granting the president a greater degree, why didn't you write Trump? Well, granting the president a greater degree of discretion and freedom from statutory restriction as to all other social media platforms. Well, we can't have laws that single out anybody. Because all that would require is TikTok to run downtown, file them another thing or get online and make another corporate wrapper and transfer everything to the new corporate name, Tiki-Taki LLCs, and done. There, it's done. There doesn't exist anymore a TikTok. It's all such nonsense. It says, second, the act mandates that the president must exercise his power over foreign affairs through an interagency process commanded by Congress, instead of exercising his sole discretion over the deliberative process of the executive branch. Okay. If this is correct, if the law is written that way, then Joe Biden should have never signed it. So then, good for you, Trump people, for being the first to bring this to SCOTUS. Third, the act, due to its signing date, now imposes a deadline for divestment that falls one day before the incoming administration. That doesn't matter. At the time that he signed it, he thought he was going to be the continuing administration, that being current President Biden. Especially when viewed in combination, these unique features of the act raise significant concerns about the possible legislative encroachment upon the president's prerogative to manage the nation's geopolitical strategy. Shut up. All three of you branches right now are meddling in American business. Free enterprise, free commerce, freedom, free to pursue their happiness. This is an area where the nation must speak with one voice. He said earlier, he being the guy that wrote this, John Sauer, saying that the president's voice, as long as that president is Trump, must speak with one voice, but not the voice Trump spoke with 5 years ago. The new Trump. He's repentant and reformed. Best Trump ever. There's never been a Trump in history as good as this one. True. That voice must be the president. Yeah, you said that before. Got to repeat them things a lot, but we've been a couple pages now without the T word in here. John, you're fired. So here we go again. 170 millions, not tens of millions anymore. 170 millions, not tens. The First Amendment implications of the federal government's effective shuttering of a social media platform used by one are sweeping and troubling. No, they are not. If they are found to be doing espionage garbage or other such troublesome things, or harboring, aiding, and abetting child pornography, and they get shut down for bad actor activities, it doesn't matter how many people used it. Are you saying that if enough of us voted that child porn's okay, it's okay, we like it, it's our First Amendments, that you're going to let us have it? Well, that's what you're saying right here. Third, comma, First Amendment. It doesn't matter. Social media, newspaper. I don't care how many. If every one of all of us, legal and illegal and lawful and unlawful and different degrees and whatevers, however many human beings, no matter what they identify as, in America, had to stop using something because it was dangerous or illegal, then we're all going to have to, all of us, learn how to do what we were previously doing by a different means. When Interstate 40 washed away in Hurricane Helene, We didn't sit here in North Carolina and say, well, all of you just drive your damn cars into the hole and down the side of the mountain and get DOA'd because there used to be a road there. And you used to be able to freely travel upon that road. Well, the road's gone. Doesn't matter what you used to was. If I told you that the terrorizers from over there came over here and set an IED, would you go set it off and blow yourself up to because well I never couldn't drive past there before? Or would you accept that if law enforcement had credible evidence, like a big old bomb sitting there in the damn road with a countdown timer on it, are you going to run up to it and kiss the bomb goodbye while it vaporizes you because my rats? But that's law enforcement. Is there imminent danger? Oh, wait, there are valid concerns that the act may set a dangerous global precedent. Shut down an entire social media platform based, the kids say these days, and I still don't know what it means. I think it means like grounded in a serious reality or factual. I don't know. I shouldn't mimic it. I just hear it all the time and I think, one day I'm going to look up what that means. I'm not a kid these days. Entire social media platform based in large part on concerns about disfavored speech. That's not what they're talking about. Dude, stay on target. You said you weren't going to get into the merits. Then why are you saying that this has anything to do with disfavored speech? It has to do, yes, I know, it's supposedly China, unlike a Russia, who did this. When it was supposedly to Trump's benefit, Trump didn't have nothing to say about it. China could manipulate something that's happening on the platform. China and or Russia stole. So shouldn't we ban Chinese hack of U.S. secret clearance? And it was probably Russia. I apologize, dear China, if it was them or you used a VPN based in Russia and really fooled everybody. Clearance data. In December of what year? Oh, shifty shift. It's published at hishouse.gov. It's been a while. 2015. So as far back as 2014, it happened again recently. Don't worry about it. The Office of Personnel Management data breach. There's one. A separate OPM database containing personnel, see, separate. Notice this is not. This comes straight from the government. Database containing personnel records was also hacked. What was the other one? What OPM database was first hacked? 4.2 million current and former employees. The hackers worked for the Chinese government. So, shouldn't we shut down and stop using databases in the American government because they run them good enough for government work? There is no top secret, no assets of our military intelligence or military dash intelligence or anything else at risk of being went dark over whatever the hell giggly dancing up and down the stairs in a loop video is at TikTok. I really don't know. Maybe it has evolved. Maybe it's more. For a very short time, My grandchildren were allowed that by their co-parents, separated, divorced, but good, both parents, still involved in the children's life. For a very short time, they were allowed to tick-tocky. And then when the parents decided together, with steps and others, and you know what? Maybe we shouldn't let the kids do that. So they told the kids, we would prefer you don't do that. And the kids all were like, okay, we don't want to get you all tore up. But if my friend has it on their phone, can I look at theirs as long as I don't put anything of me? Sure. Don't put anything about you up there. And can you imagine in America, parents were good parents? There is nothing up there that's going to get our military subterfuged, destroyed. Our soldiers are not going to, if our soldiers operating under an umbrella somewhere in a foreign country that we don't know about, we're not supposed to find out about for 75 years, but the natives, someone forgot to tell the natives of that savage place, and they happen to put X's over the eyes of some of our assets or soldiers or whatever we call them. The people that work for an agency or not, because they really don't have any. They're secret. If something happens to one of their direct hires, they get a star on the wall. Go look it up yourself. Well, the United States government itself allowed all of that very important data, including that could expose, and where I cut my teeth in this protection rackets, is in the family of certain very highly placed people, that the families must be kept naive and yet seriously protected, because the power to coerce certain persons in our government, hypothetically, fictionally, go see the Born Identity books and movies, from bad, ill-intended actors, both foreign and domestic, is extreme. Like, I'm not even going to say anything. Might give some jackass an idea. Go watch all the movies, all the President's Men, whatever you go watch all the movies. And it's a very serious thing, except it's not. It happened in 2015. It happened in 2020. Oh, oh, it happened again this year. Oh no, they were reviewing. This is November 2024. They're still talking about the 2020 one. United States Department of Justice. 7 hackers associated with Chinese government charged with computer intrusions targeting critics of China and U.S. businesses and politicians. It had nothing to do with TikTok. It has to do with our government incapable. And yet this is the same government that wants to get rid of TikTok, because you know why? Because the grandkids like it. Or whatever other stupid, imbecilic. Sorry, I'll try to stick to the language of the founder. 15. All right. So let's ask for, and I'm not even going to get back to, I'm not going to discuss it. I mean, I'm not going to note it. I'm not going to look it up. Go look it up yourself, somebody. How about a Russian hack? 2021, 2022, at the CISA. This is the one I always talk about. There was a huge, they embedded it in the network security code. And it's just how it goes. It's funny to me. I'm a nerd. I'm a tech nerd. I'm a computer nerd. So none of this has anything to do with tiki-takis. This has everything to do with billions spent on U.S. defenses. A giant Russian hack took all of our really important data, like all of the relatives' information in details. Yeah. Oh, are we back at magical misdirection? So are we talking about TikTok because, the grandchildren of senators are disappearing and I'm just being over dramatic. There has been no reports of such. 641. I never thought this would last this long. But the first forever hours. Me and George, movies, topics, after school specials. I was having fun. It was a good distraction. Made my mind happier being away from, here we go again. Talk about this and then go fight amongst yourselves, peasants. Oh, yeah. And we're increasing your taxes next year so that we can give ourselves a raise. Vote me, vote you. Mine. 07 p.m. break. Be right back. I'll be right back, Elizabeth. George, if you're still listening. Anybody listening? I shall return. Scroll it. Scroll it. I did a bunch without stopping and distracting myself by taking notes. Job well did. I might or might not. Go try to fix it later. Be right back. And then I was back, trying to sit up straighter and talk closer to this microphone. I've been messing up this whole stream, and that was the first thing on my, not on that one list, on a separate list sitting off the side. Stop slouching. Stop speaking away from the microphone. Back at it. Back into it. We made it all the way to page 12. There's not much more of this I'm going to read because here we go again. Perhaps not coincidentally. Oh, gotta love it. Soon after the act was passed, remember we discussed this? Brazil shut down another entire social media platform. We already discussed this. Because it was something about supposedly disfavored speech. There is some garbage in there from the government that China may, possibly manipulate some preferred feed stuff. Like ever since he decided he wasn't getting enough likey likes and hearty hearts, Elon Musk made that everybody that uses X has to look at his crap first. No way to block it, hide it. You can't avoid it. He owns it. China could do that. Oh my gosh, they wrote this. And where do you think Elon Musk got the idea? Oh, cool. I'd have never thought of that. Not that China did, or anybody else. As far as I can understand from reading all the other stuff from every level of court. And I didn't read the act. And once again, they're talking about the impact on the speech of 170. We're just going to keep repeating the lie. How many of you have heard this? Cursory consideration to the free speech interests of Americans. It has nothing to do with anything. Stop saying that. It's a lie. You -Rs sure do like to repeat the lie, repeat the lie, repeat the lie, repeat the lie. And then advertise your crap in between your repeating of the lie, repeating of the lie. Every one of those repeatings of the lie should be called out. And this lawyer should be unlawyered for life. Put some damn teeth into the punishments. There's plenty more lawyers. If you can move some of them towards Washington, D.C., you might stop California from sinking into the ocean. Gotta make a hole. Import a whole bunch. Ask Elon Musk. You can get some skilled labor out of other countries at a lesser rate. The history of the past several years and beyond includes troubling, well-documented abuses by such federal officials in seeking the social media censorship of ordinary Americans. That crap that just recently got through to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, yeah, you guys weren't hurt by it, so no standing. We talked about it in the last stream or the stream before that. Started with former President Trump's desires and designs and pressures upon certain media companies, and he's doing it again. He's using the weight of his name, and the only reason his name has that much power is because half of our country or more elector classes voted him a weighty name. He's suing the little tiny newspaper and the big places, and everybody's up in arms and squawking about Disney caved on behalf of Snuffleupagus, Stephanopoulos. I don't mean to hurt your feelings or offend you, Sesame Streeters. I should never associate the great, the wonderful Snuffleupagus, but every time I hear his name, it's all I can associate in my brain. George Stephanopoulos. Disney settled the money case with Trump, Donald J., private citizen Trump, for defaming him, even though an appellate court upheld whatever. They somehow got it somewhere else, and Disney said, that's enough of that. He's the president again. We don't need that splashed all over us. And we own the company. No admissions of wrongdoing and everything else. 15 million bucks. Because Stephanopoulos said that Trump R-worded E. Jean Carroll in New York under New York only definitions. What is a word? What does it say, and what does it hide or mask? Under New York law, fingers don't count. That is an SA. Depending on the amount of pain or visible, documented by a doctor, damages to woman parts, it could be a serious SA. It cannot be, under New York law, the R word. Even though the federal appellate court where Trump himself took it, and he lost with this same bonehead lawyer that wrote this thing, said in every other jurisdiction, what you did to her is the R word. Oh well, what matters is, oh yeah, then I'll stop appealing it. Didn't take that one to SCOTUS. Novelty. We never heard that word except meaning a book until 2020. The newest coronavirus, the novel coronavirus 2019. Even though we denied its existence until well into 2020. I have a story about that I don't know, and I hope the poor flight attendant is okay. I believe I looked coronavirus in the eyeball very early on in the rumors. And it was very terrifying how sick that poor lady was. The act itself contemplates the possibility of a 90-day extension. This is the third time lawyer Sauer has mentioned the 90-day extension, indicating that the deadline lacks talismanic significance. Yeah, you see, they have listened to me. Somebody got to them. Because I'm the one who always says, worshippers of idols, believers in talisman. Because I don't know if there is a plural. Talisman, talismans, talismanic. Manic is F. That means Air Force. Such a stay would vitally grant President Trump, then President Trump, the opportunity to pursue a political resolution that could obviate the court's need to decide these constitutionally significant questions. Yet you still haven't stated what are these constitutionally significant questions. You keep saying there are constitutionally significant questions. The first one is of constitutional significance. The second one is significant to the Constitution as we understand it. The only one you've mentioned is freedom of speech rights. And you use them out of place. Nobody's speech will be quelled or quieted should their particular megaphone run out of its batteries. This court may grant a stay to preserve the status quo in a case that presents novel and difficult questions of great constitutional significance. See, here we go again. Yes, this great constitutional significance. But then the rest of these words unword those words. Why is it great constitutional significance? Because corporations in America are seen as a person. They have a special treatment under American law and the British mommy law that we got our law from. The granting of such a state is not necessarily that what's I already said. I'm not going to say it again except to make the note because I didn't make it earlier. 06 56 00 repeating because SAUER is just and only repeating the lies. Yes, there are. I wouldn't call them questions. Questions of great constitutional significance. Yes, there are. But, comma, however, comma, that being said, comma, whatever that other one he used a while ago, the deflection word, the deflection technique word. I wish, whatever his name is, D. John Sauer, D, like the, D. John Sauer, knew any of those questions, so much so that he could name one, such as commerce. And now, the granting of such a stay does not necessarily forecast one party's likelihood of success on the merits. You know what? Any controversy or case brought before any court in the land requires that one way or the other, if it's not tossed out, that necessarily one party or the other must have success on the merits. Oh my gosh, what a bunch of unspeak. A stay may be warranted where the underlying issue in the case has not heretofore been passed upon by this court and is of continuing importance. McLeod verse Gen Electrico in 1966. Harlan J. I'm not reading all that garbage. I don't care about the quotes and partial quotes. We discussed those in the last 10.5 hour thing. It's amazing how when you take these couple quote words and these other couple quote words, you can take the opinion or the majority opinion and then tag together a couple of words from the dissenting opinion. Take the yes, fill in some not in quotes stuff, and then say the no, and then quote the one case and say Douglas, comma J, dissenting something, punctuation. I don't know who was there then. Scalia, comma something, majority or something. So this isn't the opinion, the majority, the ruling court. This is the dissenting opinion, which is not part of the majority ruling opinion, which is what really matters. Certain named and unnamed non-citizen children and their parents v. Texas. I didn't look it up. That case presents novel and important issues. Now, no, it doesn't. Maybe the original one does, because why else would the court say that? If the court said that. Mm. The appeal raises a difficult question of constitutional significance. Here we go again. Where the appeal, quote, repeat the lie, repeat the lie, repeat the lie. What did Mitt Romney say that he stole from somebody back in the... When you can't remember, you gotta go look it up. Which nasty said, repeat the lie enough, it becomes truth. That would be Joseph Goebbels. Repeat a lie often enough and it becomes the truth. It's a law of propaganda often attributed to the nasty Joseph Goebbels. This Joseph Goebbels, for any of you who don't know, is one of the serious evildoers, bad guys, socio and psychopath that allowed, and look how well it works, his mastery of propaganda and abuse of the, what did our founders call us? Imbeciles. That people will. What is the biggest lie to come out of, and me and George discussed earlier, still swimming kind of shallow and kind of trying to poke fun at, in a very, this is the life, man. We really have these things going on. The Holocaust deniers, the flat earthers. The greatest lie, in my humble opinion, the greatest lie, disinformation, distraction, illusion, whether you say it German, Ukrainian, or Rush, propaganda. To come out of WW2 is, it's all adults' fault. Adolf Hitler never did anything hands on. You want to study a bad guy? Go read you a couple biography wiki pages on Goebbels and let me know how you sleep that night. Ask him how he knew. And yet, here we are, all these years later, and the children of the camps, I guess, the great grandchildren, it's worse than that. No, this is just, there's no oppression involved in this. There's no Manchurian candidate stuff here. This is just, we are very free and capable in America under our First Amendment, which needs to be carefully curbed so that matters of real significance, like us relieving each other of our lives and livelihoods, stops. So that our courts aren't backed up with all of this lunacy. Like saying a phrase again and again and again. Novel and important issues. Difficult question. Constitutional significance. Scroll up. Constitutional, continuing importance, constitutional significance. There it is right there. Great constitutional. Well, you're trying to make America great again. Shouldn't all constitutional significance be great? See what's happening here? It's not because he's any kind of Goebbels or Adolfo. It's because he is your average imbecile in America. He's free to be that way, and I'm free to say. Especially if he takes a job as the Solicitor General of this country. How proper British of a title, number one. But yes, do please get involved in my government. I'll call you a lot worse than imbecile. Because then I will be protected for addressing and redressing my government. Rhymes with Daggett. Yeah, that. The moving party's likelihood of success on the merits is not an absolute prerequisite for such a stay. Duh. Don't tell the Supreme Court their job. I know. If you don't, the Supreme Court will say, well, nobody said it in their papers. We know that that's how it should be, but nobody had the high IQ like us to get themselves an ass in the seat on the Supreme Court. And if you don't write it all perfectly the way we say so in the papers, it wouldn't surprise me if somehow they just rejected it because too many quotes without the subnote of internal quotations omitted. A fair prospect of a reversal may exist when, so, quote, such a, here's a piece, and now I'm so lost again. Because are they talking about the previous authority citation or the next one? Because there's a many, many words. This part, this is just made up stuff. The issues underlying the case are important and difficult. Remember that? Important, significant, difficult, complex. And the fair prospect standard does not require anticipating the court's views on the merits. Because the court isn't, SCOTUS is not supposed to be sitting around talking about the merits. That's for the lower courts. They're supposed to be talking about the significance, or in theoretical ability. Does this law, if you just say with or without controversy, does this read constitutional on its face, in its bare nakedness? I don't know that that's the exact correct term. It's just what comes to mind, especially when thinking about the judgy wudgies. Because you know that Clarence Thomas, he's worried about the nakedness. Dear Brett likes the, what we used to call in my day, dry humping. Wet whistle, dry humping. Go look it up yourself. You guys brought this on yourselves. Not even the appearance of impropriety. A stay may be warranted when the petitioner's position cannot be deemed insubstantial. Okay. The case's current schedule requires the court to address the unprecedented and very significant constitutional questions. What are these questions? Somebody put this dude on a rack in I don't even remember what years it was, Spanish Inquisition, and make him say the questions without saying those three words ever again. Oh, and then of course he quotes in the landmark, unprecedented Trump v. United States. Despite the unprecedented, there we go, nature of this case and the very significant constitutional questions, are any of you getting this feeling of this guy is brainwashed? This guy's brain dead. Why does he keep saying that? Stop saying it. Anybody who stuck with this all the way through, do you remember me saying earlier, the brother of a friend of mine, and at first they tried diet and exercise, and then they tried adding counseling and yoga, and finally they give this dude RX, balance his chemicals, do something, and all it did was reduce him down to 2. He said, "Oh my eye, oh my eye, oh my eye, oh my eye," and the only way to make him stop, and I can't remember which ones it was and which words he would switch to, is to quote into his face the lyrics of Magic Carpet Ride. But it didn't stop the repeat, 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 repeat broken record garbage that's happening to this lawyer who inexpertly and utterly imbecilically represents the imbecile in chief coming, Donald J. Trump. Due to the deadline imposed by the act and the timing of the court's decision, now faces the prospect of considering unprecedented hard quotes. I'm making little rabbit ears next to my head every single time. Good thing I'm not on camera. Very significant constitutional questions. Oh, unprecedented, very significant constitutional questions. Highly expedited basis. Yada yada. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Presidential immunity. Now he's bragging about that again. Presidential immunity, it said. For official acts, yes. For not official acts, no. Go see the 10.5 hour stream, John. Mr. Sauer, sir. I would like to have your chemicals balanced. Or take you to California and let you number 5150. In light of this court's well-placed concerns about the highly expedited resolution of novel, there we go, we got to use that word again, difficult, yay, very significant, if this were a college constitutional questions, this paper, id, infra, at all, every other word, put your citation. This is beyond ad nauseum. This is insane making. And yet here it is. And everybody involved gets paid except us taxpayers who pay them. Lock them up. California. Let them visit California. We researched it in a couple of previous or prior live streams. It's called 5150. Staying the deadline for divestment and taking time to consider the merits. You have said that. Such an approach would allow this court more breathing. Didn't you just say that? To consider the merits. Blah, blah, blah. Taking time to consider the merits. This approach would allow this court to consider the merits. Consider the merits. Back and to the left. Consider the merits. Consider the merits. Consider the merits. There's something wrong with this man. And that's how he identifies. I identify him different. I identify him lawyer, non-gender specific. It means liar on its best possible day. An evil effing nut every other minute of every other day. Not worthy. Remember, all of you, please, YouTube. I'm just frustrated and blabbering my mouth. Why do these people get voice and I cannot? Oh, you can send them a letter. Yeah, right. It goes right into file 13, they call it. The special file for John Q. citizens. If it don't have Trump or Biden on the outside of that envelope. They're not looking at it. You can STFU. That's a legal terminology. So is it unprecedented or is it recent precedent provides? How can it be both? These are paradoxical, self canceling terminologies. You can't spend a whole previous 2 paragraphs saying unprecedented and then say recent precedent provides support for this approach. Scrolling, 2 factors influence the court's decision. He's back to talking about let's just hop. What are we talking about again? I don't know. Change the topic. Go see my aunt's association games and several previous live streams. Yeah, if you're not there and you don't keep up, too late. She's back to the Three Stooges and you're lost. She would have made a heck of a lawyer, Liz. Right in there. This court's decision 1. Hey, Mayana. 2. Sure. I know what avoids. Do you swear? No, but I know what avoids. It has gravity. Why would you say such a thing? And who are you quoting? Oh, you're quoting id. John Carmack. I gotcha. Very happy, Ammo added. The fact that a political resolution that could obviate the need for federal courts to decide difficult questions seemed feasible. Ah, well, then lend your name, Donald J., to Biden, Joseph R's, and the two of you stand tall together. Get Kamala to call together the Senate, because she's the boss of the Senate until further notice. And both of you march your arses into the Senate, you as a guest of outgoing and damn well incoming, and you both forever presidents, biggest presidents, best presidents ever, in a unified dash D across the aisle dash R way, and including the MAGAs and the lib-TRs, tell the Senate this law is gone. For me and him are going to hang out and make your life absolute hell. Unified, the two of us old 80-year-old dudes. For politics, for great politics. Appoint Joe Biden to something in your cabinet, Donald Trump. Blow all their minds up. Make him liaison to the Senate. Or the Doge, of course. Not requiring appointment or Congress approval. Let him get vengeance. I mean, let him give a class on all those Democrats that talked him out of staying in the race. The court should consider a similar approach here. You already said that. Staying the deadline. Stay the deadline. Stay the deadline. Significant approach. Significant approach. The free speech interests of 170 million Americans who use TikTok. Their interests, their ease and accustomed to this lifestyle does not apply. The government's national security concerns are adequately protected. No, they are not. Says you. What are your concern? Like, Are high up military intelligence officers TikToking our latest designs on our top secret squirrel weapons? That's not the fault of TikTok or X or FaceSpace or Signals or any other whatever. It's no cell phone provider's fault. You can send videos on cell phones. That's the fault of people who swore to keep secrets and didn't keep them. Let the businesses alone. Oh, I know. I got one. Let's sick the entire United States federal government on anybody that holds themselves out to a lawyers might be subject to brainwashing by Goebbels or worse, Sean Hannity. Holy smokes. Maybe we need to study all your source code and your stored data, John, whatever your name is. This feature of the act, combined with others, raises significant concerns. Considering accommodation, possible encroachment. Does anybody besides me remember it? We just covered that several pages back. We're saying the same thing, and we're adding more and more and more of saying the same thing in more and more and more words and turning the words. Encroachment on executive authority under Article 2. We've read that before. First, well, the Act defers to the executive's determinations. When it comes to TikTok, the Act takes that determination out of the executive hands. Then go ask the current executive why the heck did he sign it, and ask the current Congress why did they pass it bill enough to get to his desk. And fire them all involved. And leave our court alone. But see, this is busy idiocy. So, well, we wrote 25 PDF pages of stuff. I don't care. You wrote a bunch of crap that because you wrote it and you get special treatment because you're the guy you work for. None of the rest of us can send anything to them because we don't have access to a name. No, whatever. You can't single out anybody in any legislation. It applies equally across the board. So why didn't you just write that? The legislation is flawed, and the current president should not have signed it. We and our super smart, extra special, wonderful, extra dude, Donald J. Trump, him and all his smart lawyers should have said, wait, you guys can't pass that as it is. That would mean that we can't have Truth or Social either. And then you should have sued all the way and said, you know what, this has first jurisdiction at the Supreme Court, and this law must be stopped. And President Joe Biden is a bad, worst president ever in the history of the United States. Worst, baddest, worst. Significant. Is key phraseology if we were to play a college drinking game of soda pop. If we just took shots of water, we would have all washed all of our electrolytes and platelets out of our water, out of our streams, and we would unalive from too much water poisoning. It's a true story. It can happen. Let alone anything that could possibly actually toxin you. The statute purports to dictate how the president must exercise his national security and foreign affairs authority in this sensitive, wink, 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 the sensitive areas, must make key determinations through an interagency process. Do you hear how they complain? This unsays the whole purpose of having a legislative branch, an executive branch. And we'll go back and discuss again. I guess not today, someday. The whole Chevron thing. The act, I imagine, if I went and read it, would say that the reason that this must go through many agencies, because many agencies are involved when you're talking about a potential, and we do not call them this, adversarial foreign government. That does not just involve a single, what we would call executive branch agency. There must be many agencies before we allow something like the president or the DOJ or somebody involved in that mess up there. We cannot have them unilaterally See the name of the song that this all started with? Uno, una, uni, all means one. We cannot have one rather confused, grumpy old man shutting down giant corporations in our country because he wants to. Because he read in the deep web a quote by Dash Q that said, TikTok equals Chinese spies question mark? Dash Q. No, that didn't happen. I just made it up. I think. I don't know. I don't know all the QAnon garbage. This is how all of our government must work. So, second, comma, John, Dijon, Dijon mustard. Pardon me. Have you any Grey Poupon? Or do you just have poop on you? Second, the statute purports to dictate how, by using an interagency process. The president doesn't do any of that stuff. It is delegated to the heads of agencies. So, second, the statute purports that the government should run exactly as the government runs and has since day one. Sacrilege! You're welcome, SCOTUS. I did your work for you. Somebody please, and turn it into the nice words that you guys, nobody can use their words. Dude, did you print this on soft, fluffy paper so someone can wipe their butt with it? Because this is a bunch of garbage. And if you're just going to smear fecal matter on paper, make it look like toilet paper. I'm done with this. Third, the act was signed on. Now he's talking about the date and the 270 something days and how this is going to overlapping concerns. Enjoins the branches, separateness, but independence, autonomy, and reciprocity. Double, single quotes, enjoins, and single. And I'm not a good one to be bitching about unnecessary punctuations. Everybody's seen my stuff. You can go look at my other ones. I love them. Questions of see, I used them. I used them here, singles, for no reason. I thought single, double, single. I didn't use the stars because that makes them bold when you copy paste it over to the comment. Asterisks, shift 8s. I know what it is. See? OH no, wrapped in quotes. I use lots of unnecessary, goofy punctuation. I promise you I would have sent this to at least 20 people if I was going to be so bold as to use so much of my misguided, misplaced pride, ego, and I don't give a F Americanitis as to send anything to even, I don't respect them. I don't hold them above me. It's that this is place it goes into our history for all of our posterity. And knowing that if they see the name Trump on it, they are going to give it special treatment, thereby neglecting something very important, like there's tribal stuff up there that is directly affecting the most per capita, hopeless, unaliving by self-harm population ever since before the founding of this ridiculous bunch of useless, stupid words on papers with British quotations wrapped around them. Real lives are being lost because these people are always too busy to deal with real world stuff. They got to get in here and see, man, did he write in there about, like, is there TikTok videos of Matt Gaetz banging a 17-year-old that was drunk? Damn it. He didn't write that in there anywhere. We searched for Gaetz. Didn't find it. Oh, I mean, it's the former elected, current dash elect, and future president. Make no jokes about it. It's going to get heard first. It's going to get carefully considered. And it's a bunch of shite. This court has long recognized that there are certain areas within the domain of foreign affairs that constitute exclusive powers of the president. Oh my God, certain areas. So you, John, know better than everybody else? D. John? Which of those certain affairs are the exclusive powers of the president? Congressional commands. The president executes what the Congress commands. He is the go fetch dog. That's what an executive is. Get all this crazy, he's not a knight in shining armor. King Arthur pulled a sword from a stone and magic is happening with Merlin around. You are a effing hairy wizard. There's no bosoms. There's no Guinevere's. There's no Lancelots. This is a bunch of effing stupid rich people who got rich suckling at the public teat. I see your heaving bosoms and raise you a massive, pulsing and throbbing member of Congress. This court has long emphasized the general primacy of executive authority. And yes, true. I don't mimic the young people well. I apologize, youthful people. Stop saying, all of you, everybody, reject it. Draw a big red line through this whole page and say, until you guys, including us, but we're the Supreme Court, do what we say, not what we do. The executive, under Article whatever the hell it is in the United States Constitution, has no authority. Executive has power, see the previous statement, to do what its owner, the Congress, tells it to do. If Congress passes a bill and the goober who's sitting there at the desk signs it that says only this: whenever anybody in a federal employ throws a stick, the president must say, I got it, and run get it, and put it in their mouth and take it back to whoever throw it, and then sit their ass on the ground and drop it at the thrower's feet. And if that foolish POTUS signed that passed bill, don't be surprised when they impeached him for not doing his job as he swore to do when he signed that into law. It all sounds so mighty important and whatever. That is not our king. That is our go fetch boy. Non-gender specific. Everybody get your head out of your fantasy books that tell you that our president is anything more than basically a figurehead and a fetch boy. Or girl, I don't care. Whatever it takes. If ever one person got a hold of this madness and somebody twisted it into a lesser, I'm so fed up with this. I knew I shouldn't have done this. I couldn't just read the words and say, crap, like a wiki editor. I'm passionate about these things. I don't know why. It just affects me this way. Somewhere sooner or later, maybe someone will fix it. Any of you out there, I'm going to say again, if you think that hurting or unaliving somebody fixes any of this, no, they outbreed you. For every one of them, they make at least 4 of their spawn. You can't defeat it in that stupid idea, violent way of yours. The only way to beat them is to outword them. And hopefully they'll hear your words repeated over and over and over and over and over and over until they believe your words to be the truth that is the lie, but yours were actually the truth, so you done a good thing. Delicate and manifold problems. Look at these words. Oh, yes. Begin the quote with its important, comma, complicated, comma, delicate and manifold problems. Hey, John. You know what manifold means to Google? Hunk of a car engine. Oh, check this out. How to answer a simple question without an exercise in Euclidean geometry. On Earth, it would be 12 noon. Lawyers, don't usurp the language of engineers or mathematicians. Those are scientists. You lawyers are evil spirits. You are demons upon the earth. Just kidding. Ha. Don't steal words. That makes you a word thief. In mathematics, a manifold is a topological space that locally resembles Euclidean space near each point. More precisely, I don't know what the proper name for this mathematical semi-italic cursive looking lowercase n dash dimensional manifold, an n-dimensional manifold, or n dash manifold for short, is a topological space with the property that each point has a neighborhood that is homeomorphic to an open subset of n-dimensional Euclidean space. Let's go back and read again now that we have clarity. So it's not part of a car engine. delicate and manifold problems. What the F? I'm a smart math guy, and now I'm lost. I'm utterly lost. Adjacent? Does it mean adjacent? Relevant? Relevant? Like what? It follows the curve? It's a Twilight Zone thing where it's called To Serve Man, the original Twilight Zone. I've never seen any of the new ones. Talking about the 1960s. Rod Serling. It's called To Serve Man, and the secret of the alien book is not that when you open it up and decode it, it says peace on earth was all it said. It's a menu. And I used to say lots and often because everybody had got used to it and got it. Let me make a note. We are deep into this. And I got way late again. See what happens with a word? What value does a single word have? It could scramble the brains of a not so very static or stasis brained foolishness like Mr. Wiley. Please think of the least amongst you while you're manifolding your manifolds. For great justice. Back to a word. E, U, Clid, E, and geometry equals to the CIA alien space invaders, much like just to everybody else already mentioned once in this live stream. Soylent Green is people! Twilight Zone 1960s To Serve Man. DW saying, see, I'm using the unnecessary punctuators and then I'm going to delete them. So people who are listening, they'll say, what? Where do you use them? Ancient Chinese saying that I just made up a long time ago. I might have been 6 or 7 years old, maybe younger. I don't know. The first time I ever remember really hearing it and my brain switched on for me, and I'll just blame my older brother, like I always do. It's not because I'm smart. It's because my older brother, no one had ever taught him, hey, don't drag the little ones up to your level. They have to stay at their level. Oops. Vincent Price is the voice of the alien space invader, and I don't remember the actor's name, but they've abducted him and taken him into outer spaces. And he wakes up on the table and he asks the air and the alien space invader, what time is it? And the Vincent Price voice answers, there is no time and space. So the guy does good drama hands and yells like he's in a play theater, not on a motion picture camera set. So it's very loud, dramatic yelling. Very well enunciated, which thank you all for hanging with me. It's a disability. It's a reduction of ability. This lack of ability to enunciate. No, no excuses. It's just me. So the guy jumps up and he says, he says, what time is it? And Vincent Price's voice says, there is no time and space. The guy jumps up and makes drama hands and says, Can't you answer a simple question without an exercise in Euclidean geometry? What time is it? What time is it on Earth? And the Vincent Price UFO alien space invader says, on Earth it would be 12 noon. And everybody's happy. And my poor brain said, wait, Earth is in space. Question mark, exclamation point. Number one, if there's no time in space, then there's no time on Earth. Earth is in space. Part A, part two, A or B, or both. Maybe it's all one part. The other part is time is relevant to where the sun is in the sky on Earth. It can't be 12 noon on the entire Earth. It was a logic bomb that went off in my little kid head. Said, just like Monsieur Spock. That is illogical, Captain. Doesn't stop me from loving that Twilight Zone episode. I could watch it over and over and over and over. So, Dumbledore here. Delicate and manifold. So some crap about Euclidean geometry and spatial plotting on the chart. That's what the points mean. To those of you not steeped in the mathematics. Euclidean geometry has to do basically with 3D geometry, and you can go look it up yourself. There's lots of information and education now. It's not just for nerds. I self-identify. I'm sure that's not what lawyer dude meant. But the first thing that came to my mind, because mundanery, like when they teach you that garbage in mathematics and advanced and algebra and physics classes, and especially the theoretic quantum stuff like time space continuums and travels and the other alternate universe at the other alternate end of a black hole that cannot be scientifically proven. It's complicated and delicate. It's important and manifold. Well, to me, that just meant where the gases join together to enter the single pipe on a modern internal combustion engine. It's called the manifold, exhaust manifold. Some vehicles have intake manifolds, and some of them have multiple in the modern era because that's where a lot of somethings become one thing, or one thing becomes a lot of somethings in engineering. And modern fuel injected, the air and the fuel has to be injected into the chamber or the valve or the cylinder separately. Each of those is an intake manifold. You don't get to say the intake manifold. Your auto mechanic will charge you something for messing with their industry, and don't steal their words. And that's what I thought this dude was doing. The president alone has the power to speak or listen as a representative of the nation. Curtis Wright. Okay, I'm gonna say this again, and then I'm gonna start scrolling because it's 10:15 p.m. I have not eaten supper, the dinner. I was tired of this when I started it. Who, pray tell, I ask again on page 18 of 25. Somebody put this dude, let's call it, to the deposition in interrogatory format and let me do the questioning. knowing that I lie worded and meant put him to the question, as in Spanish Inquisition style stuff. I know. I can't take him to Gitmo and call him tourist and do any enhanced stuff. But I can make his bum sting from sitting in a chair too long and saying nonsense to him like he says to all of us. Telling him things like, you know what, Dijon, you remind me of the mustard. What? You know, gray poop. Gray poop on. Dijon. Don't you get it? I'm so witty. Do you get it? Huh? Do you get it? Huh. Are you a Sig Sauer or just a sauerkraut? Oh, wait. Sig's from there, too. G word jokes. You have to been there. Moving on to the MIA word. The president. This is a question that people have not managed to really ask until the past few days. Who is and who has been the president? And how did the USA get in the position that we have? I've been saying, we've discussed on the previous live streams, rip Joe Biden. Oh, how could I say? In this little fictional thing I'm working on, it's called A Space Odyssey. You know, I stole that from George Lucas. I'll change it before I publish. I don't want to splash my turds on George Lucas's fantastic space opera. The 1977, the 1977 one. For to me, there are no more. That keeps me safe in my psychology. And I think we discussed it again the other day because I can sense, especially when he gets angry, when I spent too much time picking on George's guy, let's say. And that upsets him. I apologize, George. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't say that. But we're friends, and I feel like we can banter that off each other. And I understand it's mean of me to keep hammering away at Mr. Trump that way. I know. I'm trying to be careful. Hang on. The lovely, wonderful, perfect other half of this equation, but she's not half, she's 90%. Made me something to eat for whenever I get done. Yay. Where was I at? Yes. I tried to do equal measures. The thing about Zombie Joe, interlude, and I can call him that. I don't care. I can. Zombie Joe is my loving code slash nickname for my president. The rest of you who don't understand all the documents, we're going to do some stuff. We're going to try to keep it short. Not, don't let Dean do another 8 hours. Well, sometimes it takes Dean 8 hours. I looked at it carefully, Elizabeth, this morning. I believe it ain't going to be 30 minutes. We can cover the meat, the the bulk summary, the synopsis of the Declaration. It's only 2 paragraphs consisting of like 2 really, really long sentences each. It's a quarter of a page. But it will take me probably 2 hours. So we'll have to work on that in the plans. Let me get the chat back up here. We have none. Congress abdicated. It should have addressed both president and VP, who no one wanted, and CA never wanted for anything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But the only we're going to accept, I brought up the numbers earlier. You know how many wanted Joe Biden to be president in 2020? And her to be the Kamala Harris. It's up here somewhere, 82 million. Hell a lot more than wanted Trump to be president this time. So it's not nobody wanted him. They didn't really want him. They had some deep internal illusion or delusion, their own idea in their mind what he would be the figurehead of this Democrat Party that wasn't Donald Trump. That's more what people voted for to get Joe Biden in there is not Donald Trump. I would like each session on the DOC series in half-hour sessions. So if we need to divide it up, it will be 4 separate sessions for that one. And people can ask questions in the comments. We can, yep. And we'll rehearse it. We'll work on it before we live it. We won't do live recorded rehearsals of it. We might have to do phones because I'm not that smart with all this technology. We'll figure it out. Let's get back to this. And we discussed it several times now in streams. Whenever I get too heavy handed on Mr. Trump, we always can drop back to, all right, let's stop picking on half of this country's guy and go pick on the other half's guy. Fair game. They're just a figurehead. All fairness, he asked his wife using his sister's name where his wife by her name was during the primary in 2019 or very early 2020. I think I remember from last stream we looked it up again. He fell off his bike that was not moving. He headbutted a post. Whatever. Everybody that took one look at that poor old man and didn't. And it's not just the lying to him that they did that's cruel and they should be charged with elder abuse, but they lied to themselves. And that's part of the thing of today. When you look at that and you see some conquering hero, knight in shining armor, super president with all these brains, he didn't never have any. Especially not in the latter half of his 70s when he decided all of a sudden, man, did anybody ever watch those Zoom campaigns from the COVID cellar? Donald Trump wasn't mocking him. He was, but he set himself up for it. He's mumbling, and it's one of the symptoms of true ADD or ADHD that can only be truly diagnosed in about 3 places in this whole country. Once upon a time, 30 years ago, it was only diagnosable in Texas. One of the symptoms that people can use to identify ADD or ADHD in its true nature, a deep internal cognitive, mental, biophysiological brain functioning with electronic issues, measurable diagnosis of ADD, not a love/lust/want of stimulant pills. true ADD, and it's subtle, sometimes it's subtle, is that these people's biophysiology can't get up and moving without anger. So some of that, everybody comments, and there's many, many notes about Joe Biden angry outburst as senator. It's been going on for a long, long set of decades. And he's a stutterer. That's another thing. I'm not picking on him for it. These are very simple signs that something else is going on in there. Everything they've got is new about his angering Uncle Joe back in 2023, prone to outbursts of yelling and cursing in private, in contrast to the grandfatherly demeanor he displays in public. See, that's the other, right back to the same language that was used in her report that upsets a lot of. They want it to say something else. That's not what it says. It says that he displays, it's an act, grandfatherly, good old Joe, Fiblio. Oh, I have to keep all these sticky notes with our nation's secrets on them because I have a problem with my memories. Yeah, that's all. Just being thorough. It's an act. It's a character as senators. He spends so much time angry and outbursting. Even CNN calls him out. Go watch any of the debates. Go watch the hearings. Biden grows angry, angry and stunned. Go listen to him in any of his conversations, especially the debates, even the last one that he just drooled. He stood there and drooled. Donald Trump mopped the floor with him. Except when you dare say anything about, and he's still got enough of dad in there, even though he's a bad dad in my book. That's just my opinion, Joe. It doesn't matter. Hunter still hangs around you and takes the fall for your cocaine, I guess. Maybe. Allegedly, fictionally. Somebody owned that coke. Got it in the secret warehouse side of the White House. Maybe it was really Hunter's. Bad dad. Make your son quit. But something is stimulating Joe. Anyway, back to the ADD thing. Poor George. He realized, man, me and George had a good conversation earlier, Elizabeth. I hope you heard some of it way early on. Where all of a sudden George realized we were talking without all this, oh no, we're online. We're not doctors. We don't have any education in that stuff. Well, God, we don't know. We just read it on wiki pages. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All of a sudden it gets all over you. I have always thought ADD/ADHD. Symptom is anger. Angry stimulates biophysiologically and biochemically. It getting angry pumps your adrenals, your other stimulates biophysiologically. It's like what it's music.ly. It's musical.ly, like TikTok used to be. But that early on, and it was from that Texas Neuroplasticity Center that Dr. Phil used to partner with, but they existed before Dr. Phil was on TV in Texas, where I learned all of this stuff. That UCLA, and I got to them, Elizabeth, do you believe in destiny? Because ADHD was never really talked about. That was the one of the early diagnoses. The Exorcist was a book, Blatty's book, prior to being the Pea Soup movie. And that's another thing that everybody in America and the whole wide world misses, because they go into it with biases and preconceptions, and then they get upset by especially unedited versions. Demons say a lot of very shocking things layered in there, very carefully crafted and layered. And The Exorcist is the best scene in that movie to me. It lasts about 30 seconds. Is the poor mother screaming at the doctors how they've seen 200 specialists and tried 2,000 prescriptions and none of it works. Well, of course not, because that's what Americans were doing in 1972 and 76. Throw pills at it. And the point of the moral of the story is everybody missed that. They remember the pea soup. Tell them Google and or other lookups for anything more intense. My goal is for people not to be afraid to learn it. We taught it in Cub Scouts and Brownies. Yep. Get through it. We can link them back to these streams. If you want a deep dive and you got many hours and you want to try to interpret Dean, you can go listen. But no, sometimes these associations or things go fast, or someone will ask in chat. Here's the thing with Zombie Joe, and I'd say it lovingly and caringly about an elder, and he's got to take some of the credit himself. Somewhere in his life, he should have been self-assessing and looking in the mirror and saying, am I having lost time? Am I having problems? Maybe I shouldn't run for president. Maybe I should just retire. I'm old. I'm having difficulties. Is this going to end well? What is my legacy going to be? Your legacy is now everybody that held you up, you have failed their delusional, Joe, expectations. It's not your fault. You didn't know. They forgot to tell you in writing, hey, dude, when we vote you, you got to shed 40 years, get a bigger bulge in your pants than Donald Trump, and lose that stutter and save our damn country. It just reminds me of the old play, and I love it, love it, love it. I still haven't seen the Antonio Banderas, and Madonna movie version. It would ruin my illusions for so many years. Seeing or hearing radio and television commercials were the same for Evita at the Pantages Theater. It's a musical slash opera slash play about, I don't know whatever it is, in Argentina, and she sings, or somebody sings, "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina," and then the man sings, "You were supposed to have been immortal. That's all they wanted. Not much to ask for." And then she sings, "I kept my promise, so keep your distance." And then narrator voice or radio voice would come on and say, blah, blah, at the Pantages Theater, blah, and start naming the days and times and the shows you could see of Evita. It is about the mistress of the rebel Che. Right. But the point is, to me, is that one little slice of that one little song is it doesn't matter what Joe thought and Jill thought. Those 80 million people that voted for Joe, were not voting for him. They were voting for a delusion in their head. No matter what he did, he cannot meet that expectation because it was not realistic. None of it was realistic. Anybody could have looked at that at the first primary, where they 4%ed or less Kamala off the ticket in their first primary debate or stage or whatever. There was no reality in that. There was a bunch of dreamers and probably people, because I think it happened in California. So, recreational substances are allowed. Already stupid people, now chemically enhanced. So, well, Joe's going to fix it. Joe's going to untrumpy us. He's going to wipe our memories of that Trump guy that we've always hated. Orange man bad. He's the anti-orange man. There was no way. Nobody looked at it realistically, and nobody else is grown up in the room. So to answer your question, I know I ramble, but that's how the mind works. That's how conversation works. We got a good discussion out about. If you see people around you, I have a guy that me and George talk often about, and I'm really worried about him. It's the holidays. I haven't talked to him in over a year now. He's a fine young person who's done a lot of bad things and hurt a lot of people. But he's been blown to smithereens. He's a war fighter veteran who has metals poisoning and shrapnel still in him and calcifying stuff that is really it's horrifying. And he hosts all the problems, and then of course they give him pain medications and anti-anxiolytics and anti-this and anti-that and anti-PTSDs. And I don't know. And I'm not saying don't ever take RXs. I'm not a RFK. I don't. This is the world we live in. Get several medical opinions. And remember all that supplements before you go down those roads. I don't want to hear it. How you ate the pill. And then you're going to blame the doctor and the pill because you're still you. They are all supplemental to diet, exercise, mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual counseling. Then, if all of that is failing, we have the modern miracles of medicine and chemical and pharmaceutical. But you got to try the other things that have been around for 10 million years or whatever, or 10,000 years or 5,500 for you. It's another thing that's becoming reinvented, is that God snapped his fingers and this was all invented in one day, and it's mysterious. Why would we have things like carbon dating? To fool us. This is exactly what I am saying to people today. Chat or internet's listening. I'm reading Elizabeth's chats. This is exactly what I am saying to people today. Each of us needs to, this is written in my book on world peace, save our own lives, then our family, block, district, county, state, etc. If we do not help ourselves and our own local areas, we are not going to help our dream man do what we expect. We expect immortal. I went through many years of what you are talking about with my brother, my dad, my nephews. All had reality so great none of us can imagine. And you have been there as well, but are surviving and helping others. Yeah, we try. We do what we can. Because that's how some of us would. I have to admit, because of family members, close and good family friend proximities, the friends that, let's say somebody I called uncle, called brother, that kind of thing, and how horrible their lives were. I never thought that there was any magic in like a hypodermic needle full of heroin. From my earliest memories, I know that is a road I am never going down. They're going to stick me with a pin. I'm hardcore. I've been to have horse injuries to my physical body fixed. And they said, don't you want a little shot? Even local? No. Do what you got to do. I can take the pain. Because I don't want to risk ever waking up one day in the gutter. Wondering, I'm sick. I gotta get my medicine and get well. Anyhow, if you do see the guy, I think of him as friend. I'm sad for him because he is rapidly deteriorating and losing and costing himself his business, and lawsuits could arise, maybe criminal charges, and helping others. The anger, the extreme anger is your body's only way. Like if you take a certain types of pain medications or even blood pressure medicine, it is designed to weaken and slow a very important muscle. That's how it works. So, as it's lowering your blood pressure by slowing and weakening the individual beats of your very important muscle, it is doing what it is designed to do. But it is not targeted by some kind of special DNA or something by Elon Musk microtechnology robots. It does that by weakening the contractibility and the rate at which all muscles in your body can work. So that's why if you get on blood pressure medicine, you suddenly feel weak, tired, muscle fatigued, because you are. And when you lowered your blood pressure, what did you do? You lessened the amount by volume and frequency of well oxygenated blood flowing to those same muscles, which is how they work. To defeat that, your body must figure out some way to stimulate more adrenaline, and it's this what they call the paradoxical effects of chemicals. So this is induced anger. And it can often, very seriously often, be confused. Know what you're talking about before you go say, man, that guy's angry all the time. He must have ADD. Don't accuse people of stuff. If you're not a diagnostician, then don't worry about it. Just accept the first half of what you said is all you need to know. Man, that person is angry all the time. That's not fun. I think I'll avoid them. But if you are stuck and you must, if this is somebody you care about or live with or whatever, and they express this, okay, do you know? Because this is where the confusion comes in. And we know it isn't this way with Joseph R. Biden because it goes all the way back into the 60s and 70s. He was in the public eye then. We have the record. The angry, the outbursts, that is ADD/ADHD, which shows a deficiency in his biochemistry and biophysiology. And ADD, ADHD is a symptom of something else itself. My uneducated, you ain't no MD. Yeah, whatever. There are other problems that cause that. That's your body's answer. The inability to focus on whatever. If it's boring, it's boring. It's very understandable. But the anger outburst, make sure it's not somebody that's taking certain kind of shots in their butt, like President Trump mentioned in the 2020 debate. Roids. Is it roid rage? That's not ADHD. That's roid rage. That is chemical overstimulation of everything, especially the angry maker. But just my ideas, my thinking. The sign of biophysiological and biochemical problems could just be diet. Maybe somebody should have fixed Joe Biden's diet in the 1970s. Like erase the sugar, the nose candy. I guess, allegedly. Those angry and outbursts, and the only way to get up to function at all is extreme anger. Yeah, that's what that says. You can go read about it at Wikipedia. The worst part is his commander gave it to his crews to keep them all working on those atomic tanks when the nukes misfired and they had to save the tanks and wherever the tank was stopped. H4 had friends who were also vets who helped him. He stayed away from family. Some of these veteran groups are really helpful. Local VFW or. Sorry, my eyes went blurry on me a second. DAV groups usually can help you find some vets. Can I widen this thing? Can I widen you? Thank you. Yes, I can. Who can help you find some vets the same age that will go help a fellow vet. I was at a hearing in which one young vet said, I did not want them, but they were the ones who finally managed to help me. Sometimes they need a vet that has survived to go hug them, even if it is somewhat vicious, hold you down and let you cry it out. It works. Yeah. And they have so much they can empathize with each other in some cases. In some cases, they need outside assistance. I don't know. Just know that, especially if you're dealing with those kind of guys and they've been handed, they were taught to act violently and angrily and mask their normal human feelings with bravado and anger. They're not taught adequate coping skills. If they really were, if they had long sit downs and showed lots of pictures of, small children on fire for reals, they'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I signed up for the wrong thing. I'm out of here. They have to tricks them. All volunteer army. So that's all right. Anyway, that's my idea. Sociological madness in this continuing fantasy fictional teleplay that we live in. The old joke back. I don't know how things are in the rest of the country. I grew up in Los Angeles, in Hollywood. We would always say, who writes this? Poop. SH. Word for poop. Everything in our whole lives is movies. It's the glamour of the movie biz. Who writes this? Blah, 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 meaning real life. And that's what was wrong with Joe. What's wrong with the rest of them? None of them got any nuts. They got politics in behind them. They got told, you ain't going to impeach him. You're going to toe the line. You and all the media companies are going to, one day, it's going to go too far. And that day may never come. And that's how Washington, D.C. works. The foolish or whatever they are, the people. Lots of more voted him to be president than voted any of the other ever to be president. They really wanted him bad to be president in 2020. He wins. But that's just because it has nothing to do with the reality of who Joseph Sauer is then, today, or today. Until their bubbles got bursted, everybody just had to toe the line. The people have spoken. They have voted. Congress couldn't impeach him, and Kamala sure couldn't. That would have been the end of her. They'd have impeached her. And I'll go look it up some other day. That's the madness of this thing we live in. And it's not supposed to be that important. He's supposed to be a figurehead. Somewhere, all of us in this whole nation have abdicated our documents and our powers, where, like I just said a little while ago, the president is our go fetch guy. Our Congress, Republic, representative, Democratic, Republican nature, tells him, well, if you can't, here's the budget. The toilet is plugged up. If you ain't going to go suck or pump the crap out of that backed up toilet, Mr. President, here's how much money the American taxpayers are willing for you to make sure that someone gets hired to go do it. And if they don't go do it, eventually you got to go roll up that damn sleeve, Mr. President, and plunger the hell out of that toilet. And if you didn't find somebody to buy you a plunger, then shove your face in there and blow it out with your mouth. All you politicians are real good with hot air. Stop treating the president like a king. Get it out of your noggin. He's not one. Let's finish up the document. Let me go to the missing word. Everybody go. I put the links everywhere because it just says the same thing. Remember we discussed about Curtis Wright. The president is the constitutional representative of the United States with regard to foreign nations. Okay, that's what it says in the Constitution. I don't need you to tell me what some judgy wudgy said in Curtis. You guys already said in your ruling about the G words and your ruling what I don't remember the names of the cases about the A word that we're not supposed to ever discuss, that you don't care. The Supreme Court does not care what previous Supreme Courts or any other court said. This court, the 9 of them that are up there today, are going their own way. Precedent does not matter. Roe v. Wade was a Supreme Court ruling. It just got trash canned. Get over it. This is the reality. Stop writing these documents. They're going to say whatever the hell they want to, just like you're going to. They get away with it. They're the Supreme Court. You're just some flunky. Does Congress have blah, 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 A-B? Whether Congress has the authority to dictate that the president must use certain specific procedures to make sensitive national security determinations. Absolutely. We don't want a king. The president does not use any to make a decision. This is what we have a Congress for, and the departments and agencies and everybody else. At the end of the day, the president, in some situations, because the other people don't want to get fired or tried because they don't enjoy presidential immunity, why do you think the Department of Defense people, Secretary of State attorneys, and all the other departments, DOD and secretaries of whatever, 12 or so times they took KIA Mr. President, sign this, please, and we'll KIA the Iranian general. That Trump finally said, sure, go ahead. His was like the 12th time. Everybody else brought it to the president. It's a yes no question. They've done everything else. The only reason they didn't just do the general is because this, of course, means war. Number one, how are the Iranians going to look at it? And number two, nobody has the specific official acts immunity other than the president. Them people sure ain't going to take the heat for that. Usually we work with less upset vets who help each other. Well, at campfires, beach runs, mountain runs, there are some great groups out there, vet hunters, something 22, and others, motorcycle groups, trail riding. Yeah, we have a lot around here. I got Fort Bragg 25 minutes from me. Work groups that go out and help other vets. Worse off than them, older, missing arms and legs, etc., but it helps. One called me, his wife had passed of cancer, and he found out he had cancer. He was special ops and knew himself how dangerous he was. The police knew. I called Bernie Sanders, special field rep for this type of, yeah, there are things out there. And again, I'm skipping back and forth. Yep, that and John Sauer's butt light. A scroll of paper with perforations in between covered in skid marks. Blah, blah, blah. If the president's authority, it is not. He has none. The president's power is bound by the recommendations or conclusions of such an interagency process. They all are. Every bit. The president's power is bound. If the president said, I'm a tough guy, like Donald Trump's a real strong man. He's a conquering hero. If the president said that it's the determination of la-di-da-di-da-di-da, and everybody agrees, all the agencies agrees, and damn the Senate and the House, the Congress, the courts, all the agencies, all the executives, and the president himself agrees we must have peace between Israel and Palestine on both sides. We're not going to talk about Lebanon right now. So what I think I'm going to do is get me a baseball bat and go over there and, as president of the United States, just wander around Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank, however I feel like, and everybody that's acting out of line, I'm going to give them a little tap, a love tap with my president's baseball bat. We wouldn't allow that to happen now, would we? We really don't care what kind of big, bright ideas the president comes up with. We have those agencies for a reason, even though I hate them. I don't like bureaucracies, but I don't like a king either. I can accept the yin and the yang of being born an American. But that's the problem with Joe Biden. The act was signed on April 24. Now they're saying it again. That the act was signed 270 days, 170 million ordinary Americans. They're going to cut their tongues out. Oh, wait. This is online crap. They're going to put those big things that secretaries, remember, Elizabeth, you remember the rubber things secretaries used to put on their thumbs to move all the pages? Well, hell, you probably do because lawyers have to use them too. I haven't thought about those things in a long time. Thumb protector for paper. Yeah, a thumb rubber, a finger pad, a rubber finger. You remember those things? They're coming up on the screen. Uh, you're gonna put those on the little fingers of the TikTok babies. They won't be able to text. They're non-static pass-through. It disables what mechanizes phone screens. For this type of veteran, she helped him in minutes. He called me a year later and told me, thank that woman and me, he was working on his wife's old youth athlete program for Native kids, and his cancer was cured. Congress, both houses. His in the docs has a duty to take this whole mess and look at how over decades we, the people, let this happen, and they, the awful and often corrupt, let it get worse or helped it. They're like, if the people don't give a F, and they're going to keep paying us to get rich and really not give an F, decisions. Yep, those things. Glue those to the fingertips of 170 million Americans. So silly. We have discussed. This has nothing to do with the free speech. It has the accustomed, see the beginning. To be sure, the national security concerns presented by ByteDance and TikTok appear to be significant and pressing. No, they don't. There's no national security concern presented anywhere, except for the possibility that they might, and I don't know, maybe they did. Is it TikTok that convinced you to keep saying these lies over and over and over because you just keep scrolling TikTok and it keeps saying the same thing over and over because all you read is Donald Trump's feed on it? And when you get to the bottom, it starts over at the top, and you thought he was writing all that stuff forever and ever and ever, amen? Or Sean Hannity. Oh, I heart you, super blackest belt ever, judo master, kung fu chewy, Sean Hannity. Especially because you hire a friend of mine to do your North Carolina security. Those little thumb and finger things. B of A. I did a lot of paperwork there. Man, at the law offices, they had them everywhere. Yeah, but on and on and on. And then they quoth back to the same old executive orders where Donald Trump started this. On the other hand, and then followed by on the contrary. Au contraire, sacrilege. On the contrary, recent historical developments reinforce the significant First Amendment concerns raised by the petitioners here. I thought we weren't talking about the merits. This would be merits. Their concerns raised by the petitioners were concerns based on merit. I had a secretary and receptionist. They had those rubber finger thumb things. Yep. The president alone, not Congress or the courts, is charged with the primary responsibility. Here we go. Say it again. Say it again. Responsibility. At least they didn't say authority. They said responsibility this time. Here, he finally said it. The truth. It happened on page 21 of 25. A responsibility that President Trump will assume on January 20, 2025. Oh, and then one day after the act's arbitrary deadline. It is neither arbitrary nor capricious. It was in the law when now President Joe Biden. I see, he almost talked me into it. Donald Trump is the kindest, warmest, sweetest, most patriotic American I've ever met in my whole life. See the Manchurian Candidate. So they just keep repeating. It's not an arbitrary deadline. You said for several pages back, how dastardly and purposeful that deadline was. And you go read TikToks and they're like, yeah, it's nonsense. If this was an imminent or immediate danger, why did you give us 270 days? Why don't you just shut us the hell down? Oh, because there is no danger. The act exercises an extraordinary power, the power to the danger is here we are talking about this, and just like I said in the last stream. Well, we're talking about this, and what's her name? Honking peckers and getting her tits squished at the Beetlejuice show, and Matt Gaetz banging away at the high school girls. What, pray tell, is that denizen of thieves paper milling behind the scenes? Well, that's where we should be looking. The same 170 million, and so I am reminded again of blessed P. Picklin. I can't remember his name because I don't care. Who was the guy? He's been in 7,000 administrations as well. He's been here since the founding. I think he's out now. He's rather comedic. U.S., Iraq. I don't remember what he was. Cabinet secretary, something. Quote, there is not 1,000 vases. What was that guy's name? What was the name of the guy right at the beginning of the Iraq thing and the Capitol fell and he called everybody henny pennies? And he famously got up there at the White House and said the big speech about how just because CNN shows you 1,000 times a day the same person walking out of that same building with that same vase doesn't mean that there's 1,000 vases. You saw the same thing 1,000 times. It's one guy with one vase. It'll come to me later. Rumsfeld, that's him. Donald Rumsfeld. He was a kind of good actor. At least we had that. Good actors. Oh, let me dig my way down. And then we deflect. We razzle dazzle 'em, and they'll never make one. I don't apologize for my horrifying singing. This is a part of me. So now we have to go talk about Brazil again and how they X'd the X, formerly Twitter, for more than a month. And then the Twitter fiends, when they got Jones in, threatened to burn down that government, and all of a sudden, X ain't so bad after all. True story. Yes, government officials made demands. It went all the way to Supreme Court. We talked about it on the last live stream. And the Supreme Court said, yeah, well, they can do that. That's okay. Thanks, Supreme Court. Hey, government, you think they'll say that if you go after them? Oh, that would never happen. Oh, man, I ain't effing with the Supreme Court. Are you nuts? And then they got talking about Brazilian judges and Lots of talky talk, talk, talk. You know what? Mr. Donald Trump, you have a proximity to the guy that really matters. Because what it doesn't say in here, in all these words from your idiotic lawyer, I'm sorry, imbecilic, keep it in the proper words of the powdery wigs of our founding fathers. Couldn't you have leaned over any one of you guys? La-di-da-di-da, Brazil in a month, and this and that, and rah, rah, rah. T-da, couldn't somebody have leaned over there and said, hey, Elon, how much that cost you that month? And put in here in writing and say, Elon, could you show us the revenue problems receipts so that we can submit it to the Supreme Court and say, do you see what happens when the government shuts down arbitrarily, apparently, a very busy, let's just call it an interstate. What if the government, because they own them, if it's called an interstate highway and has a I dash something number on it, it may have immediate local reimbursed things and the states do the law enforcement upon it, but the federal government owns it. If they said turn off I-95 from New York to Florida, have the DOT go park trucks on it randomly and block all the entrances and exits for the safety of our country, they damn well could do it. Would it be a very large mess that someone might have to answer to? Yes. Would it be all this bullshit? No. Rumsfeld was in a documentary in which he was supposed to be talking about why he would never have another draft. He said it made Americans worry about soldiers and not give war where the generals. Yeah. Many people on X risking prison showed pictures of the people in the streets of Brazil. People packed from one side of every street to the other across the sidewalk, streets to the other across all the side streets. In Nigeria, they closed the street and a bridge with people laying on the ground. The rich people lived across the bridge and had no food, no nannies, no housekeepers, and no landscapers. Yeah, you can get things turned right back on. But these people filing these documents in our highest court sounding like 12-year-old girls who have been fed mind-altering substances by bad parents. That's really what you sound like to me, Sauer, whatever your name is. Especially the fact that you don't care. You never know that big $1 billion ticket got sold in California for the big lotto. How do you know I didn't fly out there and buy me a ticket? I didn't. I don't mean to steal your thunder, winner of the 1 point something billion lotto. Good job. Well played. Go find yourself some attorneys and some financial advisors. Winning the money doesn't teach you money management. Oh my gosh. So anyway, on and on. Now we're back to the 170 million Americans. We're supposed to be talking about the 200 million Brazilians, which I don't know. I don't remember the number. Is that another verifiable statement? Population of Brazil. It's close. It's very close. Man, Brazil is packed in there. That's a lot of people. 2/3 of the entire U.S. That's a tiny little piece of land. I think I'll call it. No, I'm not going to be. I'm derogatory enough. I won't. be any more derogatory or nationalist or something. Huh. I like this. They're, of course, quoting someone else, maybe. Oh no, this is their own. Here's the important constitutional guarantee. Grandparents sharing videos of beloved grandchildren, teenagers connecting with friends, and people posting rather silly viral videos. In other words, the entire range of protected freedom of expression from momentous to trivial, all of which faces a government-ordered shutdown. Then get with the current government, Donald Trump. Stop being an a-hole and make big news. You and all your MAGA hats. Ride your arses up there to Washington, and without invading our capital, protest us too much. Carry the signs demanding that Joe Biden come meet you halfway and shut this rather silly viral video down. Dealmaker, pressure, coercion, deception. In the last 4 years, not in the previous 4 years before that, in the 4 years prior to that, it was just fraud, lies, injecting disinfectants, oh, all them other things, paying off your hookers. No offense, hooker. I meant to say prostitutes, friends with benefits, while cheating on your pregnant wife. It's all cool if you and your wife would publicize. We have a very open relationship. Boys will be boys. I don't care what he does. That apparently is not how it works in that relationship. A bunch of liars and idiots. Can't keep your little thingy under control. In the last 4 years, federal officials, including national security officials, have repeatedly procured social media censorship. I don't know that that's the right word. Of disfavored content and viewpoints through a combination of pressure, coercion, and deception. CEG, Missouri v. Biden. Blah, 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 blah. Look at all these numbers. Missouri v. Biden and da, 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 da. Reversed. Why should we see those when they were both reversed? Because you know what the Supreme Court said for everybody involved based on other grounds? Reversed, revved. They said if we allow that and put it into record at the SCOTUS level, that would mean that we allow our federal government, its agents, and everybody else, under both of the previous administrations, to use illegal pressure, coercion, and deception to interfere in the commerce, to interfere in private enterprise. So, of course, the court reversed it and turned it all off and gagged it and muted it and said, we shall never, with prejudice, hear this tomfoolery again. How dare you? There it is, right there in your face, and you're so stupid that you'll just put it right back in there. See? See? Oh, no, wait, you reversed that. So it doesn't say that. Yet I just wrote it in here as if it does. Yeah. No comeuppance for the idiotic lawyers. Oh, here we go. Writing them Trump campaign speeches again. How many times a day do you have to say this, John? How many times does he put up snake hand style or Donald Trump, you fired hand style? How many times does he hold that hand up so you, being one of Pavlov's dogs or seeing that sword of Damocles over your head, say instantly, Hunter laptop, Russian disinformation. Russia, 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 collusion, collusion, collusion. How many times must you ring that bell upon demand and command to not have him say, you're fired? You belly crawling, flea flicker, filthy cur, snake in the grass, scum bucket, blah, 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 blah. Oh, wait, you're not a government guy. I meant you, Donald Trump. You turn so-called incorrectly adults into this. I saw another one that, yep, Rudy Giuliani's likely to go die in jail for contempt of court. For example. Well, I hope you last a long time. I hope you outlast the contempt charges, Rudy. You're old. What kind of delusions are you having? Well, if Pete Navarro can handle a federal stretch, I can. Go look in the mirror and then go look at a picture of Pete. For example, in late 2020, Federal National likely misled social media companies into believing, yeah, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden. Hunter and the Russians. Yeah, we all know. We all believe it. Every bad thing. It was 24 hours. The government had nothing to do with it. Somebody go point Trump and anybody around him, especially the guy. Since then, you stupid monkeys. And I just offended the heck out of monkeys because monkeys aren't this imbecilic. Elon Musk owns the artist formerly known as Twitter. If you're wondering exactly what was the Twitter files noise about, it was because for almost 25 hours, Twitter stopped links to that one New York Post article. In the 25th hour, they apologized and let it fly. But the lie, the lie, the lie, the lie, the lie, the lie, the lie. And here it is again. This utterly destroyed, stupid, Trumplican disinformation campaign is being filed again in our Supreme Court by yet another one of Trump's imbecilic, should not be a lawyer lawyers. Nobody who would submit anything about Hunter Biden's story suppression Twitter files, especially standing within arm's length of the guy that owns Twitter. Get your facts checked. The hell is wrong with you people? Oh, that's right. Number one, people. Number two, I'm the only lunatic on earth out here except for that guy, Destiny. I love you, Destiny. Give me a job. Cotieri, a cotiar, use another big fancy word. I didn't look it up. I don't care. At the highest levels of the federal government, continuously harried and implicitly threatened Facebook with potentially crippling consequences if it did not comply with their wishes about the suppression of certain COVID-19 related speech. There is a grain of truth in that. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. We've already discussed it. Yes, certain government actors are bad actors. But did anybody go back and get those individual bad actors who may have well been overreaching, including the one that did it in Donald Trump's administration's name, and hold their feet to the fires and fire them? No. Roll your way back clocks to the Secret Service that's supposed to be protecting our president overseas, prostituting upon underage, illegal, human trafficked, not willing prostitutes in foreign countries. And nobody even got a verbal warning about it. They got a good talking to. The one guy, yeah. We told him. See the Biden, South America, underage, prostitute, scandal, Secret Service. I'm not looking it up again. Don't be bringing it in here. That's an administrative problem. Somebody should have fired all of those employees and exposed their names to Facebook. You think Facebook doesn't have the money to sue the crap out of somebody for hurting them? You think Mark Zuckerberg wouldn't be like, oh man, government whistleblowers turned over somebody that was coercing one of my mid-level or low-level employees to delete posts? He is a God man upon the earth with infinity money. He would take care of it. As long as he didn't have to worry about some schmuck like Trump messing from the top levels at the top level. Because we all have to hate each other. We all got to get dirt on each other. Hey, I should have left it alone. Conclusion. President Trump takes no position. Well, that took you 24 pages, didn't it? So you posit nothing. Then what did you send this thing in for? Oh, the underlying merits. The whole thing is the merits. This entire thing. This was a law invented by Donald Trump and company. Probably you too. Whatever your name is. Sauer. Sour puss. If you're not going to take a position, then don't send a position letter. That's what amicus is. You think you have some position to lend to the court. The underlying merits. Here's the merits. This is the totality of this dispute. Somewhere in some kind of line or chain, TikTok and or ByteDance and or many of the many layered corporate affiliates could possibly have some Chinese ownership, and whether or not those Chinese have anything to do with the government or are even still in China is not in dispute. They are not. So then what are you taking a position on? Absolutely nothing. The fact that you want to call yourself 100 times in a 25-page document at least the current president, having usurped the office. Mr. Former, future, and elect currently President Trump. Instead, he respectfully, after 24 pages of utter disrespect to anybody with a logic factory in between their ears, requests that the court consider staying, blah, blah, blah. He may pursue a political resolution. Dude, you're free to politics all you want. Go stand on the lawn of the White House and say, I'm going to have you charged, Joe, with something heavily investigated, witch hunter and weaponized DOJs if you don't get with me and fix this TikTok thing now, before the new year. Go politic at Donald Trump. You want to freaking social media? Get loud. I'm missing it. So the last full page. The one word. I found a word missing. And it was like, man, this thing was already, look at the big old word, Heckler Vicene in 1985, the blunderbuss. You're not wearing a bustle. How lewd. Oh, here it is, right here. I knew it was on. I had made the notes on the last full page. This recent history of sheds new light. There it is. What's missing in this picture? This recent history of. Uh-oh. Somebody didn't proofread their work. Of what? This recent history of what sheds new light on the Act Stark restriction. And that's what sent to me off on. There, I made it. I made it all the way through twice last night. That's how carefully I try to read these things. And hopefully our Supreme Court doesn't. Or I'm just assuming they don't. I don't think they read anything. They probably let that computer voice that I can't remember how to turn on just read all these things for them. And then they play Masher and UCAD and chase the girlies around the desk and try to pinch them on their heinies. And can you believe that those dumbass American people pay us for this? Hang on, hang on. Siri's talking. Or the computer voice. This recent history sheds new light on the A-Star restriction. Wow. That Trump lawyer guy, he really says some stuff, don't he? Think we get a bunch of law school interns to come on up here and wear shorty short skirts and type us up a response to this? They got a settlement, a similar thing in London. People posted the pictures on X and TikTok that what people were mad about, probably resolve it politically, and we are off the hook. Sometimes reality is just a lot of words. Well, until somebody, other than me, somebody with a voice, I'm using mine, I'm having fun. It's all for fun. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters. And we all are going to turn back into sparkly esoterics and dust. In 500 years, who's going to care? Nobody. Nobody cares now. But oh well. I got 9 hours and 8 minutes out of it. And I had a fine romp. Man, the first 4 hours, we never got to this. This didn't take that long. About as long as expected, because this leads to how do these things add up? Even if you don't like me ragging on your wonderful, perfect, bestest ever democracy slash republic slash union that we don't know what that word means. Yada, yada, yada. Best experiment ever. Sure, 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 sure. If you don't like me ragging on it, you didn't have to listen to all this. Rag me back. Let's have rhetor in the rhetoric. We'll call it debate club. Point out to me, where am I wrong? Why am I wrong? Just because they say in big words like, I didn't repeat myself over and over. I did a lot, but not really. I just wanted to say, if an idiot, no, and move on. Now let's go look at some California beach surfing photos. I rarely see TikTok, sometimes reshown on a talk show or an X somewhere. I do have to say, I've never felt I got blanketed with political idiocy from my TikTok account. It rarely sends me anything more than animal pictures and cute kids doing things here and there. Dancing teens. Yep. It's the dancing queens and the dancing teens that was what made musical.ly or music.ly. I always thought musically evolved out of Vine or Vines, but it didn't. It was just the sort of same concept, different makers. And they just happened to rise up as Vines fell off. Vines. Little giggly videos, very limited in links. It's hard for young people to believe that even as short ago as 1 decade, bandwidth problems, and especially on cellular networks, you better believe they restricted and lowered your quality and limited your seconds of what you could and couldn't do with videos. You sure didn't get on for 9 hours having good conversation with friends and family. And it's all wrapped around this madness and the missing word. But it brings back the fond memories, the many versions of Man on Fire, Una Palabra, a great Spanish song. You can start to learn bilingualism, learn a little Spanglish. All of that is based on the true life stories of a real agent of the Mexican government and cooperating with the many American agencies. Not the president. We never sent Ronald Reagan and Jimmy Carter in capes with S's on them and tossed them over the border to rescue our hostage taken drunken college kids. Back then, we didn't have NAFTA. The problem they had is that only stupid, rich college kids would hop over the border out of California into, especially Southern California, into Tijuana because they have no drinking age and they have semi-legal, not, it's not legal, but wink wink, lay some money in the hand of prostitution and alcohol. And what would happen is idiot college guys would go over there and get a little drunk. All of a sudden they'd wake up in what appears to be a jail. But it's not. It's some of that. Is this the federales or the cartels or both? And the answer is always C. From some guy that only knows 2 words of English. C and senor. No matter what you ask him or say to him, C. Si, senor. Well, these dumb 18 and 19-year-old college people would wake up in what appears to be a civil prison or detention facility or jail holding facility. And all the guys that look a lot like cops, but they're not. And that never happened. That not even in Mexico. No cops are that corrupt. Ever. Never on planet Earth. Would be sitting on telephones and teletypes and Western Onions and all kinds of other things, sending messages to stupid, rich, or appears to be rich American parents, talking about for $500,000 you can have your stupid drunken son back. There may be Mexican agencies and American agencies that cooperate in what they call hostage rescue. And it's a very blurry line. At somewhere within a certain distance, and there are contracts and compacts. That's what the whole original book was about, A Man on Fire. Speaking of stupid rich guys like Musk and Trump and all them others, they weren't dumb enough to go get kidnapped in Mexico. Christmas card from Trina. Just found it. Pile of mail. Oh, it's pretty. Oh, it's origami. Remember that old? It's an old television commercial where the kid folds up real fast, or somebody folds up a pterodactyl or one of those crane bird out of a piece of paper. Say origami. See, that's what happens. Your mind gets stimulated. You start thinking about origami and the missing word. This recent history of blank. That's where I always giggle about them little books. I don't even know if they still have them, and I don't remember what they're called. Susan, where are you? She was really good at it. Smart vocabulary girl from the childhood. You know, where it says enter a history of noun, verb, adjective, and you're supposed to fill in whatever it said under the line. Noun. This recent history of. He drew a blank. Poor John. Poor Dijon. Sounds like mustard, but don't work like mustard. A restriction which impacts the free speech interests of over 170 million Americans with a blunderbuss rather than a scalpel. So I posit to you, John, and we're going to leave it there. Dijon. The MIA word is on 24/25 page. More silly girl talk about blunderbuss. The scalpel. Pretty sure blunderbuss is some kind of elephant-sized forearm of the days of long ago. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a sword. Blunderbuss. Let's find out. A short, muzzle-loading firearm with a flared muzzle that was commonly used in the 17th to mid-19th centuries. Here, our picture. It's a pirate. G-word. It says so right there. XVIII century. 13th century. Pirate blunderbuss replica. So allow me to ask you, Lawyer John, who appears to be lost in the romance novels of old, blunderbuss vs. the scalpel. Would you rather have me blunderbuss you, John? Probably. Very fearsome, but if aimed correctly and let loose to its full potential, that is a giant hole in the front of that bad boy. It could be quick. Or would you rather have me scalpel? Now let's talk about these words. We're big, we're big boys, John. And we're just goofing and we're talking about our Futurama space opera. And ours is going to be a space soap opera of the adult nature. So we can have our princess get her clothes forced off of her. Not forced like violence, like the dude's gonna wiggle his little fingers and her clothes is just gonna fly away. And then she's gonna say, did someone mention my figure? Would you rather have your rights being one of the ones, and it is not the three declared in the Declaration are included in the infinity list of what are rights, but they are tantamount and important because those are the three they named. So if we stop talking about the right to upload Putin, Putin kitty videos, Putin meaning flatulating, and giggle at the silly, what do you say? Silly something. That's all right, John. Would you rather have me blunderbuss you? I mean, our fictional characters are going to use a big damn G word to put an end to the overwording lawyer. Or in the system of space opera justice, they're going to use a scalpel and cut as many words as lawyers use on their documents into lawyer. You got to pick. It's one or the other. You're going to get the blunderbuss or a scalpel. And you shut the F up about 170 million Americans that you think want either one in your fiction romance from the 16th century pirate ship that you live in. Because if we are going to go back to pirate G words, John, Dijon mustard, then I am going to make you walk the plank tied to a rope that I use to haul you around the keel. See the Adam and Eve song of Yesterstream. And somebody, John, when you're representing the second in history, skipped a 4 years POTUS and throwing his name around and speaking on his behalf to he is a one man branch of our three branch government. As you should know if you would read that stupid document you keep citing called Constitution, John Dijon. Stop using words like jarring parallel. Stop with the drama words. That's what we have national security people for. To do those national security things. The president doesn't do it all. If the president or future president or forever president, whatever you call Mr. Trump, you boot liquor. I'm going to explain that again. It's like boot Montana. Check that spelling. Or is it butte? That's a butte. Depends. Dialects. In our space opera, the lawyer named Dijon is going to get the scalpel. And maybe for every letter of his lawyer lettering, he's going to get used of the scalpel upon him. Single word, big, definite solutions are for single word, big, definite liars. The other ones get the scalpel. Think about that more next time you anagly, analogous, or metaphor in what's supposed to be a damn court document. There are compelling reasons to stay the deadline. Yes, we heard the conclusion. This usurper, pretender, dude takes no position. Yep, read it. And here it goes. Respectfully, for the fourth time, respectfully, I lie word you because this whole thing submitted is an utter disrespect to the Supreme Court of my United States of America, Mr. D. John Sauer, Counsel of Record. Hey, everybody. It is published. It is out there. Get on your online. Get it out of your system for 10 hours like I did. Don't email them. Don't bug them. File your own amicus brief with the court if you think you can do better. I had to go because I'm a frustrated inarticulate. I call myself the world's most. So I spent, 5.5 hours getting it off my chest the best I know how. I sure as hell wouldn't write or say anything that I just wrote or said officially addressed to in amicus format. I don't care, even if they brought it upon themselves. The office of the Supreme Court of the United States I hold even so far. I don't care who sits in the seats. I can talk trash about them all day. But the seats themselves and the floors and the building, if we don't respect it, and the office of the president and the house that houses, I don't know, the building that houses and the many offices and everything else that takes care of our third branch, the Congress, then we don't have a country. If we don't respect the institutions, then what are you doing? You're speaking against it. And then you lie. That's what we do in America. We're from our mouths, because our hearts, our minds, and those that claim it, souls and spirits, are full of untruth. No truth. No reality. You can't speak truth because it repulses you. Dijon. I got him a nickname. Donald Trump nicknames everybody so can I, but everybody else. Don't call the phone numbers. Don't send the letters. This is not a doxing effort. This document is available to everybody. I put the link up in the chat. They must put this stuff on these documents. Why doesn't our Supreme Court in 2024 say that D. John Sauer, Counsel of Record, and don't put all that other crap on these documents in a highly divided, violent, and stupid country? I don't want to point out. I want to make fun of his name. If he wanted to, eventually they should release it. If somebody was so afraid of the stupidity in this country, remember his primary client got the big bee sting on the ear back in July. He stands near probably the most important, most threatened target to simpleton, violent people who want to unalive and hurt somebody and those standing around them. There is something to John Sauer who gets around Donald J. Trump in public. John D. Sauer ain't D. John Sauer, and if it's say Sauer or some other way, sorry, sir. All fun and aside, everybody, internet's world, please understand. This guy is either stupid or crazy brave or dancing through life on that razor's edge, super fine line that is the difference between stupid and brave or crazy and brave. He doesn't get an infinity team of super leg muscled, super tall, heavy hitting looking guys with soft and hard armors all around him. D. John Sauer gets nothing. Yeah, you want to go hang out with Donald Trump? Got a bodyguard? No? If somebody goes bang, the sound of the gunshot, go back to, sorry, bleep, quack, huh? The sound of the bang, depending on which version and which line in the movie, when Creasy Bear The Denzel he find character is trying to teach the girl to stop flinching. And I see it in the movie. I love it. There's so many good parts, and it's one of those ones that I loved it and loved it and loved it and stood there scratching my head. Yeah, let's say that. When the world famous Chad Thompson, I met Chad by destiny, finally, and he instantly said, let's go over here in this bay. Here's a timer. First shot. All we're doing is draw the first shot. Blah, blah, blah. So he takes me and this other guy, Steven, who's the one Steven had built up. Man, whenever you meet this Chad, you're not going to believe it. Oh, you're going to fall in love. He was right. Steven, you're always right. But even though it is one of my most serious favorite parts of only the Denzel version when he's clacking those bricks together and yelling, bang, because they're trying to simulate. He's trying to teach the girl. I hate that I can't remember her name. I always do, because she's the little girl in the Tom Cruise War of the Worlds that I like and no one else likes. It'll come to me later. Doesn't matter. What he says is either, and why I like it is because it's something I learned in my own life. I didn't have words for it until I saw the Denzel movie. You run. You turn and face the danger, and what gives you away the danger in the G fighting, firearms fighting, especially in military authorized overseas armed conflict or armed combat. Side and short arms. Yes, right. Rifles are not considered long G words in the military. Those are artillery. That's a kind of a long gun. Anyhow, it had always been something I did growing up in the hard streets of Los Angeles and learning in 1986, in August of 1986. I learned some of the hardest lessons, and I discussed with George in previous streams. And one day we're going to have one of those streams where we get down and get honest. And Elizabeth mentioned it a while ago, where I said, when I do a G-Man, we are the G-Men, and I probably won't be able to do it live because I'll keep slipping, and we'll all of us say the G word. And I don't know, I'll try to find out, do we need to do that offline and edit it and bleep the G word, or can we let it fly when we're just real people really talking? When if that's what you're worried about, a word, and we're talking about playing the games of live and unalive, if everything goes right, someone ends up unalive. The odds of that happening are next to nothing. It usually ends up with, you will not unlive this. It's going to live with you, and it's going to make the rest of your life very long. That kind of stuff. So anyway, the event in 86 is that I learned the hard way to allow audible cues. React to it. It's always reactionary. See what set the Secret Service free to pile the meat shield on top of Mr. Trump. The sound of the G word shot must. Creasy Bear, Denzel Washington's character, Creasy, keeps telling the girl, it sets you free. Which means you can't flinch. That's your go signal. And I got really good at it. Even old, a little weak in the knees and long in the teeth. Whenever unexpected misfires or backfires from a vehicle or real G word happened that I was not expecting, I turn and move before the sound is finished towards it. And people often startle, not at the sound. I hear lots of times just trying to hang out at a range and play, IDPA safety officer. and an unexpected one goes off, and I turn and move so rapidly that several people will say, "What just happened? What did you do?" Anyway, so the sound will set you free. I really loved it. 10 years later, I meet the Chad Thompson, the famous Chad T9LL only. I have annotations in some of my qualifying walkthrough videos about only once did I succeed in what Chad said. The first Chad school I ever got. If you happen across this, Chad, I'm doing to you again, no, in spite of all your faults, and they are many. Just kidding, Chad. Quit drinking. I coughed. Beans. First every Chad Thompson slash T 9LL only. That's how he's in my phone. Not Thompson. T 9LL only. He's at Cop9MM at YouTube. Chad School on range. The sound, and these are my words, how I took what I had learned in a vague visual learning in my mind in August of 1986. Some dates I can remember. I'm not going to talk about here. I talked about it over on the other gone social media platform. Don't worry, John D, whatever your name is, Dijon the Mustard Man. My new favorite best friend, the Mustard Man lawyer. Thank you, Dijon. You gave me coming on 10 hours, 9 hours, 40 minutes worth of live streaming and hanging out with Elizabeth and George and anybody else who happened to cross. You're not good for nothing. I'd have rather we got up and said, "Hey, George, Elizabeth, I found this great filing submitted by Donald Trump and his lawyer that I've talked so much infinity crap about that when I found that this is good stuff." Well, now that's over with, let's talk about movies. The sound of the shout timer, the little beeper buzzer that starts you off in when you're timing yourself doing certain things and when you're doing competition shooting matches. It's called a shot timer. Trying to be careful, YouTube will set you free with ads, meaning it must insert lots of punctuation in between. It must be. Chad's very serious. He's a very great, and he slings this so it sticks. It must be. You must learn to do this with your shot timer that otherwise says beep. And I think that's why I included it. Let me see what I did. Sorry, I hadn't scripted this portion. The wind down, the end down, and I'm excited. I got through it. Downloads. Today's thumb. Splash. Bang. He's trying to teach her to react to what they call a starter's pistol. This is a steel frame. I like the hands, especially because they got fake prosthetic. He's war damaged. Oh, the little girl. Remember Frankenstein? The little girl gives the big monster a little yellow flower. And the other one is a white flower because that was black and white films, photographies once upon a time. It's very moving to me. But what he taught her, starter pistol. She was flinching from the sound. G words scare people. We train our children. As a scary, it means you're unaliving. So without him teaching it, this is after Chad school, I learned because Chad said, it must be. B, bang, eat. Not beat, pause, bang. That's how fast it's got to be. And he explained. You got to get moving on the B, not the eat. Because what'll happen is you start thinking, what are my 4 steps to the draw? Can I pregame this? Should I hover my hand or should I stand in the interview-like position? You start thinking. Once your thinker turns on, your deeply conditioned or practiced subconscious motions. And again, this sounds complicated. Go ask a ballerina how much it hurts to learn this stuff, and you must teach your body the individual steps, and then they must end up in fluid motion, and every one of them hurts. Them feet hurt. Don't matter how much tape and support and padding and everything else, it's only human. And to act and go along with the musics and everything else, it must be bang, eep. If you are the world famous Chad Thompson, it's a whole lot like bang, 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 eep. He can go very fast. And that's all the way from the holster. And the shots must be accurate and on target. Anyway, that's what I learned from Chad. If you wait for beep and you wait for the eep to finish, you will pause. You won't beep, bang. There will always be. Yes, he said it because he knows things. It is true. And I had to giggle, sitting there thinking, I've been doing this G word stuff probably danger close to just as long as him. But life taught us both differently and taught us how to teach others differently. And always credit who you got stuff from. I got it from life in the streets on 11th Street in Los Angeles. The idea that you do not turn away from the sound of the G word. You turn towards it and you move towards it. And if it's a G word fight, I mean in the streets of Iraq, like that, you get yours out and use their bang as your sonar ping for sending your torpedo back in the general neighborhood. Get them off of their game. This modern era things call it break their OODA loop, and I can't ever remember what the OODA stands for. And rapid reaction with overwhelming violence. What is OODA loop? It's another big observe, orient, decide, act. Act. Teach yourself how serious, and it's all right. Finishing up the other thought. Someday we will have this because it is a driving thing. George has told many stories about it. I tell stories about it. I pointed you to other trainer instructors, teachers, whatever, particularly in the firearms field and related fields, security, law enforcement, even concealed carry. Action is faster than reaction. We've discussed that. Are you observing, or did you freeze and you're sitting there with your eyeballs in your ear holes saying, why is this happening? What's happening? Is this really happening? Orient happens. If you get a visual or an audible audio cue, an indicator of the direction of threat, you must orient yourself to properly address it. Action has to happen, which is what be, bang, eat means. You've got to get moving. It must set you free, and that's what Denzel was trying to teach. Gosh, why can't I remember her name? She's been in so many movies. Now her little sister's in lots of movies. I'm going to have to go look it up. I'm a bad guy. But instead of bang, flinch, I don't remember how many seconds it was taking her to hit the water to start swimming. It was for competition swimming. What he taught her was buh, splash, ang. By the time ang came out of that starter pistola, she was halfway across that pool. The buh set her free. The sound holds no fear. I changed it to sound because what he says, yelling, and makes her repeat it. The G word shot holds no fear. Very good thing. It's in a movie. It's cool. I was able to relate it to my real life when the movie came out. And then once again, I didn't word it that correctly. I just knew that, hey, that's what I do. How many times have I heard people say, gosh, and then after The Matrix came out, everybody would joke, you move like they move. And wow, did you see him move? It happens. And so going back to that, I think I wrapped that up. 09, 47, 30. Check some chatties because I have seen it move. And finish. There was a thought I had, and I thought I have to finish that thought. Number one, put X's in between that because it ain't Mia, it's MIA. The G word shot will set you free. Oh, yeah, finish the thought. Finish the thought. All right. The G word men. Non-gender specific. The question. I don't want to talk about makes and models and serial numbers and filings and spring weights and ballistics and comparing hollow points to jacketeds and all that. It's still going up and down because of the complexities. See John Sauer. Never mind the complexities of the court. That's supposed to be simple. John. Try navigating the complexities of somebody's feels dragged up in there behind what you say could cost you your everything. I think what we should do is put the moderation stuff that's in charge of our social medias, private contract, government, private partnership, moderation of lawyers. There we go. We came up to a good solution. Because if anything you say can be marked and clicked and reported, that would be great. Remember I said earlier in this stream, we need a federal bar. so that any of us can click online and report this lawyer. And then I could just send a link to this 10-hour stream. And if I kept doing enough, Mr. John Dijon, eventually the people in charge would be like, because we are a government entity, we have to acknowledge that. We have to go in and transcribe it. And have you heard that guy talk? And what we're going to do is get rid of you so you can't be a lawyer. So those 77 and 80 million Americans who don't like you or your guy stop complaining to us about you. Because that's the only voice they have in this country. I think it's fabulous. And just cancel culture. Delete, tear all his name out of all the old, contact all the old courts. Oh, did he file anything here? You got to go redact his name. We cancel culture him. He can't go in the history of the world's best yin yangy social experiment that we know of, and we extra special best it because it's us. We're prideful. Best democracy, best everything ever in history. Erase him out of the book. Just like hey, mess up on your social medias. You're gonna get erased in cancel culture. What was the question? The G word, man. What drives you? And if you say, never mind. There's no way for me to diplomatically and sarcastically and with fun and humor say what I was going to say. What drives you? That's the way I word it. What motivates you to be like you are? And whatever it is, in this case, we're talking about the G word, man. I said before that because I really hate most G word men. And I guess hate's too strong a word. It's just they're oil, water, or vice versa, and we don't mix. Their minds go into bullet weights and feet per second at the muzzle and nonsense. And it's all meaningless to me. Chad Thompson has a refinery. I had a different way of saying it, but when he says it better, I'm not prideful enough, and I'm probably Chad puppy enough. Well, Chad said it, so it is better. When you're in a G word fight for your life, do you know what the best G word on ever earth in all the history of G words is? The one in your hand. And do you know what is the best cartridge with the weights and the feet per seconds when you're in a G word fight for your life on planet Earth in the history of G words and their ammunitions? The one in the chamber. True story. What drives you in this G word field? That's the important question to me. I'll get help from anybody else involved. That, hey, what do you mean by that? I mean, why are you so passionate about this? What motivates you to, like, for me, it's all a part of, are you a student of life or are you a student of a specific thing? I'm a student of life, so these things mean something to me. And can you tie it all back together? Yeah, it started with 4 hours-ish, I guess, of me and George having a real good conversation. We never got to this stuff. Then we went through this stuff, and all through this stuff, I've done movies. We've talked about ADD and ADHD. We've talked a lot about, and typed, Elizabeth just typed another one and typed a whole lot of stuff. We're sharing information of how to help ourselves, and more importantly, and it is a sort of prideful and vainish thing to, in vanity, sit there and think, do I honestly have something that I think I should be even discussing the idea of sharing or teaching to someone else? I don't know. I feel called to it. What drives you? What gives you the passion? What makes you do it even though you don't think you're good at it? And like me, I'm aware I listened to about 14 hours in the last 24 of my previous streams. I'm very aware of what my voice sounds like. I'm okay with that. I wish it wasn't, but it is what it is, and it's what I've got. I use it. I have to. The OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, act. All that decision making better been done before any of the rest of this happens. Because everything we're doing, civilian side, is reactionary. You're already at a disadvantage. But anyway, that's what I was talking about. Is the other guy has had this same online training from U.S. Air Force Colonel John Boyd, designed to facilitate quick and effective decision making in uncertain or rapidly changing situations by continuously cycling through the 4 stages. And this involved, I believe, I had the classes. They try to apply it to sidearms or hand G words for cops and security guards, and they like to add new stuff. This is very important in especially aircraft to aircraft, like we would call it dogfighting, but as I understand it from some Air Force people I know, they don't like to call it that. But that's okay. I don't remember what the term was. And supposedly US naval fighters, that's the Navy guys that they are Navy, they're not Air Force, that fly planes just like the Air Force has. They don't care. Call it dog fighting, call it whatever you want. Okay. Back on the chats. I think I got that across. Oodaloops. loops. Ooda. The Oogie Boogie Man. So that's the question. What drives you? What makes you passionate? Specifically in the G word field. That's for long conversations with people. Hopefully on stream. And, the more the merrier, I think. But sometimes some people are very private about that stuff. I'm pretty private. But the main principal reason for me, I'll give this much away now, is if I can teach somebody that really helps them and helps them from finding themselves either on either end, having holes poked in them that weren't designed or having to have poked holes in someone else that weren't by design, able to prevail in the individual combat, because that's what G words we're talking about. If we can define the word, whether you actually did it or not, your mind will complete it for you in many variations. That if I can teach one person somewhere, and I always say, I tell all of my classes, look, I've had many, many come to me and say, if not for you, and it happened to Chad again recently, someone put it all over his LinkedIn, and he gets just like I get. He doesn't go, see, I told you I know everything. Blah, 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 blah. It's very toe in the sand, looking down at your own feet, drawing little figures with your toe in the dirt. Very humble and bashful that somebody gives you that much credit or power in their life that if not for you, I wouldn't even be here. I don't know. That's for a different stream, a different conversations, but that's what I'm getting at in what drives you. In my classes, I ask, what is your job? I have rarely gotten the right answer. In the Secret Service hearings, the woman thought her job was to do paperwork, create paperwork, and make sure people had their shoelaces tied exactly right. That came out in the hearings. I do not remember if it was the first set or second set, but it showed my point in my work with any career. Most people have no idea what their job is. Her job was to lead that organization and lead it by example. That's what the top does. I believe you do have the experience, skill, and intelligence to do it. I do not feel you are carefully decided what it is you are doing as destiny. Well, what I'm doing is whatever, the phone could ring tomorrow. I said earlier in this stream, I did go apply at the IDPA. It's something I'm very well contract job, which means that you got to have your head around your own business and your own schedule C's and stuff like that, integrating their IT and computer systems and getting it all easily handleable for their downsizing office. They're losing members. I wish I could do more for IDPA and whatever. Maybe we'll work it out, but maybe I can get some part-time work, earning a decent money. It's in the G word fields and it involves the computer stuff. But yeah, is that right now, these couple of days, we've had a good one. This is live stream number official 28. 29th is the number no, the first ever prefab. Because we have the time right now and this is going on. If somebody calls me tomorrow and says, yeah, you want to make $15 an hour cutting these pizzas, I'm gone. I have to go earn the money. And these will now, whenever I'm not cutting pizzas, I'm certainly not going to have 10 hours at a time to just talk about stuff. It's a blessing and a curse. Trying to take advantage of the time. That's why if you think we can reduce them down, we'll get busy and we will reduce it down. Best we can, even if it's just a rough reading, and then make, I don't know. Yeah, we'll go back and forth some more on it. On streams, on emails, and try to figure it out. Like, are we going to split where, at which lines, whatever are we going to do about that thing? Or are we going to do, a straight reading? We'll try to find somebody with a better radio voice than mine to just straight read the little piece we're going to talk about, and then we can all throw in our 2 cents. Like that. Keep it short, keep it sweet, and then do allow as easily as possible. I know, you have to repeat it, but you are heard. Good, Elizabeth. How do we get people able to submit their questions or their thoughts and give them just as much value and time? Absolutely. It's good stuff. If we're afforded the opportunity this way, then we do it. If someone can get a hold of this guy, his address was on the thing, and I begged. And I'm begging, I'm telling, man style, like I'm giving orders. No one is ever going to hopefully force Elon Musk or Donald Trump or anyone else to waste or spend 10 hours of their lives listening to this guy talk. But if they could background it, and they've got a huge, well-written, time-stamped thing that, wait, man, are you talking about, and I'm sure Donald Trump would want to look, wait, Secret Service what? At Pennsylvania? Yeah, I want to hear it. Well, there's a timestamp. He can jump right into it to that point. There's an index. Helpers can help them. If life presents you with access to whatever, any of these people with power, I would much rather, clap like a seal, and I will do it. I rag hard on all of the above. You guys held yourself out for politics. But man, if I could have just got up here and said, hey, George, guess what? Hey, Elizabeth, guess what? That lawyer got his act together, hired a couple of people to write stuff, and it's not him and whoever helps him write his, I love you, Donald Trump, let me counteth the ways. If he had actually written a document that meant anything and said anything and wasn't missing that one word, if it ruins it for me, what if that's the one glaring thing that makes one of the 9 up there say, I'm sick of this crap? This is utterly disrespectful for them not to even send this. Do you know how many millions of people in America would carefully read that thing for you, lawyer to Donald J. Trump, so that you don't end up being the subject of half of a 10-hour stream of that lunatic guy out there on the internet saying, if he hadn't given me the openings, I wouldn't have shot the cue ball, the billiard balls into his pockets. He did it. Yep. It's all good. We're having fun. Obviously. 10:06. Let's wind it down, Elizabeth. I'm going to give it a second for you to get caught up because I don't know how. Gosh knows it's 12:32 a.m. When I get on a roll, I get rolling. Time collapses. Time compresses. So it would be 9:32 p.m. Did they call it Western? I don't care. Los Angeles. 12:32 a.m. New York/Eastern. Winding down. Good. Stream. Good night. The night message in the chat. And winding it down for reals. Pacific Standard, yeah, Pacific. I just kept thinking left, west, what is it called? Yeah, I should have known. I'm on the Atlantic. Somebody may or may not be on the Pacific. Oh well, everybody understands Los Angeles. Enjoy your lovely dinner and say thanks. Yep. And thanks to you. Thank you. Thank everybody. The chat will go away or go inactive or something very soon. That was me clicking the clacker. Wind down. Pig number 1. Close the stream in 3. No. Well, clack, clack. Close the stream. Take 2. Stream ends in 5, 4, 3.